Alright, and we are live with more Citizen Sleeper 2, Starward Vector. We just got a cat. So, most important thing's done. Where do we leave off? We just got a new crew member. We got a Fia. Then we were going to do something. Me Snowball, me Shark. What are you both doing? I think we need one more engine for things, which we could buy here, but could also just find it. Could also increase our push skill, or save up for another thing here. -2 stress if reroll 6 is kind of cool. Reroll random dice, but +1 roll. I mean, if you use the other ones, that's fine. Nah, I think I'll just save it. Always hit escape instead of right click. Okay, I think we're done in this location. I think we're like moving on. Let's actually, damn it, every time. Find Junie's bunker, which we did find. We don't have the Solheim data to open it. Go to the Hollow. I don't know where that is. Get the spores, meet Cadet and Scatter Yards, and go to the Scatter Yards. Let's check the map. Oh yeah, do we have stuff? We do, okay. So... yeah, we can just go straight to the Scatter Yards. It's gonna take literally all of our, oh no, 8 fuel. Thought it was gonna take 10. The green thing over there would it'll take a while. Let's just go to the Scatter Yards. There's nothing else, right? What's the... okay, the Hollow. Anything else? Also, we might be close to like beating this game. Alright. The winking sigils of the yard flash across the dark starscape of the belt. Each one a siren light for crews in need of repairs or eager for improvements. Scatter Yards live up to their reputation. Hey, Arius. Hope you're doing well. The Serpent will not be drawn by the lights. He guides the ship into an empty rag-looking yard, darker and more frame than plate. He looks rougher than any of the others. Serpent, maybe we want to dock somewhere a little more welcoming? We aren't that hard up. Bliss turns to you. Or are we worse off than I thought, Sleeper? Best shipwrights rarely have the brightest signs. Thought you'd know that, Bliss. Seraphin reaches up and flicks a set of switches above his head. Marco's the best in the Scatter Yards. The best, or just the one you know? The best you know. This gives him a skeptical look. Oh, I'm sure it's not that bad. We've been talking and... you'll be fine. Oh, cool, we got 3 glitch dice. Yay, yeah, because I think we lost 4 of our dice in the last mission. That sucked. I'm still 2 more glitch up here. You'll see, Seraphim smiles widely, shutting off the main console and unclipping from the pilot seat. We're safe here, Seraphim turns to you. No need to run from Lane for a while. He'll never find us in Marco's yard. It'll be nice to have a break from running. Junie floats at the back of the cockpit. Here the Scatter Yards have some good data analysis terminals on the hub. Junie glances at you. If you can spare me. Nia glances into the cockpit. We hear? Demi loves this place. She glances at you with a smile. All these grumpy spacers waiting on repairs. I think it fits his temperament. You follow Seraphim as he glides eagerly to the airlock. You and Bliss exchange glances. Both of you are used to Seraphim's headstrong moments. Yet, you still can't help but feel that now familiar pull of someone else's problems. Yeah, he does kind of throw his problems on other people. Marco. Seraphim opens his arms to the figure coming through the cycling airlock. Then, Marco floats through the doorway, a crooked smile across his pale face, his sharp eyes glinting in the rig's bright work lights. The two embrace in more of a chest bump than a hug. Seraphim spinning with the momentum of the impact to end with his arm across Marco's shoulders, the two side by side grinning. You notice Marco's eyes quickly falling on you, a slight narrowing suggesting he has immediate thoughts about your presence. So, this is who you're flying with now, Finn. Marco shoots you a wink, his expression shifting to conceal his previous curiosity or concern. Bliss. They introduce themselves curtly. You two used to be on a crew together, I assume? Me and Finn? No. We're just drinking buddies. Marco's response provokes a laugh from Seraphin, some kind of joke you can't quite catch the tone of. Marco turns his attention to you. And a sleeper, he smiles. My condolences. It's a damn crime what the corporations do to you, but at least you're out, huh? I appreciate the solidarity. Of course. Marco taps a fist to his chest in a gesture that seems both genuine and mocking in the same instance. Marco turns back to Seraphin. It's been too long, Finn. Not flying the old building anymore? You immediately see the reaction in Seraphin. His entire being tightening without anything more than a shudder to signify it. No, that's long gone. Marco shrugs. That's the way of the belt. He shakes Seraphin by the shoulder. Come on, then. Enough floating around this drafty old thing. Let's get a drink. Marco turns his attention to you. Feel free to make yourself at home in the yard. Hell, take a little fuel. I've got loads of stuff and it's been quiet for more than a few cycles. Happy to spare some for a friend. We will take all of your fuel. He steers Seraphin down the docking tunnel, waving a hand to you and calling back. I'll have him catch home in a cycle or two. His laughter echoes down the tunnel as they leave. Bliss turns to you. I'm gonna go dig around the other yards for some components the rig could do with. They smile. You got things to do? You think of Cadet and wonder if she on her way here to the scatter yards to extract the data on the Hexport drive. The only way to know would be to find her. I assume Cadet's gonna join us, but I don't know. Seraphin's words echo in your mind. His insistence that the only way to escape Lane is to beat him on his home turf. With Darkseid just sunward of the scatter yards, this might be the perfect platform from which to attempt such a wild and dangerous plan. Sleeper? Bliss brings you out of your thoughts. I hate it when you do that. Just take care out there, okay? They drift off down the docking tunnel, leaving you in the airlock. It seems next step is up to you. Okay. Marco's yard. Wait, is there... No. Drinking buddies, Seraphin and Marco are off in some scary yard dive catching up. We hope Marco returns your pilot in working order. Oh. Okay, a few places. Service yard. Surya's eye. Surya watches his yard carefully, keeping an eye on all the work that goes on here. He's not easily impressed. Shipfitter's mate, and junior shipfitter, what danger. We got 2 5s at least, and 3 glitches. We're gonna get 2 more glitches next turn. Among the yards, a scattered mess of independent shipyards around a central transit hub. The yards are a particularly difficult place for outsiders. All the markers, on every wall of the hub there are scrawled alphanumeric markers that act as signs for the shipfitters, if you can understand them. Shop talk, yeah, figures it'd be light engineering stuff. We have a couple cycles to do this stuff. Well, I mean, we do have 5s. Could do these. No chance of a negative. Only one. That was a positive, too. You get in the flow and find yourself working at the high level Surya sets for his crews. Nice work. Let's mix it up. Positive, nice. You managed to meet the pace of the team, completing your welds just in time for them to be checked. Don't necessarily have to use these other ones, but I mean, if they're not risky, I don't know. It seems like a waste not to, but it's only 20% positive, 80% negative. Let's see what happens. How? That's like the 5th glitch dice I've done in a row that has come up positive, and there's a 20% chance. There's something compelling in layers of scroll directions in the hub. Complete commitment to an informal system. There's these other ones I can't get. Like, it just... the odds. It's more like it. Find yourself drifting in loops around the hub, unable to follow the markers. You give up exhausted. Do we have a place to eat? Hey, you hear a voice echoing through the public passage. Wait up. I'm glad to see you. Cadet sweeps her hair out of her eyes and then glances up and down the corridor. This is not my kind of station. Cadet rolls straight into her complaints. All these yards have their own water and facilities, meaning the hub here is not fit for general use. There's a couple of guest houses, but you would not believe the state of them with the spacers that stop here for shore leave. She shudders. You don't want to know. Hi, Cadet. Hi, yeah, she blinks at you. Are you even listening? So get this. Like, Cadet locks her fingers together and stretches her arms. That girl of mine I said could crack anything, she's gone. Didn't even leave a note. Ran to Darkside, maybe? Not that I'd blame her given the state of this place. She looks sideways at the grubby walls. She left her workshop empty, though, so I slipped in. That's where I've been napping. I've been doing my best all these cycles to crack that drive, but I'm a spindlejack, not a data scraper. Which is why I'm happy to see you. She takes a breath. Telling you, I have not spoken to anyone in a long time. She runs a hand through her hair. So we got nothing? How about the alert they put on you? Didn't seem to stretch too far out of the spindle, but I've been careful. She glances around, hence the not talking to anyone in ages bit. Look, I'm in over my head here. Cadet looks away, unaware to herself. How about you come down to the workshop, we put our heads together and see what we can pull off. I should know there's some nasty shit on that drive. Stuff worth getting out until the night. Cadet said her jaws. Nasty enough for them to ruin my life over. That happens. Hopefully my stream can cheer you up. I feel like it usually does. I'll be there. Cadet smells for a moment and it's gone. Alright then. The workshop is in the tech cluster. You'll see it. She sighs. No, I've got to go find something to eat that isn't dried. She turns and disappears back down the passageway. Okay, there's food. So we can risk this other one. That's the same one? Yeah. The data is encrypted, but with the tools in Cadet's friend's workshop, you have a chance of cracking it. Alright, good interface, but with this, there's a chance we can lose some energy, but we have money. And it still goes up one. How? How? I don't... The chances of that is like astronomical, how many times I've gotten it. Like, I'm happy about it, but geez. It's like the only time in a game like this I can do that. Okay, buy fuel, buy supplies, full up on those. Did we say we can have... I guess we did fill up on fuel. I think fuel's cheap here, so let's do odd jobs. We'll have 2 glitch dice still. Nope, nope, just 1. But man, those are some bad rolls. Christ. Well, we got a ++ here, though. Oof. Break encryption. Breaking encryption directly takes skill, but it's most direct route to data. I mean, you can just do the glitch from here. I mean, either way, it's going to be something, so... It's fine. New location discovered. Fabrication Bay. The engine component fabricators in the hub are for ship fitters only, so they ask for a one-time fee to dissuade casual use. Okay, I wonder if we could use, like, processed scrap if we pay the fee? Engine component fabric. Yeah, I mean, we need one more engine. She could have bought for 50. I don't know how many we would need after. I'm gonna play. Well, let's see what we get. Hand over your chits and they take you to a free bay and show you it's an engine component fabricator. It's an intimidating machine. Okay. Building engine component. Even with specialized fabricator components, construction is a delicate act. Only the most skilled can produce a rare, error-free component. The more errors a component has in its construction, the less valuable it will be. Enough errors and it's worthless. For component. Oh, okay. So you can use these to get the dice repair things. That's cool. But safe. Engineering. Okay, that'll be useful. Yeah. I think we just have to do all the interface ones. Oh, buy meal. I think that gives us 4. Do the little ones first. Positive, nice. Encryption is not a common one, but you're starting to see the pattern in its code. Cadet is impressed. Neutral. Show Cadet how to run through common encryption methods to eliminate them one by one. We still have the other one, but I want to do that with higher numbers. I'm trying to kick his ass here. Nice. Damn, only one away. Close. Now we're gonna do something with Seraphim because he's gonna finish drinking. And yeah. Oh. It'll get better, Arius. Sleeper. Seraphim's voice echoes through the ship. You're in here? You glide down to the airlock, unsure of what state you are about to find your pilot in. Seraphim floats in the airlock, his arm above his head, gripping the lip of the interior door to hold himself in place. Come on, we need to talk. There's a straight-faced seriousness to Seraphim you weren't expecting, especially considering that he spent the past 2 cycles with Marco. In trouble already? Seraphim shakes his head. I'm not messing around, just come. Seraphim leads you across the bridge, but rather than turn towards automated shuttle bay that connects Marco's yard to the rest of the assembly, he leads you deeper into the guts of the yard itself. As he does, he begins to speak. I told Marco about Lane, about our escape, about everything. Seraphim ducks under a large pipe. He gets it. He's worked in Darkside. You trust him? I do. He looks back over his shoulder at you, and I would hope you trust me by now, too. Just vibe and, you know, hang out the stream and put those kind of thoughts away for now. But trust me, things will get better. I'm leaving proof of that. Okay. He comes to a steel door and hammers in an entry code. Somewhere machines start whirring. Remember in Wellspring, after everything, what I said? Seraphim turns to face you. About taking Lane on? Exactly that. Seraphim meets your eye. The door suddenly squeals as the ancient motors kick in and drag it across its corroded tracks. It reveals a large half-lit chamber. Its furthest parts masked with layers of scaffolding and framed so it is hard to tell where the room actually ends. At the center is a pool of warm light. Marco floats beside a terminal screen. Sleeper. He touches his brow in a mock salute as you enter. Been busy plotting? Seraphim shoots you a look. Just hear Marco out, alright? You hear the door, you enter through screech shut, and then the sudden silence descends. Sorry to drag you out here, Sleeper, but I really can't be overheard on this one. He sighs. We're close to Darkside here. You Tsubu have ambitions, shall we say, in scatter yards. You told me the whole story, and I am sorry for your troubles. He clasps his hands together. You have done well to evade Lane this far, but you must understand he's also been distracted. Since Export went up, well, Darkside has been in crisis. The war was the pressure shift that allowed Tsubu to build its strength. Export was the breach to blow it wide open. Marco brings his hands apart. Exports their justification for imposing total control in the name of protection. Marco glances into a dark corner of the room. And if my hunch is right, it's how they will extend their reach to the scatter yards. Where's this going? Marco laughs and looks at Seraphim. Straight business, this one. I'm done running, Sleeper. Seraphim cuts in. I hate looking over my shoulder every cycle. I hate the nightmares, the fear. I want to face this head on, for better or worse. He looks away scowling. I won't be controlled by Lane, and this is our chance to break that control. Lane is hunting you, Sleeper, which means he is not in Darkside. Marco raises an eyebrow. This is good for you. There are people in Darkside resisting Tsubu, though I hear it is not going well for them. If you could find them, find out what they need, there's a chance here. Marco pauses, and you get the feeling he is assessing your reaction. Taking action is a choice right now, Sleeper, but soon it won't be. Seraphim glances at Marco. Now, if what Marco is telling me is true, let's do this on our own terms. What do we need to do? Seraphim meets your eye with conviction. Thank you, Sleeper. I know we can do this. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Marco interrupts. I'll need some time to work this out. If you two want to go to Darkside, there's no way we can take that stolen rig. It was a big enough risk just to bring it here, glances at Seraphim. If you get the feeling he has already been reprimanded for this. So I need to find you a way in and a way out. Marco rubs his hands together. I know it can be done. Marco turns to you. I recommend you take the next few cycles to prepare. The scout yards are a good place to spend and make cryo, depending on your need. And Finn, Marco puts a hand on his friend's shoulder. Try to stay cool. This will be recon only. A chance to see what's happening on Darkside and make your connections. It is not the time for grand gestures. Seraphim nods. Thank you, Marco. And glances at you. We'll keep things quiet until you are ready. You and Seraphim leave the hidden bay, the door screeching open to allow you to exit. When he seals once more, Seraphim turns to you. This is our chance to shift things, Sleeper. Let's keep our head in the game. Agreed. I'll start preparing. Seraphim nods. Well, alright then. Just give Marco some time. I've got a few things I want to take care of in the scatter yards, and I want to get a message to Tala. I know she would want to hear from me before he trails off. Well, let's make sure we are ready. Keep your head up, Sleeper, and see you on the rig. And with that, Seraphim kicks off down the passage on his way to the shuttle dock. You watch him go, unsure if you are impressed or concerned about his headstrong nature. Either way, things are in motion. The only thing you can do now is give yourself the best chance of success. Okay. And so glitch dice. A few good ones, though. New location. Okay, 2 more cycles for Marco's plan. It's a new location. Oh, it's just that changing. Okay. Okay. I mean, we could throw our, like, crappy stuff at that, but then we don't get rare components. Let's get this. It's positive give us 2 or 1. I think this gives us 1. Yeah. A little bit of money, too. And this will get us the other one. Oh, neutral, so minus energy. Oh, wait, I didn't get a debt for 1. Oh, man. So you do have to get positive. Well, we'll have to get it next time, then. Yeah, data scraping. Let's keep doing this one. Oh, yeah, we only need 1 more. Cadet catches your eyes, you look over to her. What is it? She takes the end of the metal chopsticks she had been chewing on out of her mouth. Got something? Cadet has given up already for the cycle, and while you were cracking the drive's complex encryptions on your friend's workstation, she has been floating in the middle of a small workshop, pinging bits of scrap off the shelving on the wall. Now she spins in the air and pushes off from the ceiling, spinning as she collides as she lands perfectly behind you, leaning over the terminal screen. As she does, you hit a key, executing the final decryption process. Slick. She goes to ruffle your hair, but you don't have any. Instead, she just wobbles your head playfully. What we got? With Cadet hanging on your shoulder, you try to concentrate on the data spilling across the screen. The first thing that catches your eye is the steady repetition of CBVEXT, an identifier for Conway extractions. The behemoth conglomerate currently waging a corporate war with Senate Stat in the inner system. Why Conway? What is this data? You stop the scroll looking for details. So this whole thing we have is something that left a station right before the whole thing exploded. So we assume it has something to do with the explosion, which up to this point we don't really know what was caused by. Hit that thing. Cadet pokes the screen, making it wobble. You dutifully click. A comment expands in the code. A note left by someone mentions tests and protocols, discusses reverse engineering and carrier signals. You close it and find another. Drone latency. Another. Security bypass. One more. Kill switch. Takes a long time, you and Cadet squinting into the blue screen to build up a picture of what you're looking at. When you're done, both of you sit back, your eyes soar and your minds clogged with technical terminology. Shit. Cadet shakes her head. They were just dissecting it live. She's referring to the Conway drone Mind. This stream of data was scrapped from. Huge volumes of internal data and control systems, protocols, and passphrases. The kind of data you imagine was closely guarded by Conway. Kept secrets to allow the smooth operation of its drones. This thing, it's some kind of general or manager, right? Giving orders out to all the little drones that work for it? It squints. I always thought Conway controlled its drones remotely. With people, those zero latency point interfaces you hear about. From what you hear, Cadet is right. Conway is known for their novel solution to the scale and logistical problems of the surrogate systems. Extraction and security drone ships piloted from light years away with proprietary comms interfaces. A drone mine, what this code is scraped from, should be a kind of distributor, early for the local drones to link to the closely guarded transmitter receiver. This data suggests otherwise. It suggests an active cognitive process, far more complex than any protocol you've heard of. A thinking machine. I mean, isn't that kind of what I am? I guess our consciousness is from a person, though. Look, Cadet jabs at the screen again. Is that... She squints. You see a line in the data stream that reads simply, stop, get out, stop, get out, stop, get out, stop, get out. Why did they do this? Cadet leans back. Everyone knows captured Conway drones purchase themselves and everything else is in the couple of square clicks around them, then when captured. You rip the control core out of one. Sure, you can disassemble it, but its systems will be gone. This one is still running when they took it apart. You should have gone up like a tactical nuke the moment they started. She stops suddenly. The fate of Hexport jumping into her mind. Is that what happened? How did they get all of this and get out on the drive? Eberhard, how you doing? We're dissecting the drive we found with Cadet. Silence fills the workshop. You look back to the screen, unsure of the answers to Cadet's questions. You feel a deep chill, one that you know has nothing to do with the temperature of the workshop. Who the hell is doing this? Cadet scans the code once more. Work out who? Nice. Oh, I'm doing pretty good. Some good stuff happening. You back over the data, nothing, but the absence of a trail tells you almost as much as an obvious one would. The data is scrubbed clean, not a mention of who is scraping it. That means a professional. Professional with access to tools and protocols way beyond what you'd usually see in the Starboard Belt. An outsider, then. Which outsider would benefit most from knowing the control protocols of Conway drones? Who would risk an entire belt station to find them? It's the simplest answer. Occam's razor. Sinnet did this. Yeah, if anyone has any questions about what's going on in the story, just let me know. You say it out loud, and it sounds right. Yeah, that'd be my first guess too, Cadet yawns, but it's still a guess. We've been at this too long, Cadet sighs. I'm cooked. She pushes away from the terminal and floats in the room, stretching out her aching back. We know they had this drone mined on Hexport. That's where they were cutting it, scraping it. We know something happened and Hexport went up. She sketches her thoughts out in the air with hand gestures as she summarizes. The data got on that drive, I'm assuming, before the explosion, then got to the far spindle. Someone tried to courier it, using me, but the receiver wasn't there. She turns and looks at you, which is when they ruined my life and my job trying to get it back. We need more information. Yeah, we do. She floats over to the drive and picks it up. This thing has trouble written all over it. It's also the only way to buy my life back, she frowns. The way I see it, we have to expose these fools so they leave me be, or give them the data so they'll piss off forever. We can't give them this. Not if we don't know who they are. She laughs half-heartedly, but yeah, we can't. All the roads lead in one direction, I'm afraid. She spins drive in the air, back home. Export. If there's anything to confirm or die this data, if there's anything to connect it to, if there's anything left at all, it'll be in the remains of that station. I had a feeling it might come to this, so I made some inquiries when I first got here. The word is that the place is irradiated to hell, but I've also heard the radiation is fading. I mean, it's not like half the belt isn't glowing anyway. She shrugs grimly. With suits, we'd have maybe a few cycles before it started to leak through. Oh, this sounds safe. The problem is getting in. She puts the drive back on the desk's magnetic surface. Far spindle is a no. Not only do I not want to get picked up there, but the debris is denser on that side. No safe way in. Darkside is the best bet. She shakes her head. But I heard you have some trouble waiting for you there. What if I deal with the trouble? Let me have a clear shot at it, she shrugs. Easier said than done. This place is one hell of a stowaway spot, shielded from everything. Plus the scatter yards are no one's territory. I'm gonna leave the drive here. She squints at you. No peeking. But me, I want to keep moving, so I was thinking I could make myself useful till you shake that trouble in the dark side. She smiles. Work for room and board and all that? I knew she's gonna join us. Wanna come with me? Yeah, she smiles. Professionally speaking. What do you say? She folds her arms. You know I'm tough, and I can do plenty besides ride an airplane. You're in. That's the answer I was looking for. Cadet scans the workshop. I've had enough spacer bathrooms for a lifetime. I'll meet myself at home on your rig. She picks up the drive and tucks it in the pocket. Cadet glances away at the racks on the wall, and you follow her eyes to spot her airby ports hanging, carefully secured and pristinely kept. Cadet gives you a hard look. You better have room for my bike. Nope, no room on the entire ship for your bike. Okay, what's her stuff? She is... Okay. I'm gonna hope for like a specialist, but that's fine. What now? I don't want to get airs on this, but I do want to do that when I can. Airs basically make it like not really useful. Not something I clicked on. And this is dangerous, so I kind of don't want to. And you need a positive result. I can run out of stuff. Nope, just eat. I mean, I guess we can see what happens, because you can just keep using it, seems. Well, what else? Nothing else used on. Fuck. Okay. Guess that's just it. I mean, pretty sure we're not spending anything on it. So it's just a waste of a thing. Okay. Let's keep getting odd jobs. We'll get fuel before we leave. Okay, no turn for that. Yeah, we still need to do the, geez, really? 4? 3 ones, huh? I mean, this is more like it. This is usually what I get. We didn't happen to get any points, did we? No. Alright. 25%. Oh, jeez. You're totally overwhelmed by the speed of operation. The shift is debilitating and it's barely worth the cryo. Yeah, now we have to eat. Took everything. Could try to build stuff with that instead. So yeah, it's 25% chance. And this would be... neutral, so 1 component error. So I guess if we had another neutral, it's just like a crappy component? Or it just destroys it. Okay, cool. See, I almost don't want to use that one. So if we get a couple good ones, we can actually make it better. Okay. We'll do the 3 on this thing, and the 1 will just whatever. I hate not using them, but god damn, I'm bad at that. All right. Oh, we have the key. I don't know how often we have to do this, but. The supplies in the special feeder bliss up. This ray waits until you are outside the room to eat. Can we just... Can we overfeed it? We'll try to get supplies. Yeah, we have a cat on our ship. A cat that's used to 0G. 6. You find Seraph and Marco waiting for you in the hidden room where you met before. They're chatting quietly, their shadows cast across the scaffolding by a small lamp. Sleeper, Marco's got something good, he announced to Marco. Tell them. Marco gives you a nod as you look at him. His mood quiet, conspiratorial. I don't know if it's as good as Finn thinks, but it's an opening. Heard back from a friend of mine who runs a yard on the edge of the cluster. A fair way out from here. A smart guy. He makes a tidy profit off selling fuel to freight crews on their way into Darkside. He undercuts the Darkside docking fuel prices, which includes a cut to Itsubo. So they stop off at his place to fill up before heading in. Marco smiles. Clearly this is his kind of business. This guy, he owes me a favor, and I'm gonna call it in. We can get a few of us onto the freight crew. Swap us out from the usuals who stay at his place and let them have a few drinks on him. The crew, meaning us, will deliver the freight, complete with a stopover for cargo loading Darkside, he smiles, which is when you do what you need to do. We'll have as long as we need, but the more time we spend there, the more likely they'll discover us. Sounds like we don't have all the time we need then. Marco looks at you. We'll keep our heads down, sleep and eat on the freighter. Then, once we're done and the freighter is loaded, we take it on out again. Return to my friend's yard and swap the crews back. He shrugs, emphasizing the simplicity of the plan. No one will ever know that we were there. See, it's good, Seraphim nods. It'll work, right? Something's gonna go wrong. Another person to trust. What if they check the crew list? What? On the manifest? Not gonna happen. You used to say you aren't the names on that list. This is the belt. Seraphim looks concerned. It's gonna be tight, but I reckon we can get what you need in time. Make some connections with whoever is resisting Itsubo. Get an idea of their operation, look for weaknesses. We'll have to be quiet, Finn. Marky gives you both a warning look. No noise, no tension. This can quickly become a one-way ticket. Seraphim turns to you. Think you can handle that? Together we'll get it done. Seraphim and Marco exchange concerned glances. What aren't they telling you? There's one more thing, Sleeper. Seraphim looks down. Someone needs to stay with the rig. Someone who can pilot it, and if there's any attention at the yard, he meets your eye. It has to be like this, I'm sorry. I'll be going in with you. Marco puts a reassuring hand on your shoulder. I know Darkside. I'll guide you all the way in and all the way out. There'll be room for one more on the crew. I'll leave who that is up to you. But let me give you some advice. He leans in closer. You better be really sure you really trust anybody you take on this one. You look between the two of them. Just you and Marco might be a safer option. The fewer people, less likely is to give yourself away. Then Marco doesn't keep up his end of the bargain. You'll want all the backup you can get. The other problem is that we have to go right away. You see the rising tension on Marco's face. The freighter's arriving this cycle. Seraphim turns to you. I'm sorry I can't come, Sleeper, but we need to do this right now. Let's go. Seraphim nods, his expression dark. I'll be ready whenever you need. Just give me the word and we'll head out to my friend's yard. Marco sighs. We keep this tight, nothing needs to go wrong. His words echo in your mind as you leave the hidden room, a creeping doubt settling itself in the pit of your stomach. This is it. Time to go back to Darkside. Okay. So yeah, I think we can spend all our stuff before we go. So we can make sure to get this quick. See what happens here. Alright. Some quality work you've been doing. The voice booms through the locker room after your shipfitter shift. But why are you doing grunt work, Sleeper? Turn to see a large man with a metal arm in bright patterned clothes. You spend enough time here to immediately know this is Surya, owner of the yard and well-known shipfitter. Well, Surya wipes his one metallic hand on a cloth, polishing its painted surface. What do you have to say for yourself? Wait, did we want to meet him? I mean, I need the chance. That's so, Surya nods slowly. I know a lot of what happens in this scatter yard, Sleeper, and what I don't know, people tell me. He smiles proudly. And I know you have a ship. Someone who has a ship, especially a ship like yours, should not be looking around my workers' tools. Surya flexes his artificial arm, inspecting it. That, to a person like me, is a waste. Ships cross Cairo to run. True, all the more reason to really use them, though, isn't it? I went to take a look at your ship, Sleeper. Surya goes back to working on the hand. Call it professional curiosity. It's a bit drab. Surya looks up and meets your eye. An old Solheim rig, still in corporate colors. He shakes his head. No. I feel like that's your problem. People want a crew that looks the part. An outfit with an outfit. He grins. Look at my yard. I grew it from a chunk of scrap by showing people I was professional. I had standards. I made Surya's yard recognizable. Your problem is you're working as a shipfitter's mate when you should be imagining much more for yourself and your crew. Surya smiles. And so that got me thinking. I want to help you out. To clean up that old rig, paint it up, give it some color. He tucks his cloth away in his tool belt. How's that sound? I'd love that. Perfect, Surya booms. The thing is, you don't need some slap paint on an old rig like that. And for this to work, we need its look to reflect your crew, your style. So while I'm happy to do the painting with my team, I'll need you to find some inspiration. Surya looks around towards the locker room's lone window, hoping to just make my persona's colors. Luckily, the belt is full of it, full of pattern, texture, and style. There's nothing uniform about this place, and it's better for it. Surya looks back at you. You need to go out there, find some views, some sights, and make your own designs. Here. He proudly pulls a small slate from his tool bag. It has 64 color screen. I fixed it up myself. You take a look and inspect the slate, made from mismatched pieces, but elegantly so. See what you find to inspire you, he smiles. Then come and see me. Where should I go? Forest Spindle would be a good place to start. Colorful, bright places, I think. The rig is drab enough. I can see what you're thinking. You're thinking, what's in it for me financially? Surya eyes you carefully. How does this make you any chits? That's the other part of the proposal. While you take this voyage around the belt, you can do something for me and get paid for it. Free of charge, I'll paint a rig with the look and name of my yard here, Surya's yard. It commands respect, he nods sagely. You take that name to the rest of the belt, represent it, and on your travels, spread it to other crews. For this, I'll pay you 300 cryo. Sure. It's mutually beneficial. You'll earn better doing this than any yard work, and I get increased custom. It's not to like. Surya waits your response calmly, but you feel his expectant eyes on you. Yeah, sure. The deal. Wonderful, Surya beams. I'll send my team over immediately. By the time you return to your rig, they should be done. He reaches into his work pouch. Here's 150 cryo now. Takes out a handful of high-value chits. Another 150 cryo in return with those designs. Sure. That's fair. I wasn't actually expecting anything up front, so... Take the cryo. Of course, I'll give you the other half in return with those designs. He smiles apologetically. I need to be sure you don't repaint the ship before your pilgrimage is done. It's only fair. Keep the slate. He waves an arm at you to put it away. Go find inspiration. Bring me those designs. I don't want to see you back in the shipyard. You need to get out there. Surya smiles. It was a pleasure. And before he can say anything else, he's gone. Time to find out what his crew has done to the rig. Okay. The painters can return the rig to its old paint, but you have to pay them extra, convince them. Surya won't be happy. No, it's fine. Yeah, those colors are fine. Yeah, it's fine. We should get fuel and stuff before we go. Okay, so yeah, let's go. Who are we gonna take? It just depends on what that guy's skills are. Oh yeah, just go to the map. Darkside Recon. Marco is a friend who will get you and your crew on the freighter headed to Darkside. Once you're there, you can investigate Tsuba and find a weakness. Environment, Recon, Darkside. Danger. Okay, he is... those two. So we need an engineer. And what else? Engineer and engage, ideally. Which we don't have. Engage is the one I can't do. So it takes somebody to trust. I don't really trust Eugen that much. How do we not have anyone else with engage? I trust Junie, but she has the same skill as we're the best at. Could take Nia for the extra. I mean, I trust her enough. Also Cadet. Which actually... No, he's got that one. What do you think? Yeah, since we can't do engage, because, yeah, I'm not bringing him. Engineer and that, or engineer and that. We're definitely doubling up. Sec. Right. Two left. So Intuit, engage. Why do you have 2 Intuit? So whoever's... I guess we'll do the engage one. I don't know, this doesn't feel ideal. I trust Bliss. Right, we have the symbol. Okay, the diamond's the one we're better at. It's 2 arrows, we can't. How do you all feel about who to take here? Technically, Eugene has the skills we need, but they really emphasize bring someone you trust. I think Cadet. I mean, I trust her enough. Yeah, let's do Cadet. I like Bliss a lot, but I already have +1 on that one, so. Yeah. Yes. No, it's cute little face. No. Honestly, I trust Bliss more. Yeah, fuck it, let's take Bliss. I like Bliss. Now watch, every single check is going to be engage. Every single one. Freighter hangs over the ragged shipyard as the rig idles in the dock. Your eyes trace fuel lines snaking up its underside where they disappear into the dark. Word's gonna do something like, oh yeah, the person you take always dies. Truth from the pilot's console breaks the silence. Marco's signal. This is it, Sleeper. Seraphim settles back from the controls of the rig. He looks over his shoulder at you. You better get going. Don't get too bored. I'll do my best, Seraphim smirks. Hope they have something to drink in the yard. He glides towards the back of the cockpit. Seraphim clears his throat. Just don't do anything reckless, alright? As you float down the corridor towards the airlock, Marco comes to meet you. His usual gear swapped out for a plain set of overalls that you imagine are borrowed from the freighter crew. Ready to go, Sleeper? The crew we're replacing is already in the yard, so the sooner we get on board the better. He gives you a look. How are you feeling? Confident. He smiles. That's what I like to hear. No reason not to be. You pat you on the shoulder as you cross into the airlock. The airlock cycles and Marco leads you into the yard, through a series of shadowy passages that connect the 2 docking bridges. Now's the time, Sleeper, Marco says as you work your way to the yard. Any questions, any concerns? Speak up now. With passing checks? Marco shrugs. This freighter is a known ship to Tsubu. It makes this ride on a regular basis. They have no reason to suspect it. You reach a vertical tunnel and start ascending. At the docks, we'll probably have to give some enforcers a nod and a smile, but that's it. Come out the entrance to the other docking tunnel. The freighter filling the view and windows, so all you can see are the plates of the scratched hull. Sleeper, Bliss is waiting by the docking bridge. How come you aren't wearing one of these? They gesture at the loose and plain crew overalls you're wearing. I'll change on board. Bliss gives you a sideways look. You better. I'm not going to be the only one wearing one of these things. Sorry to interrupt, but we need to go. Marco gestures to the docking bridge. You hit the button to open the doors and glide towards the freighter's airlock. As you do, the fear settles in. You're going back to Darkside. Darkside sprawls out across the starscape, its surface a vast and random accumulation of structures, lights, and signs. You have watched it as the freighter cuts across the belt, as it grows cycle by cycle like a stain across the cockpit glass. Watching it approach, the fragmented memories of your time there pass through your mind, each one dissolving the moment you try to focus on it. Only the sensations remain. Despair, claustrophobia, fear, all somehow strengthened by their disconnected nature. It's as if, by not being attached to specific memories, they can run free through your mind, as alive as they were in the first moment of feeling. Instructions received. Appreciate it. Marco was in the pilot seat, talking to the Port Authority. Incoming to strut 2-3. He turns back to you, clicking off the outgoing comms channel. First step complete. We've got docking approval, as expected. He raises his eyebrows, noticing something in your face. Keep it together, alright? I've got this. I'm fine. Good. He turns back to the controls. Sleeper? Let's get your attention from across the cockpit. I'm right here, okay? I know this place is complicated for you. They smile warmly, but I've got your back. Thanks, Bliss. Anyone tries to mess with you? They shrug in an exaggerated way. I can't be held responsible for what I'll do to them. Yeah, Bliss is awesome. There's a hollow rumble through the body of the freighter as Marco brings it into the dock. The noise of this draftier, more industrial ship differs from those of your rig, and you haven't quite got used to them yet. Or they're being like, okay, we're going to make you really like the person you took, and then we're going to kill them. The squawk of noise over the comm sends Marco scrabbling at the controls to submit the docking code he was sent just moments before. There's an agonizing wait, and then chirp as the code is accepted. The freighter is docked. Alright, let me go out first, talk to the doctors, start the unloading. He unclips from his seat. Then we're good to go. Yeah, I'll wait. Marco nods. Alright, hold fast, as he glides out the cockpit without waiting for a response. You hold your nerve, looking out at the flickering lights and distant traffic. The airlock clunks open and closed again. Time drags on. You turn your attention to the job ahead, seeing it stretch out in front of you. Dark side seems impossibly vast. Too vast to find a specific person, but just to find a type of person. Someone unhappy with Tsubu's gains, ready to risk their life to change this place, and push to the point of desperation or anger. That might be a lot more doable. But first you must understand Tsubu. See how they run this place, where they meet, what they talk about. Find where Tsubu is weakest, find where they can be broken, and think about the pressure that might be applied, not just by you, but by all of Darkseid. So this is the place we initially escaped to at the beginning of the game. So coming back here is kind of a rough thing for us. How much do you trust Marco, Sleeper? Bliss throws out the question almost unconsciously. Sorry, do you know him that well? Seraphim does. Bliss nods. I hope Seraphim trust is well-founded then. They sigh and look out at the station. The airlock cycles once more. Moments later, Marco is in the cockpit, sweat beating on his brow. He takes a moment, his mood uncharacteristically flustered. Well, I bent the truth a little back there, but I think we're good. I don't think we're good. He runs a hand over his hair, slicking it back into place. Luckily, I've had a lot of practice lined with dock workers. He gives you a wink. They'll begin unloading later this cycle, and they won't be in a rush. He smiles. We have our time, as promised. But sun interjection evaporates any relief you're feeling. Utsuba are watching these docks, that I know for sure. For now, we're just another freighter, but all our comings and goings, that could be a problem. He turns to you. We can try to disable their monitoring, or we can just get the job done before it becomes an issue. I'll take a look. Marco nods. I'm sure you will. Either way, we need to get on with what we're doing. Marco folds his arms. Utsuba are everywhere, but we need to understand them, to know what is happening inside their organization. We slip under their skin and find out how they work. Marco looks to you. This is what I recommend. But now, Sleeper, it is your turn to lead. He folds his arms. Tell us where to begin. You feel the attention, the pressure shift to you. Time to find some allies. Time to find Subu's weakness. Time to stop running and resist. Alright, 1 crisis active, +1 per cycle. Super stress. Continue down. Okay, we're good at this. With Tsubu monitoring the docks, there's only a certain amount of time before they find you, unless you blind them. Tsubu surveillance under the docks layer network with some careful and delicate work can be disabled completely. Yeah, 1-1, great. I mean, we could make this better. Like, reroll random dice, but +1 roll, as long as we make sure there's just the 3 we want to reroll. That's kind of cool. Hey, look, so how's it going? We're just, infiltrating this place. Probably the last place we want to be. No, we got a 5 and a 6, though. 1 and a 6. Best way to get information on Tsubu to be cut up a conversation with the doctors. It's not exactly subtle, though. Eavesdropping, the safest way to investigate Washgate is by listening to the doctors, but who knows if you'll get the information you need. Sure, leave. The dock at Washgate is under Tsubu control. Make it a solid place to start when trying to infiltrate their operations. Okay. Okay, we got some checks we can work with here. Track enforcers. Tsubu's enforcers are hard to spot. So with some patience and effort following them, we'll lead you to the meeting place. Akusubu comms. To find the Utsubu safe house in the Rise, you need to monitor the network, chatter between forces without being caught. For the Rise is a hub for Utsubu operations and forces. You need to find out where they meet. So first thing we should do is cut this. Hack their surveillance. And that's basically mostly on us. We can have Bliss do one of these. The longer we keep that, the less time we're gonna have, so let's see. Actually do 6 here, since that's a danger one, with 100% chance. Hey Lena, how you doing? Plus. Wrapping the connections becomes more obvious that which cables need to be cut in what order. % POS. I wonder what's better, to 100% positive, 50% neutral on a danger one, or 100% positive on a risky one. Oh, cool. Anything interesting? Plus, yeah, he can't do anything here. Okay, that's it. I mean, it's plus here, too. I'm not actually sure what the benefit would be. Can't get that one this turn, so... What are these? Okay, 5 and a 6 we can do with him there. Bliss is one, unless we have a... No, those are both dangers. Is this one danger too? Yeah. This one's... Yeah, I'm not gonna risk a danger one with a 1. I could push too, maybe I'll do that. Can I actually get these yet? Real dice cannot be 1. You get this one and then this one. Oh yeah, contract location, duh. This is my chance to do that. Nice. They gave us 1 stress though. Very small chance we can get this on the first time. Yeah, APR2 turning into a 4 would have to be positive. There's a 25% chance it's -2. Come on. Neutral. Damn it. We can use 1 there. I mean, neutral, that's all we need. Nice. Got it. So now we'll have more time. Yeah, 5 and a 6. It's gonna be the harder one to get. I guess the bottom one, since Bliss won't have this. Bliss has the stuff for. Yeah, he doesn't have the one for this. So this is. Or no, but there's a. Okay. We'll do the one there's 2 dangers. Don't really think it matters that much. Oh, cool. I never really messed with those, but I know a lot of people have. Oof. Oh, he's only got 4 stress. That guy cannot take the pressure. Nice. Cycle. Come on, good stuff, because I don't want to push again. Okay. Marco got a 1 and 2. So he's useless, but, yeah, 5 and a 3. I can work that. I think he kind of has to do that one, if anything. Or no, this one. Or we can do ours. 50% chance of neutral. Kinda wonder if we save these. Alright. We can do just risky with the 3s down at the other one. If it gets a neutral, I think it's gonna be 1 stress, so. If we get positive here, then we can get this one this turn. Come on. Nice. Kinda kicking some ass. And finished. You have located an Nsubu safe house. You were sure of that. But getting inside will be tricky, thanks to the automated lock on the entrance. There has to be some way to get a pass key. You make your way through the rise, head down into the dark passageways. Sleeper? Bliss tapped you on the shoulders with a certain urgency. Marco's gone, of course he is. Stop in the dark side passageway you were drifting down, a quiet connection between 2 thoroughfares. You glance around the loose buildings of wire and stained metal plates. It seems like a safe place to talk. You just muttered about having something to deal with and then split. Just like that. Liz sighs and shakes their head. Just went before I could say a thing. You pause for a moment, unsure how to react. What's going on? You tell me, Sleeper. I thought Marco was solid. Liz folds her arm. This doesn't look solid to me. It looks far from solid. You take a moment. No need to panic. Marco brought you here. He'll get you out. You look down the corridor towards a busier, wider passageway. Passage where people drift by. I feel like this guy might go against us. If you need to deal with something, then, well, you need to deal with something. Doesn't mean anything, but you sure as hell wish he had given you a warning. Surveilled and now shorthanded, the job is going from bad to worse. Wow, we just really don't have him, do we? Unlock entrance. Okay, so I'm sure we get that from here. Oh, that little shit. Great, and Bliss isn't good at these. Figures. Still, we're doing well. Neutral. Talkers' chats are mostly worthless, but you hear talk of a place where the Subu members meet. Yeah, it turns into a one. No, it's not the other one. No need to risk it, we're ahead. Is he gonna come back? Ooh. You got 4 and 5. Yeah, man, we're getting good rolls in this one. What kind of rolls? Nice. C3. It's gonna be 2 and a 2. Thank God. New location. Oh, another one. Okay, he can at least do this one. Steal a passkey. The fastest, most dangerous way to get an entry cipher is to steal a physical passkey. First, you have to find a mark. Extract cipher. Rather than steal a passkey wholesale, it might be safer to hack the personal slate of the doctors and exchange enough data for a fake. Me and doctors are members of Itsugu, making this bar the perfect place to score an ID cipher. There's no chance of negative. If he does this 4, there's a chance though. And he'd be doing the dangerous one. So I'm sure the thing would go up if he got negative. Little of the entry cipher is gleaned from a slate, but it'll take more to complete it. Still, odds are in our favor after this. So I think we'll do this 4 still. Oof. Stressful, but swiping a passkey might be possible. All is needed is more time. I like how these are together, like I was stealing a passkey add-on to extracting a cipher. Come on! Alright, I'm neutral. Too stressed, but could be worse. 3 more supplies. Stress is doing good. Oh, except for the 1, pretty good. And Bliss totally screwed it up. If it's neutral, it's only 1. We should do the sure thing. 4. We can do the risky one. I don't think we need to, but. Right, passkey stolen smoothly. This should contain full cipher for entry to Tsumu facilities. Oh, thanks to Marco. Okay. Enter key. Use passkey and the bolt dunks open. Time to go inside. Unmarked door slides open as you use the cipher. Beyond it, a dark tunnel descends, its roof a mess of bundled tubes and wires. Entering, you see a flickering light at its far end, and hear the soft echoes of raced voices. You hear Bliss taking a deep breath behind you. We stay quiet, we listen in, that's all. You aren't sure if they are talking to you or not. You drift down the tunnel, keeping your limbs clear of the sides, your passage through the air silent and gentle. Focus on the flickering lights, the sound of the voices growing even louder. As you descend through the tunnel, you notice a small dark doorway leading off before the tunnel reaches the bottom. You slow yourself gently, fingertips gracing the metal walls on either side. Glancing through, you see a doorway leading to a framework balcony, high on the wall of some dark room. Glance down to the bottom of the tunnel and hear the voices rising in volume. Hey, here. Bliss nods at the balcony. We stay here. Stay in the dark. You come out onto the balcony overlooking a dark, cavernous room, lit in patches with the bright area at the far end, and is filled with people. Tsubu forces and members, all facing forward, their floating bodies silhouetted by a pool of bright lights ahead. In that bright pool, 2 figures are arguing. You come to the edge of the balcony, a feeling of safety granted to you by both your elevation and the cover of darkness. Below, the entire room has its attention focused on the 2 figures in the pool of light. The watching audience keeping to the dark perimeter as if they were observing a piece of theater. Is Marco going to be there? You feel Bliss arrive beside you, their attention like yours on the scene below. These are my territories. You need to withdraw. One figure there, features hard to define in the pool of light, gestures at the other. There's no discussion to be had. Or not. Another figure laughs. You're pathetic, Orin. The Washgate is a joke, like you. He turns to the crowd, and you see dark hair, dark eyes, and smile like a slit. Dark-haired figure addresses the gathered crowd. Orin makes nothing from the Washgate. All that freight, and he lets it slip by while he soaks up bribes. Jeering echoes around the crowd. He's stealing from you all. Daichi, piece of shit. Orin spits a glinting orb zipping past the other man. You have no respect. A few of the crowd enter the light, gather behind one figure or the other, barely more than a forcer and already dictating terms. If you had any idea what was happening in the passages, you'd know we've been facing sabotage and resistance across the Washgate. Orin shakes his head. Itsuba's control is under question. Sabotage and resistance. You quietly log the remarks in your mind. Those are the people you have to find. Daichi smirks in response. I still know how it is in the passage, but you are getting soft, Orin. He glances around. You can't deal with some angry shop owners. He makes a show of his mocking laugh. It's easy to mock, but they are organized, and I am close to rooting out their meeting places. Orin folds his arms. You wouldn't know where to start looking. You say so, old man. In the end, it's only a matter of time before someone ambitious notices how weak you become. Daichi draws a finger across his throat with a grin. The room erupts in shouts. Both sides call out insults, while others from the crowd air their own problems, some drifting to the light to heckle Daichi or Orin directly. Silence! A voice cuts through the room, raised above all others. The noise drops. You lean forward to get a better view. A woman holds her muscled arms in the air, a wide, strong gesture of control, not surrender. You hear a sharp intake of breath from Bliss beside you, but you don't dare look away for more than a moment. Both of you, she shakes her head, her long braid snaking through the air as she does. Enough. This is not how we do things. The chaos is replaced by a disgruntled muttering, no one voice willing to rise above the murmur. Daichi floats to one side, arms cruelly folded, while Orin fumes opposite him, his hands in tight fists. This is how the Star Ward conducts his business. She shoots her hard looks around the room. Animals fighting over scraps. Inkita. Orin eyes Daichi as he speaks. Daichi is the one disrespecting leadership, and the trust they have placed in. I said enough. Your weakness does not impress me, Orin. She turns to Daichi. And neither does your petulance, Daichi. What are you calling weak, Inkita? Orin narrows his eyes. You may be Lane's favorite, but I have something that will change all that. He looks out over the heads of the crowd. Bring him. And here comes Marco. The figure is dragged into the circle of light, their head low, a greasy tangle of hair drifting over their face. They lift a hand and slick it back out of their eyes. Yup. Marco. Bliss hisses from beside you. As Marco's pale face catches the light, gleaming with sweat. This one here has a very interesting story to share with us all. Fuck. Orin gestures to the gathering crowd. I'm sure you're aware of the bounty Lane has put on the head of a very valuable escaped sleeper and their accomplices. Well, Marco here tells me, he smiles at Marco, whose eyes are fixed forward, squinting into the light, that same sleeper is right now on a freighter moored at the Washgate docks. Oh, me? Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, I rarely do, but every once in a while. I really like the commission I got. Rupert runs through the gathered crowd, a reflection of the value of this information. You wonder how much cry was on your and Seraphin's heads. Thank you. Yeah, I've gotten a lot of art. Most I can't put on Twitch. But that one's good and I can. Looking at Marco's eyes, tempting to see indication of what that might be. A desperate bid to save himself or a betrayal of everything you agreed upon. His set stare reveals nothing. Now, Lane himself will be returning in 3 cycles, and you can imagine how pleased he will be to present the sleeper to him. Inkita stares at Orin. He had no business keeping this from me. She folds her arms. I will be the one to bring the sleeper in. Not so fast, Inkita. Orin turns to the gathered crowd. The first of you to bring me the sleeper will be given a share of Washgate. He shoots a look across the circle of light. That includes you, Daichi. I'm really afraid that Bliss is going to get killed or something, like trying to save us. The crowd erupts into shouts and movements. The assembled Tsubu members suddenly up and moving towards the doors. You push yourself into the corner of the balcony, tucking yourself into the shadows as you hear the tunnels filled with voices. There are shouts and scuffles, and you fear that any moment you'll be discovered. As time passes, the noise subsides. You only open your eyes when the sound disappears altogether. The Tsubu members on their way to your freighter, the freighter that's supposed to take you off the dark side. You feel the panic rising. You're trapped here once more. I can't. Bliss whispers beside you. Don't. They meet your eye. We need to go, now. You send through the tunnel, silent, slow. Your eyes are on the entrance, hoping that no Tsubu members return or enters. And then you are back out the main passageway, blinking into the light of fluorescent panels, and gliding away from the entrance, lost in a daze. Somewhere in the rise, you eventually stop. Not sure where you might be going, but you need to get away from what you just witnessed. You can't go back to the freighter. That much is clear, which means no supplies, no place to sleep. Then there's Marco. Was this always part of the plan, or is it just him in survival mode? Your mind fills with questions and worries. The path ahead unclear. I know we're sleeper. Bliss seems out of breath, bracing themselves against the wall of the passageway. Inkita. You see a tear glittering, drifting from their eye. We came to the belt together. Oh, that's the person he came with. Who is she? Nikita, she was a mercenary, but she left that behind. Bliss stops, wiping their face to join hands. Join Subu? I don't understand. She would never... They trail off. I'm sorry. They sigh. This isn't right, Sleeper. Something's going on. Maybe I can find her, talk to her? Bliss shakes her head. She has to have a reason. There must be more to this. I think we need to stay away from her. Oh, hey, Christy. Thanks so much for the raid. Welcome, everyone. I am Shaxi Kitsune, Transgender Kitsune VTuber, and we are playing Citizen Sleeper 2. How was, Hades 2? Yeah, we just got betrayed by the person we came here. We're infiltrating this, basically the enemy base. We got betrayed, and everyone's looking for us to take us back to the person we ran away from at the beginning of the game. And I'm worried that something's going to happen to my friend here. Bliss me try in desperation. I need to understand Sleeper, trust me. They stuff their hands into their pockets. There's more to what Nikita's doing here. Bliss goes quiet, lost in thought. It's clear, as you see them turning the problem around in their minds, that their past with Nikita is affecting their judgment. Go and talk to her? The woman looked homicidal. But she is Marco, and you still don't know what to do about that. I don't give a shit about Marco. Can you really leave this place without him? How would Seraphin react? If he actually has been caught by Tsubu, can you forgive him for giving into the pressure? You are struggling to be angry at him, perhaps because you have been where he is now, under Tsubu's control. What would you have done to escape? Who would you have given up? We need to find somewhere to rest, Sleeper. Bliss is dry-eyed and determined now, a decision made in their mind. We should stay here, in their eyes, far away from the port. We'll need supplies, and more than that, we'll need a way out. They turn away and look down the passageway. I'll find an empty unit for us. Don't go anywhere. You take a moment trying to find a focus. Maybe you could find those resisting Tsubu. They could help you. Though you wonder if they ever existed at all, given what Marco was the one who reported their existence to you and Seraphim. Is this whole thing a ploy to collect the bounty to bring you to Darkside? If you search out Marco, perhaps he can answer you, for better or worse. But then you recall Orn's words, sabotage and resistance. If that was an honest plea, then there's some truth in what Marco said. Tsubu is being resisted. So Seraphim is like, he's not here, right? He's like on the ship that's away from here, I think. Otherwise, they're going to the dock to get him like right now. I'm trying to gather yourself. You have to bounce back. Come up fighting. Otherwise, this place will drown you in its darkness. Oh. Bring Bliss on your Darkside Recon achievement. Interesting. I wonder if that's for everyone. He does have like a special, or they have a special connection to this. Per cycle plus stress plus crew stress. Well, at least her stress is okay for the time being. Great. Flicker Grow lives up to its name. This dizzying strip of screens and stalls piled high with tech. Can you find supplies amongst this? Oh yeah, we have 0 supplies. All your supplies were on board the freighter. Shopping is too great a risk. Stealing's the only way to stay hidden. Okay. Well, luckily we got some 6s here. Yeah. Freaking neutral, it's probably just 1. We'd have to get both of those. I guess we got Bliss too. Yeah, he's got like 50%. Just do the 6. It's fine. Alright, 2 supplies. Do we just have to rest anyway? I think so. Recon, Darkside. Yeah, that seems like the only place. You awaken the cold of an abandoned unit to an unsettling quiet. The air cyclers whine, the heat diffusers hum, but nothing around you breathes. You are alone. They went to go talk to them, didn't they? You slowly raise yourself, unclip the straps from the bunk, and allow yourself to drift up into the air, silence. And then, in that silence, you hear something. A scrape or scuff. It draws your eyes to the unit's doorway, where a shape is settled in the dark. I knew you couldn't have gone far, and Kita shifts to fill the doorway. Rusher? No, she would destroy us. Should I rush her or stay still? I feel like I kind of want to talk to her. So I can find out where Bliss is. Stay still. Just calm yourself. And Kita holds up both hands. Let's not cause too much damage. She raises an eyebrow. May I come in? She drifts through the doorway. We don't need any extra attention right now. What are you doing here? Look, just shut up and listen. And Kita drops her voice. I'm risking everything by coming up here, she hisses, so don't make this any harder than it is. Okay, is she actually on her side then? What you need to know is this. I am on your side. I want Darkseid free, just like you. And I hate Lane just as much as you do. Okay, good. And Kita sighs. I just have different methods, that's all. She raises an eyebrow. You might say better methods, given how well your visit has gone. Why should I trust you? I'm the only person who can get you off Darkseid, so you better listen closely. Kita hisses. It's taken me more cycles than you would believe to get this deep into Tsubu. And I'm not about to give it up for one escapee. Then Lane doesn't usually run all across the belt chasing a lone escapee, even a sleeper. And Kita drifts a little closer, overshadowing you. So you need to tell me now, what does Lane want with you? Why are you so important to him? I don't remember. And Kita raises an eyebrow. Please, tell me you're joking. What you don't understand, Sleeper, is that I've been trying to keep you safe since I saw you arrive, but your friend hasn't made it easy. Getting himself caught by Tsubu is bad enough, but then blabbing about you being here? She sighs. I can only protect you so much. Where's Marco? I don't run the gang, he's Orin's. I can't risk starting an internal war. Either way, you're lucky you aren't in the same position, and you have me to thank for that. So I'll ask you again, and Kita meets your eye, why is Lane pursuing you? Explain how your frame is changing. Explain you can see Lane in your mind. Sure. He looks away in thought as you explain. She waits for you to finish. None of it makes any sense, but there's no way I'm letting Lane get his prize. Not until we understand more. She gives you a hard look. I can get you out, but I need a couple of cycles, and I need you to do something for me. You need to take this with you, off station. She produces a thumbnail drive and holds it up. This is everything I've managed to scrape from within Tsubu. The key to challenging Lane is on here. I know it. Where's Bliss? Take it to Olivera. It's tucked away in a crater. In the shoals, that massive debris field beyond the hollow. She meets your eyes. You give it to Carmen, no one else. And Kita, press the drive into your palm and close your hand around it. No one but Carmen, you understand? Lane's rise has been cruel. He has spilled too much blood. When I'm ready, I will make him pay for that, but Carmen needs to analyze what I've got on him. To find the right place a moment to strike. And Kita meets your eye. I knew a sleeper once, and I should have trusted them. She lets go of your hand, so now I'm trusting you. I'll get you out, and you deliver. That's the deal. Kita cracks her knuckles. Then, together we can... Kita, you hear Bliss's voice, faint but clear from behind Kita. You see the confusion in Kita's voice as she turns. Bliss? She trails off, her aggression dissolving in front of you. I assume Bliss brought her here, but I guess not. The hell do you think you're doing? You see a rare flash of anger in Bliss's face, over in Kita's shoulders. Tsubu? Really? This is where you fled to? The welcoming arms of the Belt's cruelest gang? Bliss, and Kita stumbles over her words. And now what? You're here to deliver the sleeper to Lane? Bliss stares her down. You disgust me. Bliss, it's not like that. I'm here to help the sleeper, to help you both. She sighs. What the hell are you talking about? Bliss's anger is softened a little by their confusion. I infiltrated in Tsubu. I'm working to get the sleeper out of Darkseid to free this place. Infiltrated? Bliss laughs. So that's it. You've cast yourself as some sort of spy? They shake their head. After you left, this is where I find you. Are you trying to get yourself killed? And Kita looks down, silent, her panic at seeing Bliss now turn to a cold, hard anger. Don't lecture me. I'm trying to do something worthwhile. She meets Bliss's eye with a fire. You have no idea what I have had to do. Bliss looks away. I don't want to know. They shake their head. I don't want to know a thing. Silence falls in the room, the tension growing. Kita turns to you. I have to go, Sleeper. She glances between the two of you. I've already taken a big risk coming here. They cannot find me. 2 cycles. Be ready to leave. She backs out of the unit. When Lane comes back, you go out. Neither of us want him to win here. And a piece of advice? Forget Marco. Keep your head down and wait for me. She raises a finger. You need supplies? Steal them in Flicker Row. Otherwise, keep to yourself. Nikita gives you a hard look and slips out of the unit. Now we got 2 5s. Alright, what's our options? The Rise. Search the passages. It's dangerous, but search in the Rise for a trace of Marco. Ritsubu activity might help you find his trail. It's engage. Okay, I guess we can search the network though. Tsubacom's network has some record or mention of Marco if you can find it. And you can find where they've taken him. Yeah, he gets 2 5s and he can't do anything. That sucks. Yeah, I'm glad we specialized in the interface. That thing's been great. Look deep in some communication logs or mentions of someone matching Marco's description. Is this him? Can we actually find a supplies? It doesn't give you the option until you run out. Nope, it's just that one. Like, he can do it and he would get a 3, which 25% chance of negative. Since it's danger, like even getting neutral would probably give him stress. So it's risky. But our Obscura stress here is really good. We'll definitely do these. If this was only a risky one, I'd feel a lot better about doing it. Maybe. Yeah, maybe we can get to like another one and do it. Oh, of course. Really? We had to get this. +2 stress. +1 stress. Now we're gonna start breaking dice. Sucks because like we're almost full health with them. We only have 2 components to repair them. You have no specific memory of it. There is something unpleasantly familiar about the place you find yourself in. Among the many stacks of the Rise, framed by scaffolding and stretching away from Darkseid's reflectors in a way that is only possible in 0G, you find yourself in a cold corner. Here, a locked door is marked with Tsubu's signal, a single eel, curled back on itself, its mouth around its own tail. This is the kind of door around which Tsubu keeps its secrets, its assets like you and Seraphim were. Like Marco is now. It's a door you've been watching, which is why you know there should be an enforcer lazily linked beside it, and why you know you only have moments before they come back. Fuck! You slip a shipbreaker's chisel from your belt pack and jam into the lock, glancing over your shoulder as you try to force the mechanism. The tool snaps off in the hole, broken. Letting go of your anger, you kick again and again at the lock until it shears away with a crunch that echoes down the passageway in both directions. It's hard to imagine that anyone in the building didn't hear it. You rush the door open. A dim corridor stretches out ahead of you, lined with doors on either side. A memory flickers in your mind, but you push it away. There isn't time. Most of the cells are dark, empty, but a warm glow spills from one of the doors. You quickly approach it and look in. Marco is tucked into an inset berth, a padded niche like those in any unit. His back is turned to the small window in the door. You slam the exterior lock release without thinking, Marco turning over to face the door as it hisses open. Sleeper? He freezes for a moment, unsure of your intentions. He raises a hand as if to protect himself, to put something between you and him. Suddenly you feel something sharp prodding into your lower back, and a hand on your shoulder. Marco's eyes flash with fear. Lucky me, Daichi's voice hisses in your ear. I came to squeeze a little more information from Warren's prize here, but it looks like I just got everything I need. Daichi guides you backwards out of the unit. Marco follows his eyes, falling with his eyes fixed on him. You make a move, I'll get the sleeper. You feel the knife probe deeper, breaking your vinyl skin. Let me engage. It's like not even much of a difference. I'm going with the better chance though. Try to run. Neutral. Knife cuts deep as you spin on it, but you do not stop. You kick hard for the doorway, for the passageway, light washing over you and pulses as you do. Moments later, Marco and you are streaking through the passages of the Rise in a haze, the pain fading, but the fear holding strong. Desperate to leave this place once and for all. Refuse to leave Marco on Darkseid. Okay. So, we got nothing but rest, I guess? I don't know, it seems like a waste, but whatever. Can get you out, but only in a small window. It's up to you to hold out until the moment arrives. Please not damage any dice. The game's gonna say no. The game said no. You wake up in a bare unit, cloaked in the endless shadow of Darkside. Outside the window, the light of the city glitter, but you do not see them. Your attention is instead on the tugging thread in your mind. Lane, drawing ever closer. You shiver. One more cycle, then you're out. Supplies empty. So I'm guessing we just get supplies here and then that's it. Then break our dice more. Wait, how do we get supplies? Am I missing something? They said to steal supplies from the place. I feel like this should have changed. Like, I've never seen it just like stay this way. Well, so we can try to miss anything, but yeah. I guess we just rest again. It sucks. So we have a lot of stress. And we're gonna break more dice. And we're gonna give you more stress because we don't have food. Make it through Darkside Recon without getting caught. I guess that could be worse. Marco rises from his berth quietly. You haven't really spoken. The two of you kept busy by your own injuries and the constant fear that Daichi will find you. And so far he hasn't. And if Nikita is to be trusted, this is your final cycle on Darkside. You look at Bliss, floating in the corner, staring vacantly at the spot in the wall. You did your best to explain what Akita had told you about her involvement with Subu, but since then, they have been quiet, removed. You haven't dared to find, or to ask more about their history together. You trust that when Bliss is ready for you to know, they will tell you. You wait in silence, no one eager to speak. Deep fatigue is set in. In this moment, all anyone can do is wait for the excursion to be over. She's here. Marco nods at the doorway, where a silhouetted figure waits. Nikita looks at Marco and then at you, a raised eyebrow, the old acknowledgement that you went against her advice. Lane is back on Darkside. We have to go now. Nikita looks tired, angry. We won't have another chance. Come with me, quickly, quietly. She turns and pushes out into the corridor. An exhausted-looking Bliss turns to you. Let's put this place behind us. Nikita leads you across Darkside, not stopping to look back. Lights and passages flash by, but you barely notice them. All eyes are fixed ahead, on the way out. At some distant part of the station, Nikita stops at a docking bridge, a small freighter visible through the viewing windows. She slaps the door release and it slides open. She grabs your shoulders, looking into your eyes. Lane's focus will be on Darkside now. He needs to stop the infighting, to shore up Itsubu. If you get out now, he won't follow. Remember, Nikita hisses the instructions to you. Get that drive to Oliveira. Give it to Carmen. No one else, no matter what they say. Thank you. Nikita simply nods and she is gone, disappearing into the endless winding passages of Darkside. You drift gingerly down the docking tunnel, which leads into the cold and sparse cargo bay of the ship. Once you are inside, there is a hiss and the door scissors shut. For a moment, you panic, seeing no exit, no other door, just the metal-walled bay. Is this a trap? But the engines rumble to life, and you give into your exhaustion. If Nikita has tricked you, at least you're leaving this place behind. And then you feel it, cold fingers reaching into your mind. You are so close, Lane's voice in your ear. You are here. A rustling, a shifting. I can't quite place you, can't quite put my finger on you, Sleeper, but I know you're there. What were you doing here? Hoping to confront me, perhaps? Or something else? A hiss. I'm right here, you coward. Come and find me. I'll admit, I'm not quite ready for you, Sleeper. Flicker in a spasm, but so soon this will all be over. The tone begins, shrill and inescapable. Let me show you. The tone rises. Lane is in the bay of the freighter, the pull of constant acceleration accompanying presence against his chest. Lane looks around the bay, taking it in slowly. He inhales the stale air deeply. Lane feels power, feels pride. The sense of control over another excites him. This is his desire. Lane lifts his right hand and turns in the air, flexing his fingers in a satisfying wave. Something flickers at the corner of your vision. For a moment, and you strain to turn Lane's head. It does not turn, but you swear you see a figure there, in the bay with you. It opens its mouth as if to speak, as if to scream, and then it is gone. A smile grows on Lane's face, a spreading tightness that has its own impulse. He raises one hand used to grip the smallest finger of the other. A pause, then a sudden jerk. So he's taken over our body? Lane snaps the finger back against the joint. The pain is instant, and as is yours, it burns your vision away. When the white-hot blindness has faded, you look out at the same metal walls. You hold the same finger in your hand, and as you release it, you see the crooked shape it has been bent into. A shiver runs through you, and you reach back into your mind to see if any trace of any fragment of Lane remains there. You put your hand on your face and push, as if to push him from your head. The ship continues on its starward arc, away from Darkseid, away from Lane, but you can't help but feel that some part of him is still there, behind your eyes, concealed behind the pain of that snapped finger. It takes a long time before you're ready to discuss everything. First there was a journey to the yard, then disembarking from the freighter, then explaining to the waiting crew why their ship was impounded, something Marco offered 1,000 apologies for. Thankfully, the crew of the ship that brought you out of the Darkseid, sent by Nikita, took the others aside and settled them. Though the promise of remuneration or the threat of violence, you aren't sure, but you expect they will leave together for Darkseid soon. You do your best to explain things to the crew, though touching on what happened with Marco is not something you were willing to do at first. Where's Seraphin? This in particular seems to struggle, taking themselves away from the rest of the crew and almost staying in their bunk. It seems the encounter with Nikita brought back memories from the time the two of them were a couple, and other memories too, from the time after when Nikita left. The whole time you find yourself in a daze, your skin hurts, and your muscles tremble. You don't feel yourself. You rest for a while, and as you do, conversations echo around you until you find yourself able to rise. Sleeper. Marco comes to you in the quiet of the rig. Can we speak a moment? Go ahead. Marco nods. Thank you, Sleeper. He looks down. I know it almost cost you everything. We have to understand something. When they caught me, I was looking for someone important to me. That's why I wanted to come with you. I just wanted to get a message to him, and to know that he was alright. You could have told us. He screws up his face, each word bringing him pain, and I admit, I thought I might be able to bargain on his behalf, to get us both out. Bargain use my life? Marco can't bring himself to admit it, but you both know it to be true. All I can see is, I am sorry. Oh, bastard. Look, you can use the yard when you get back to the scatter yards. There are some components in there. Take what you want. Marco sniffs. I'm going to stay here a while. He does not meet your eye. He simply turns away and drifts down the corridor. As he does, Seraphin passes him by, receiving no acknowledgement. You changed. Seraphin gives you a questioning look as Marco leaves. What happened out there, Sleeper? He floats there, stretched his scarred arm, the protective sleeve he has been wearing since the far spindle finally removed. Marco betrayed us. Seraphin shakes his head. What do you mean? He told Subu where to find me. I mean, he said he used it as a bargaining chip. Yeah, pretty much. No, Seraphin frowns. That can't be, he pauses. It's not that I don't believe you, but Marco hates Subu. Seraphin sighs. He's come through for me so many times, I never thought... I'll talk to him, Seraphin nods, a grim look on his face. I'll get the full story. Seraphin looks down. I'm sorry I wasn't there, Sleeper. I should never have let Marco go instead of me. That's okay. Never again. He looks up. Tell me it was worth it, Sleeper, that you got something on Subu. You explain about the meeting you witnessed, the conflict between Orin and Daiichi, and Nikita's intervention. Explaining Nikita takes a little more effort, but you try to remember everything that happened. You explain Nikita's insistence that she was working against Darkseid, and how she got you off the station. You explain that Subu itself is coming apart with Lane absent, and that this will draw his focus away from the two of you. I'm kind of interested to know what happens if you get caught. I guess Nikita probably breaks you out. Seraphin waits until you have finished to respond. So this Nikita got herself inside of Subu. He raises an eyebrow. Just to try to break their grip on Darkseid? He whistles. Take some balls. You explain the drive, mention Oliveira, Carmen, and then hold up the thumbnail drive, the one Nikita entrusted to you. Oliveira, he screws up his face. I've heard of it, maybe once or twice. I just assumed it was some backwater colony, he sighs. Never met a Carmen, though. What's on that thing? Seraphin nods at the thumbnail drive. Something incriminating? Incriminating for who? Seraphin raises an eyebrow. Lane makes a law on Darkseid. If they were going to lock him up for his cruelty, they would have done so already. I don't get it. Seraphin raises an eyebrow. We just deliver this little mystery drive and that's all? He looks away, deep in thought. Is that what you want to do next? Oliveira, though you've never heard of it, but seems it like the place to go if you want to help Ankita fight back against Lane. You look at the drive, and as you do, you can't help but feel you're being used, not for the first time. One thing I will say, Surfing begins, clearly thinking out loud. If we want to head back to Darkside, take on Lane, we're going to need to do so on our ship this time. Some crews got spoof transponders, send out a signal matching another ship, he shrugs. They're going to get one fitted here, but that's something we need to look out for. Sure, you think. Go back to Darkside, where Lane waits. A shudder of fear runs through you, thinking of the moment you slipped into your mind on the freighter. If you ever go back there, you know you'll need something to counteract him. We also recall Overseer's presence in that moment too. His strange form holding its shape as Lane tries to override your controls. Perhaps Overseer has a way to resist his signal. That's kind of what I was assuming. We have like another AI in our head. Your mind whirls with possibilities and problems. Is this really the right move? To go back to the place that almost killed you twice? To take Lane on? Surfing looks at you expectantly. What do you think, Sleeper? We need to prepare. Couldn't agree more. Surfing shakes his head. Next time will be different. We'll be ready. We will come up fighting and Lane won't have a clue what's hit him. We need work. We need a crew. Surfing starts to count off his fingers. We need to take that thing to Oliveira, and we need you strong, Sleeper. Speaking of, Surfing takes out the box of components. I kept myself busy these past cycles, working in the fabricator base on the scatter yards. I figured you could use some spares. At first, Surfing takes a calming breath. We rest. But first, we dance. Alright, 2 upgrade points. Lots of glitches. Wait, why do we get glitches? Oh, because Lane took control of us, I guess? Search Marco's yard. Marco said you were free to take the components he had, but his yard is an absolute mess. Where do you even start? Okay. Still need one more engine part. What else we got here? Starving. Marco could have, you know, got something to eat or something. Well, all at once, huh? Christ. Okay, we'll want to all that stuff. I guess first off, we're going to eat. Yeah, because we have no supplies anymore. We like lost all our supplies. Alright. Let's search his yard. Which ones? Yeah. It's safe, so nothing crazy is gonna throw it, but... Oh, engine component, hey! To increase the ship's range, the engine will need to overhaul to squeeze more power out of the turbines. That means new components. Oop. Let's carefully slot the components into the prepared drive. The engine is improved as much as you're able to. Cool. Yeah. Oh. Now that you're familiar with the Stray, you can feed her directly, but she still has a little nervous around her crew. Yeah, we'll need to be able to give you some supplies. Let's finish looking through here. Maybe find some supplies in here. Man. Well, at least we're getting these glitches out of the way. Scrap component, that's it. And we have enough points to upgrade. To upgrade our thing here all the way. Reroll dice cannot be 1. Let's stress if reroll 6. I'm thinking that and then plus 1 die, but for now I'll probably do this. Maybe get into it all the way up. At least that would help with that. Or could have helped. Alright. Let's read the key. There you go. I'm not sure how much I'm supposed to feed you. Put the supplies in the social feeder, 3 cat waste into your outside. Still don't understand how the cat eats that much. Okay. I'll get to stay here and like do the rest of that looking at stuff. Darkness flows around you, and you know what comes next. Sleeper, the multi-part image of Overseer assembles itself in front of you. We must intervene in your current course. Intervene in what? The opening of your system has breached the existing paradigm. You are dangerously exposed. The voices somehow both soundless and shrill. As we are sharing your hardware, that means we too are fatally exposed. Individual agent you encountered, we were almost completely erased by their attempts to seize control. Overseer's 3 heads nod eagerly in agreement. It's Lane. We have knowledge of this name from your memory banks. There's much of interest to us recorded there, though often partially and inconsistently. Overseer whirs unsettlingly, but yes, can confirm Lane's role in this vulnerability. It is our understanding that the assumption of inevitability is incorrect. Overseer glows with bright veins of data, but in this state, we cannot operate with full functionality. If we were to be recompiled in our correct configuration, we believe we'd be able to calculate a new path. Our aim would be to close the vulnerabilities and reinforce your system against future intrusion. This would ensure our safety within your system. 3 sets of eyes lock onto you. Would that please you? How? We do not know. All 3 heads cock at an angle. We are aware we are built with certain capabilities, but we cannot access them until we are recompiled. We are competent to a substantial degree that we will know how to complete the process once recompiled. 3 heads nod, one to another. Then recompile. Heads resolve thoughtfully for a moment. Without our originating codebase, we cannot recompile. Overseer flickers. If you're able to speak with the Solheim Systems Administrator, perhaps lead engineer Yakov Kandinsky, perhaps we could acquire it? The heads stare at you expectantly, like 3 partially deconstructed puppets. Solheim is gone. Yes. The heads nod repeatedly, of course. Heads continue nodding. We were, of course, aware of this. You look at the fragmented program, itself, its systems, unstable and broken. You realize it is far worse off than you, and its collapse is almost inevitable. How could it possibly save you? It is a difficulty, Overseer flicks between poses, but all code bases are held in centralized Solheim facilities. They are stationed A1 in Khan Channel Operations Center, and in the control center at the HOBBEP, or Hellion Asteroid Belt Photovoltaic Extraction Project. Overseer smiles helpfully. HOBBEP, is that dark side? Over immediately it latches onto the thought. Based on the memory bank's sweet beliefs, of course it is. Correct. It appears to you that this entire conversation is happening within your head. It is an unsettling feeling. I can't go back to dark side. Correct. It'd be inadvisable without precaution. Overseer chirps brightly. We understand that the individual seeking to overwrite you is stationed in the HOBBEP itself. Overseer's 3 heads separate and turn inwards as if in conference. The shattered heads turn simultaneously, unsettling in the directness with which they address you. But if you could access the HOBBEP mainframe without making yourself known, we could reconstruct ourselves and gain the ability to reconstruct you. Theoretically, one of the heads adds. Theoretically, the other 2 heads confirm. Theoretically? Theoretically, the heads confirm again. The reassurances of a delusional Solheim protocol are barely reassuring, but if Solheim is correct, or if Overseer is correct, this may be your only option. We feel your doubt, but we must impress on you the importance of this. Please. Overseer's eyes flash, all 6 of them. If not for your sake, for ours. If you cannot find your way into the HOBBEP before encountering this Lane, you will surely be overwritten, and we would also share your fate. The heads rotate. We would not like this to happen. You sigh, exhausted from the conversation. Overseer gets the message. We will leave you to recharge, but please, consider the path ahead. You come back to a ragged paneling of the bunks. Somewhere behind your left eye, the ache begins. You envy Overseer for its lack of body and the pain it causes, but then suddenly you wonder if it is sharing your body, it shares your pain too. The thought makes you pity the broken protocol, its sense of time and place shattered. Perhaps you share more than you would like to admit. Path ahead begins to take shape. It seems to a return to dark side is inevitable, but you will need help to make that return. Okay. Yeah, we finished doing this one thing and get the hell out. Got some supplies. Wait, got 2 supplies? Really? I guess you get more with like more crew. That saves us 30. Right, let's get... Let's max out 2 things. Okay, scrap components. Nig is not really a big deal, so yeah. I wonder if possibly would have got me like more stuff. Maybe I should have done the 5. Didn't think of that. Fabricate. That's kind of the only thing we can do here, right? I mean, start some, I guess. Shit, maybe we should have got engineer up. Alright. Guess I got 1 glitch, too. Alright, well, we come back here, we can do that. Then we need to get 2 rare components. I think you can get both, but you can only have 1 chosen at a time. So yeah, for now I'll just get 1 path each. You can only like change it when you're in like a safe hub like this, not during a contract. Right, buy stuff. Oh, we can hold 15 fuel now. Plenty of money. Anything different with feeding the cat? Like, I don't... It doesn't seem like it's, like, increasing for anything, so there's just, like, some invisible thing there. Okay, where are we going? It's the Hollow. Where's the Oliveira? Yeah, I mean, maybe it goes on enough that you end up having that many. No, that's way level down there, shit. Okay, well, we get a lot more fuel now. As long as we can resupply there. Old Vera, Solheim Bunker, but we don't have to think for that. Okay, and then the Hollow is where that ship might be. And Greenbelt. I mean, if we don't have to go up there right away, then we can, like, detour to that. Go back to Darkside. Make sketches across the belt. Yeah, we'd, like, just go to everywhere. So, yeah, we'll go to Hollow here. Sleeper. Yujin takes you aside. I'm gonna head into the Regis Markets to find my contact. I want the data on the Alpha one. You should come with. 2 sets of eyes are better than 1. Who's this contact anyway? You know how it is. A man never reveals his contacts, Yujin. We're about to meet him, dude. He's an old friend. One I've traded faces with a few times. And one who has a good nose for data trails. Okay, so he's a fling. Trails run cold quickly, so we should get on this. Yujin grins and heads for the airlock. You watch him go, unsure what his swagger might hide, but you've come this far with him. Maybe it's time to see where it all leads. That's why I'm here. Hollow core, hollow view. Okay. Oh, so we have to do checks for this? Find a high window within one of the radius bridges and look down to the core of the hollow. A good spot for sketching. The more you look, the more complexity of the hollow shows. Intriguing structure. We'll do that though, but... So what chick is that? Okay, cool. That's all we just got. Hollow core. Hollow with its brash scrap dealers is intimidating to newcomers, but spend a little time here and you'll find your place. Explore the Axis. While the shell is mostly housing and infrastructure, the hollow axis is where traders, spacers, and scavengers dock and meet. Intercept signals, locals Bound signals off the inside of the hollow shell from Pirate Radio to shop adverts. Tune in might teach you something. So do that. Radius markets. Eugene and Signalcaster went dark. It'll take some time and work to find out why and where he is hiding. I thought I was going with him. Or that's the signal to find his guy. Okay. Yeah, we pretty much do any of these. If we're super low on something, we can just look at the thing. But it's not risky, we can do this. The chaos of signals is hard to understand at first, but with a bit of filtering, it's helpful. Use that in the safe one, I guess. New location discovered. Buy a meal, buy supplies. That's fine. Is there any dangerous ones? Nah, unfortunately. Like now that we have 6, we could. Any ones where it's going to be hard to do. We've already started on this one, so. Debris dealers, buy fuel, buy scrap components, buy processed scrap. Still don't know what to do with processed scrap. Hey, we got a lot of scrap. Like, there's gotta be some place that, like, buy them off me. You can make, like, a lot more, too. Neutral. Nope. Up with repairs. Okay. There's not going on right now, so I'm gonna run the restroom quick while it's going. So, yeah, be right back. 1 second. We're back. We decided to grab a piece of Musubi my roommate made today. Yeah, my rest. Let's give the cat some more food. I wonder if this just nothing happens from it. Like, just alright. Wait, can I? You still do the same thing, like, all the time. Oh, there you go. Stray's part of the crew now, but she still likes to spend time in her little nest in the supply store. That did change. Should maybe scavenge fuel, see how much we get? Because we have 6 slots for that. Last time we got 2 supplies, so... Good rolls. Wait to something soft. Yes! Read something soft and furry, rub it against your nose. No. You sit bolt right upright. The stray kicks off from your bunk and settles on the ceiling, back curled up, looking down at you accusingly with those big eyes. Sorry. The stray gently pushes off the ceiling with a soft paw and descends to the edge of your bunk, where it hooks its front claws into that mattress pad. I just love the idea of this cat just bouncing around in 0G. Seeing the cat move in 0G is still odd. It seems to come naturally to it, yet its shape is so connected to gravity and weight in your mind. The cat should have the heavy, soft form of a mammal, not the liquid presence of the floating thing in front of you. Stray uses its hook claws to twist and spin itself, so it softly slides against you with its back, rubbing against your arm and purring. You know what it wants. Scratch behind his ears. You scratch behind the stray's pointed ears, and the cat pushes its head back against your hand. The stray closes its eyes and purrs. It's funny to think how the stray got out here, perhaps on a ship from the inner system, slipping in on the Eye or Sintra. And before that, its ancestors were perhaps carried out to Hellion by Solheim executives who had the power and arrogance to bring cat into space. This cat, the one on your ship, was born here. That much is obvious. It is a creature of 0 gravity. A being that orbits and glides, not one that leaps and stalks. It pats at your hand, encouraging you to continue petting. I know, right? I mean, every game should have this. It is an animal that is part of the crew now. You can't imagine the rig without her. As you look down at the stray, as nameless and human as you are, the memory returns. The warmth of atmosphere-filtered sun, the weight of flesh and fur, the smell of growing things. You know now what this memory is. It couldn't be more obvious. It is a memory that crossed the gap of your creation. A memory from the mind that was copied, emulated, or emulate to make your own. It is a part of you. This memory is, in the end, a mistake. Those who designed the sleepers never intended you to carry the memories of the minds that were copied for your creation. They wanted you to merge as new beings, offshoots from the branch of a human's life, to be cut short when needed. So sleepers are, like, people can sell themselves to, like, have a copy made of them and put into an android, and then the android is basically forced into indentured servitude. I mean, like, do that to, like, pay off debts and stuff, which is kind of messed up. It's severance, basically. But you don't have to use your own body. My mistakes can so often become the most powerful and meaningless of emblems. They can guide a beam more strongly than any success ever could. That's because at the heart of every mistake is the possibility of change, of a shift in the status quo. You have lived a life of mistakes as much as a life of successes, and look where it has brought you. So you accept the memory, let it wash over you like the sun. You focus on the stray, and as you do, both memories combine. You are stroking both cats, separated by time and space, feeling both sets of sensations in double exposure. Double cat petting. Stumbling is what defines you. Your multiple branched verse. You make no apologies for this. You know that you will only accumulate more selves, more variants as you persist. You claim the stake in the possibility it offers you. You settle into your berth, delaying the moment of waking, of greeting the cycle a little longer, sharing unspoken solidarity with the stray that is more expansive than any words could capture. Yay. just dump more food on it until something happens. Oh yeah, we got like a lot of fuel, huh? Cool. I mean, if we end up getting 2 more fuel when we rest here, we'll feed them again before we rest. Yeah, we do have a lot of things to do here. Repairs. That Drifting Conway munition may have been responsible for damage to the pole. Is it just a rumor? Signal Station, the pole is paying a small fee to anyone who helps set up a seal up the damage sustained from the recent explosion. Wait, that's these... Oh, it's sell process scrap. I thought it was buy. Okay, so this is just, I guess, where you come to sell this. How much? Yeah, but we can't process it. 30? I mean, I think it's its only reason for being here, so let's just sell it all. Yeah, if you're wondering what the petting cats all over thing is, we did it in Zero Parades for Dead Spies too. I even edited and made a clip of it on YouTube. It's real dumb. We have so much money. Okay. Can we make rare components as scrap components, or probably not? Still need the Solheim data somewhere. Yeah. Turn that to a 6. Finish this off. New location. Somewhere. Signal ship. Data scavengers. Interpret signals. Align arrays. Sell Solheim data. I don't want to do that. Because I need a few of them to get into this, like, bunker thing. I can't remember how many, like 3 maybe? So, in order to collect signals, the signal ship must interact with the hollows decaying Solheim arrays. This is specialist work. The signal ship gathers broad spectrum signals from across the debris field. Sorting them is too much work for the crew. What's the difference between those? Oh, I guess one's interface, one's input. Okay. These happen to be ++ on both of those. Yeah, we're high enough, we should do these. Among the crowd, you spot some unusual spacers with shaped heads and distinct suits. Could they be important? Just enough to get this done. We should get your attention. It seems he's found something. Like I found something. Reed's markets surround you in Yuzhen. Much of the architecture of the Starward Belt is built on the Solheim Foundation. As corporation from the core, Solheim structure tends towards cardinal directions, towards respecting gravity in a place where it has little effect. But the Reed's markets have no such bias and no singular direction. Instead, the stalls and shops built from scrap, frame, and hull plates project outwards from all 8 of the surrounding walls. The effect is overwhelming, with activity and interest in all directions. Between the windows that open to faint stars, scrap dealers, street food vendors, data fences, and tailors compete for the attention of the stream of customers drifting around you. I mean, that'd be pretty cool to see. Sleeper, Yuzhen draws close to get your attention, his voice barely raised. Take a look. He jerks his head, motioning down the market. You focus your attention, your eyes drawn to a group of dark-suited spacers with shaved heads. 5 of them gathered around another retreating figure. Spacers are noticeably distinct from the rest of the crowd. Their tight and complex suits kept in pristine condition, all the same design. A rarity among the Starward Belt's ramshackle fashions. You see one of them is gesticulating aggressively, chopping the air with his hand. Yuzhen nudges you again, not the singers. You glance at him, unsure of that term. The one they are threatening. Yuzhen starts to move forward, his eyes fixed on the group. That's my contact. You turn back to the group. The singers of, as Yuzhen calls them, And see, they're rounding on the figure now. Their body language is clear. This is about to come to blows. Eugene clearly sees the shift too. Before he can say a word, he is off, gliding hard through the crowds toward them. You give chase without thinking, kicking off the inner strut and angling yourself through the central void of the market behind Eugene. Eugene doesn't stop. He barrels straight into the singers, sending two of them spinning into the crowd, to a chorus of shouts and protests. 100% positive, so calm the situation. Hold out your arms to try to talk them down, calling to Eugene. The singers gather around you, but they don't start throwing punches, yet. One of them comes forward, meeting your eye. You hear one of the others call him Peter. Their leader, perhaps? This idiot with you? Peter nods towards Eugene, who is wrestling with one of the crew. He whistles and the singer disengages and moves away. Your guy started it. Peter laughs. We both know that's not true. So, Peter looks between the two of you. Do you have any business for interrupting my business? He gestures wildly. While some people have moved on, a few are hanging back to watch what comes next. You're about to jump my friend, Eugene nods at the contact, who is quietly watching with a concerned look on his face. The comment sends a small rumble of conversation around the remaining crowd. It seems the singers aren't so popular here. Nothing you misunderstood. We were simply asking for information. He shoots a sharp smile at the contact. I think Lewis has told you everything he's happy to share. Eugene shoots a glare at his contact, who nods sheepishly. Peter looks between all of you, and then surveys the crowd. One of the singers starts to interrupt, but Peter raises his hand to silence them. See you around, then. He smells sharp smile at Eugene, and leads the other singers away from into the crowd, which parts slightly as they enter it. Then they start singing, I assume. Luis. Eugene rounds on the smaller figure. How about... Not here, Luis interrupts. He sighs. Come with me. Luis leads you away from the open market, most of the crowd having dispersed, into a small passageway. He finds a hatch, opens it, and beckons you both through before slipping inside, closing it behind you. So what business did you have with the singers? Eugene perched on the stool in the small workshop, picking up a tool from the mag strip above the benches and turning it over in his hands. Singers, is that what you call them? Luis looks nervous. The first I've known of them is when they turned up a few cycles and started pressing me for info. I've run into some singers before, not these ones, but they all dress the same. Eugene glances between you and Luis. They are refugees out of Embersong, one of the moons of that gas giant in the inner system. Their moon is a volcanic hellhole, so while these guys are refugees, fleeing the war like most, they tend to be tough as hell. We aren't used to being told no. That part checks out. Luis smiles a weak smile. They've impressed me for data for cycles, ever since they showed up. My data. Eugene clicks the tool back in the mag strip and fixes Luis with the hard stare. You've been shopping it around then, trying to drive a bidding war? Luis holds up his hands. No, nothing like that. He's afraid of Eugene, and do you worry why that might be? I just wanted to verify the data. I asked around. Someone I showed it to, well, they mentioned a fraction drive. See Eugene bristle with anger. Luis keeps talking, speeding up. That was all, but a couple of cycles later, these singers, as you call them, started showing up and I had to hide myself away. Hard to run a data business when you can't even get out to meet your clients. Where's the data now? Luis turns to you, seemingly glad not to have to look at the angry Eugene. I have it, don't you worry, Luis smiles. And it comes with a hell of a story. The friends I showed it to, he told me he's heard of about that ship before, mostly what he thought were rumors, about a fraction drive ship. Apparently when Solheim collapsed, there was a struggle over who got to take it. Two execs from the old corporate hierarchy wanted it, and some of their underlings found out about it too. Those wrecks you visited? That was the site of a battle over that thing. The ship was a hot ticket, even then. You think back to the twisted and blast remains of the ships, wreckage strewn across the asteroid. You wonder how many died to try to get the offline path in its golden drive. Seems like both the execs got spaced, but someone came back later, slipped the ship out of the wreck that was carrying it. Here's the funny thing, rather than use it, they dismantled it, took the ship apart here at the Hollow. Hell, there's probably strut work from the offline path in this very station. Luis looks around, saw two apartments you were all inside. So it's gone. Not quite, Luis smiles. I'm enjoying telling the story now. They weren't stupid enough to dismantle an interstellar drive. The story goes that they buried it on the rock out in the shoals, totally unmarked. With thousands of rocks out there, they could leave it as long as they wanted and come back when they were ready. Thing is, they never came back. Eugene finishes the sentence, his anger fading now. Bingo. Luis grins as he holds up a thumb drive. But I've got the coordinates of the beacon that will lead you there. Eugene snatches it from his fingers. Should have led with that. Luis sighs deeply. That's just the start of the trail, no doubt, but it will get you there if you manage to follow it. Eugene nods at you and goes to leave, his hands immediately on the container hatch. Hey, Luis rushes up. Aren't you going to pay for that? After you leak that the fraction drive exists to your friend, the Singers, anyone else who's looking, no. Yushin pulls the door open. Keep it quiet next time. Luis turns to you. Come on, friend. The Singers chase away my clients. He shows you his upturned palms. 50 crowd for the effort, or just whatever it takes. I'll take it. I'm desperate. And we got money. Hey, Luis. You pass him a stack of chits and glass your hand. I appreciate it. He looks over his shoulder to see if Yushin is still there. Hey, look, be careful with that one, alright? He's not to be trusted. I know. You turn, Yushin is already gone. You follow him out of the container. Time to go find a fraction drive. New contract on map. We could just go do that now. We eventually will come back and finish these up. Doesn't matter. I don't think it matters if we eat beforehand. So yeah, like we have the supplies and stuff. It's not the most thought out thing. I feel like they did better in the first game with that. Where's the... Here? Okay, all good with stuff. Map. This is it, the first beacon in the trail that leads to the Uplands Path's faction drive. Yushin is eager to get there ahead of the Singers and anyone else. What's the worst that can happen? Alright, retake it. Second. I mean, that's the two skills we're worst at. Good with intuition. Cadet? I mean, we haven't taken him out anything. He does have that one, though, but... I'm better at that one. Yeah, so let's try Cadet. What's the worst that can happen? It's gonna keep saying that until the worst happens. We're coming up on the beacon site now. Surfin brings the ship into place. Signal's pretty weak though. He turns in his chair, which is what you get for chasing 10,000 cycle old leads that got a lot of people killed. Since you explained the situation to Seraphin, he hasn't gotten any more enthusiastic about the job, especially as it's a job that comes from Yushin. Seraphin shuts down the engines and turns to Yushin. Time for you to go have a poke around in those rocks. He waves a hand at the scattered ring of asteroids. Enjoy. Yushin barely seems to notice the sarcasm. A kind of fixed determination has come over him since you left the Hollow. It's not something you've seen before. Let's suit up and find the beacon. He pats you on the shoulder. Lou said it's the first of the trail, so the faster we locate this one and get ourselves pointing the next, the better. Enough messing around. Picks off and glides out of the cockpit, heading straight for the airlock. I'm not one for digging around old rocks, but a fraction drive? That is a sweet prize. Cadet smiles. As long as Yushin isn't full of shit, that is. He probably is. Cadet slips past you and follows Yushin into the airlock. Just you and Seraphin left the cockpit. He taps at the console, ignoring you. Think this is a bad idea? Seraphin turns. Me? He mockingly puts a finger on his own chest. Look, he gets serious for a second. People have been searching for this thing since the Solheim collapse. That's a lot of desire directed at one hidden drive. Objects like that tend to get people in trouble, Seraphin sighs, at least in my experience. So take it slow, and keep your eyes on Yushin. Seraphin turns back to the console, busying himself with diagnostics. You turn to leave the cockpit, your mind on the beacon and the trail that should all be well, and a ticket out of the entire system. Beacon region. And of course the stuff we have for her is just completely pointless. Yay! She can't do anything. At least on this one, but... honestly, most of the others would be the same. His location is masked by debris or radiation. You have to search it out to find the path ahead. Search rocks. Rather than messing with signals, simply searching the rocks in the area should help locate the beacon. Triangulate signal. The beacon signal is weak and dispersed, but some work might be able to determine its precise location. So, we got 1 and a 5. They're both danger. This one's stress. The weapon care of the search area is narrowed. Almost there. We're not even close to there. Easy 6. Find multiple layers of signal analysis reaps rewards. Almost there. Don't say almost there. We're almost there. Well, halfway, but 5% chance of negative. We could push and change the wands. Screw it. Okay, that's more like it. If you get a positive on this one, which is 25% chance, then we'll have it. Then maybe she can actually use hers, but mutual danger, then we're at risk of breaking our stuff. Ah, fuck. God damn it. It's definitely gonna get their stress up. I mean, even if they get it, there's not much. I say we just rest. Yeah, there's nothing else. I don't like that we're in the danger zone there. Damn it, Cadet, why couldn't you have had a better skill? Ah, it's always something. That's 2 of them. I don't have infinite of these components anymore. And she got a 6 and a 4, so hopefully she comes up with something here. Alright, you gotta say the begin's location is a single asteroid. Time to go get the next vector. Beacon contains the coordinates for the next beacon in the trail. You just need to extract them. Once again, she does not have anything worth doing for this one. What the hell? The site where the beacon is planted shows signs of the ship landing and excavating. Perhaps analyzing the remains would help, but there is one risky one. Oh, they're both risky. Seems to be data locating the beacon signal. Could it be the location of the next steps of the trail? Alright. So she get a 4, but, you know, it probably won't destroy her. It's not a big one. Let's save her big ones in case there is one worth doing here. Could push again, but might be trying to go too fast. I can still have 4 supplies and plenty of money to get more. I just see 2 1s and I'm like, well, yep, minus on him. I'm great at these. These guys suck. Let's see what happens. Okay. It's probably just 1 stress if he messes this up. Yeah. He's got stress to spare. Let's see. I don't think I want to, though. And I'm not gonna push either. Because we're gonna have to rest at some point. I don't want the 2s to be affected. So we're gonna rest again. Good ones. But we also got a 1. Our dice are screwed. It'd be kind of bad if all of these get down to 1 though, because you can't repair them until after they break. So like these 2 1s, I kind of want these 2 to break. But yeah, 5 and 6 and 5 and 6 on them. Alright. Bryn, Yujin nods out of the data port, deep inside the body of the beacon. He peers through his suit's faceplate at it. You have part of the plating removed, and you're pretty sure you have access to the coordinates you need. All that's left is to slot a drive. I've got this. Yujin takes out the thumbnail drive and slots it, easy as can be. A smile flickers across his face. You peer into the beacon. It has been a delicate job getting the security access and the system knowledge to find the coordinates for the next step. It all seems to have passed without incident. Got it. Yujin pulls the drive and thumbs you on the shoulder. Let's head to the next one. Look alive down there, of course. Seraphine's voice comes over the comms. We got a ship on approach. We need to make ourselves scarce. You and Yujin exchange looks. The singers. You kick off and glide towards the ship, but Yujin goes in the other direction. You wonder what he's doing for a sec, and then you see it. He arrives at the beacon and immediately begins laying into its metal shell. He pulls a tool from his suit's belt and caves in the beacon with anger that chills you. When he's done, the beacon is just another chunk of debris in the shoals. He joins you in the cockpit. Seraphine gives you a look, but doesn't say a word. He just silently taps in the new coordinates. You look across at Yujin, his expression fixed and his eyes cold, and Seraphine fires up the drive. The shrill beep wakes you from your stargazing. Wait, did we get like all new ones? That kinda sucks. Maybe I should have pushed that one. What was that? Seraphine looks around the cockpit as warning lights and sirens sound all over the ship. Yujin did something, didn't he? Thermal screens flicker, some of them not coming back on. Hear a groan from somewhere deep in the ship. Some kind of pulse? An energy weapon? Seraphine slaps the side of his flickering terminal until it stabilizes. On it, you see a red dot moving further away from the center of the circle. The ship is accelerating away. He took the stuff, didn't he? Seraphine taps on his console, bring up the transponder information. He turns to Yujin with a hard stare. Now he's actually here. It's Vesna. Yujin shakes his head. Gotten 1. Seraphine grits his teeth. The Limhound, registered in the far spindle. He slams his fist on the keyboard. How'd she find us? How? Because Yujin is a sloppy operator, that's how. Seraphine shakes his head and starts working on the drive system. Now we're stranded. She knocked out our drive. Must have been waiting for us, Seraphine sighs. We'll need to get activated as quickly as we can. Yujin is up from his seat, peering out of the window at a large rock floating just outside. The beacon has to be there. Vesna cracked it and then waited for us to catch up. She was trying to dissuade us. Well, she's done a pretty good job. Seraphine scrolls through layers of drive diagnostics. Give up now? Yujin glances at you. We're so close. Yujin's right, for once. Seraphine sniffs but says nothing. Singers will be out there too. If we are lucky, they'll cancel each other out. Yujin goes to leave the cockpit. We decrypt the beacon and fix the drive. No distractions. Yujin kicks off, glides out of the cockpit towards the airlock. Looks like his job is turning into another race, Cadet sighs, which isn't great when our drive's shot. Look, Seraphine turns in the seat. We're in this now. No way back, only forward. At the moment this goes south, and it will, I'll pull you out and we are leaving. Whether Yujin wants to back out or not, Seraphine meets her eyes. He's serious. We can handle it. I hope you're right, Sleeper. Seraphine turns back to his console. This, as far as he's concerned, is your problem to fix. Yeah, no, man, they got 5s and 6s, and now we decided to throw those away. Disabled drive. You won't be getting far with the disabled drive. Time to get started again, however you can. Well, at least she had something. Of course, he gets 2 2s. Bypass the entire control system drive is triggering it manually in the drastic option. Time is short. If we get tinkering with the drive with no time to waste, physically forcing restart might be the best option. A little percussive maintenance. Final vector is contained in this beacon. The last hurdle before you reach the fraction drive. Beacon has become familiar, which means a little rewiring might help rebuild the coordinates faster. Once again, the beacon signal hides coordinates of the next beacon. This should be the final one. Okay. Not too many on this. And we got some really good rolls. So 2, 2, 2, 2. The other one's risky. When we get neutral, then it's got nothing on there. Try to make sure everyone can do something. Yujin might just do nothing. Alright. Let's use our things here. Try this. If it gets neutral, then we can use hers. Okay, good. 5. Because I do all the work as usual. Alright, you have vector for final beacon. Time to end this. Just have to be able to get out of here. Positive, nice. It's 50-50 on this. It doesn't have any stress though, so you're gonna try it once. You're gonna try it twice, because it's only +1 stress. We failed. Okay. Oh, neutral. Oh, it's okay. Yeah, since it's danger, still get stress, but at least got 1 to neutral. Yeah, I mean, you have 0 stress. Okay. And +2. Wait, is that the one +2? I don't know, but we're out of stuff, so. Yeah. Could have been better. Well, it broke 1. At least it means next time we can have a full one. He got 2 and a 4. She got a 1 and a 2. Fuck. +2 stress? Shit. That just, is that plus, wait, is that +3? No, +2. Alright. Come on. Nice. Riggs Drive is running once more. There's no time to lose. Seraphin punches the final set of coordinates in the console and runs a fresh set of diagnostics on the Riggs Drive. Everything comes up green. The atmosphere in the cockpit is tense. None of you know what you might be flying into. Eugene's jaw is set, his eyes on the stars and scattered rocks, his goal in reach. It's not a goal to be underestimated. A fraction drive, one that can take any ship out of the system and beyond, one that can forge a path through the surrogate systems you can take. Freedom, both from the system's politics and the structures of power that dominate the passage of people through colonized space. Problem with such a lofty ambition is that it's infectious. It is infectious, seductive, undesirable enough to draw people out, bring them to their absolute limit. You have seen that in Eugene. The singers too are shaped by the desire. In Vesna, the steely-eyed captain you don't seem to be able to shake. The question is, who will flinch first? Alright, let's go flinch. Here you are, moored around the remote and airless rock. Scattering debris concealing an object of great value, and the system spiraling into war. We're the last here, of course. Seraphin shuts down the drive. Why don't least no one has started shooting? Vesna would only kill as the last resort. Eugen looks out on the rock. The singers, I'm less sure about. Reassuring, Seraphin deadpans. So, what now? We walk in there and start digging? What do you think, Eugen? Turn to face Eugen, but he's already gone. You go after him, Seraphin shakes his head. Keep the rig warm. I get the feeling we're going to be needing it. As you glide out of the cockpit, you hear the airlock cycling. Eugen is already out. You speed up, grabbing his suit and wrestling it on as you head to the airlock. The door hisses open to reveal a sparse landscape. The twisted parts of the facility or ship occur to beyond recognition, jut up out of the dusty rock. Squinting into the faint and distant sun, you can make out 2 figures in suits, standing a fair distance apart in the middle of the loose circle of debris. You glide down towards them, specks of loose gravel and decaying metal bouncing off your suit as you do. Now, a voice crackles through your comms as you approach, broadcast over the open channel. None of us want to die out here. You see them now, the two figures, Vesna and the leader of the Singers, Peter, facing each other across the dusty plain, Vesna's arm jutting out from her body, and resting on an object at her hip, a weapon. Keep your distance, Sleeper. Her eyes flick over to you as you approach. This godforsaken rock is crowded enough as it is. We set foot here first. The claim is ours, by anyone's judgment. Peter speaks calmly and slowly, his arms at his hips and his palms upturned. As I suspect, we are also the best equipped to find the fraction drive, to put it to use. Anyone's judgment? Vesna scoffs. Who do you see out here who can validate your claim? She gestures at the rock-strewn void with one hand, her other firmly on the grip of her handgun. The Sleeper is our witness here. Peter turns slowly to you. I'm sure you'll verify our claim. I didn't see who was first. Vesna laughs. Well, at least someone here still has some integrity. You look between the two of them, searching their faces for an intent, an opening, anything. Vesna's ocular implants give nothing away, but the visible tension of her gun arm suggests failing patience. Peter, meantime, projects an atmosphere of considered calm, but there is violence behind that benign smile, and the crew of Singers somewhere out there in the dark. The drive's line, back off. Vesna, using your weapon will consider your fate. Peter, tell your crew to stand down. Be very careful with what you say next. Peter's eyes you with anger and fear. I feel like we can get Vesna to, help us turn on this dude. See a flash of panic in Vesna's eyes as she realizes she might be surrounded already, her arms tense. The shot is silent, its direction unclear, but its effect is immediate. The side of Vesna's suit explodes in a geyser of escaping oxygen. She spins, clutching at the wound to clamp it closed. As she does, you see the shot grazed her, splitting the suit but leaving her body beneath intact. Might want to run and get that fixed, Vesna. Yushin slips off from the shadows of a piece of debris at the edge of the circle. He holds a long gun in his hips. What are you doing? Let me know what's mine. Yushin's eyes are fixed on Peter as he moves closer. Son of a bitch. Vesna is doubled over, unable to take her hands from the hole in her suit without risking immediate decompression. Yushin draws alongside you, his eyes still on Peter. Time to turn yourself around, get in that ship of yours, and go back to whatever hell you crawled out from. You glance at Vesna. There is a spout of oxygen spewing out from her suit, leaking between her fingers. She doesn't have long. We can't abandon this claim. Peter shows his open palms. If the Singers survive, we must leave the system behind. There's no way for us to support ourselves here. Our moon is gone, eaten up by the war. The belt will be next. You may as well shoot me here if you're not going to let me take the drive. This is my people's future. Well, Yushin shifts his shoulders, if you insist. Sleeper, you have incoming. A lot of incoming. You glance at Yushin. He is hearing the message too. Whole load of Conway ships are approaching this location. Conway, what are they doing here? I'm not about to radio and ask them. Seraphine's voice distorts, but it's not hard to imagine the news that the fraction drive has reached further than anyone wanted. This is seeming less likely that we're getting this thing. Even if we got it, I'm not even sure what the hell we do with it. You look across to Peter and see his lips moving, but hear nothing. He's talking to his crew. A moment later, you hear a click as he switches back to the open channel. If you heard what I just heard, then you know we're out of time. Peter looks deadly serious now, his face diplomatic calm having fallen away. We Singers are the only crew who can pull the fraction drive out before Conway arrives. There are more of us, and we have the experience. Let us take it. Don't let it fall into the hands of the system's biggest enemy. Sleeper, Seraphine hisses over the comms, get back to the rig. No, Yushin cuts in. You weren't sure if he has responded to Seraphine, Peter, or both. The drive is ours. I have worked too hard and come too far to let it go now. He raises his long gun to his shoulder. I think the Singers are going to get it. You're all insane. Vesna spits out the words, her voice strained and hoarse. I'll leave you to your graves. She kicks off from the rock, arcing towards the crimson shape of the Limehound. Yushin doesn't even watch her go. You see something flaring in his eyes, a dark drive with no other resolution. Talk him down. Neutral? Put a hand on Yushin's shoulder, and his eyes flick to you. You know what it is to be driven, especially towards freedom. Yours is a life where each escape has been earned, both by desire and sheer determination. We also know how lives are wasted, thrown against the walls that restrain them. Again and again, only to come apart. You know that determination must be tempered by humanity, by empathy, by care. And in this moment, that is what passes between Yushin, solidarity, empathy, and care. Yushin's resolve crumbles and he turns. You see Peter watching carefully, his eyes flicking between the two of you. When he sees Yushin drop his gun, he nods to you and retreats. There's work to be done. You kick off from the rock together, you and Yushin, in silent resignation. Even when you reach the open airlock of the rig, Yushin does not look back. Once your suits are off, you both glide up the cockpit and find Seraphine rapidly starting the drive. His console screen is filled with red pulses, the signature of Conway drone ships bearing down on this lonely rock. He glances up as you enter the cockpit, but says nothing. You are thankful for that, at least. There's no time for glib remarks. Take one last look at the F-Line's path's final resting place. Across its surface, black-suited singers, like a small army of ants, industrially work to excavate and extract the fraction drive. In the face of the inhumane and cruel arm of the Conway extractions, it's hard not to wish them well. May their freedom buy them the kind of future they were not able to claim. And then the drive kicks in and leave the singers to their fate. Well, we got nothing from that, so that's cool. The ship is quiet as you dock with the Hollow. No one eager to speak with what happened out there in the shoals. So I wonder if I did that one failure, if Eugene would just die. Even Seraphine is silent, tapping away at the engine shutdown with comforting routine motions. Eugene broods at the back of the cockpit, looking drained and pale. You know it'll take some time for him to come back from this, to extract himself from the hole that fraction drive, that dream held over him. You wonder if he ever will, or if the freedom that object represented to him will haunt him for the remains of his life. You know, at least, that now is not the time to try to discuss it, till we know exactly what happened out there. Eugene will retreat, of course, hiding beneath the glib personality you have come to recognize as his shield. Or perhaps, as cycles pass, you'll find himself changed. Perhaps not. Either way, there's much to be done, and this thankless adventure has derailed you enough. Time to get back to work. Find the fraction drive without losing Eugene. The good, the bad, and the Eugene. You even get, like, experience point things for that? Let the dust settle. Okay, maybe after that then. Okay, well, still got stuff to do here, so. I kind of fear we weren't going to get it because, like, we got it. Like, it's not like, what are you going to do? Just, like, leave? Use the 6s there to help with repairs, probably. Isn't there another one? I wonder if this, like, gets you data? Because we need that, but... Okay. Plus Conway Aftermath. Make good progress and the other volunteers are impressed. You get the feeling they've worked with the Sleeper before. Safe one. I'm a little curious if this... Oh yeah, we should repair a thing. Like, could we possibly get Solheim data from this? Into a skill. Probably interface, if anything. No, just money. Let's do this one. Let's frame the Hollow with its diffuse reflectors. It lights the station with a soft warm glow. Alright, repair stuff. Choose the crappy components. I mean, we might actually be here for a little bit, so if you're desperate, Bliss can make repairs with inferior components, but they will cause me glitches within your frame. Save these? We have 4 of them now. I'm a little curious what this does. Like I'm saying, it probably fills this whole glitch thing up, which does suck. Screw juice ones. Unlike the first game, it kind of seems like we have, like, unlimited time. Which is weird. Okay. Feed the kitty. See if anything else comes out of that. The street purrs and rubs against your side as she glides over to eat. Aww. Little ship kitty. Expected, but it was safe, so Positive. Negative. Oh, fuck. Do best help, but the other volunteers work much faster and you just slow them down. Bad sketching, just like real life. Or 20 creds. Nice. Make some more water. He's in. Flying. How you doing? Playing some Citizen Sleeper 2 here. Doing a lot of cool space stuff. Hope you've been well. I think I'll be having a pretty interesting week coming up here. We didn't feed the kitty this cycle, did we? Still wondering if we're just wasting stuff doing this, but we're feeding the cat like 20% of our entire store of food. That's supposed to be for the entire crew every day. Yeah, doing good. Like, what do we got going on this week? Tuesday we're gonna start a Blue Stinger. I guess I'm not really... That game's gonna suck, but I think it might be the kind of suck that's super entertaining, so I hope people tune in for that. Wednesday we're gonna start Master Key, which is a little Zelda-like game with a fox. What else? Thursday I'm going to that LGBTQ center to hang out with people. I guess that's everything here. Still need to get that, so let's rest one more time. Yeah. So we still need to get this sketch and that thing. Wednesday I'm going out to eat with someone. Really looking forward to that. Just neutral. One more. Nice. What do you mean, fried, Kimball? Our station depends on that array. The voice echoes out of one of the sunward poles of his cramped bays, tucked up in the ceiling of the hollow. Though you were tired from the shift's spent ceiling leaks in the shattered section of the station, you still can't help but listen in. I have been patient, Kimball, but now, with the repairs almost done, you're telling me we can't broadcast anyway? The voice comes from a doorway nearby, and as you float past, you glance inside. You see a woman facing away, addressing the back of a man half buried in the guts of some complex machine. I'm sorry, Kimball, she concludes, but that just feels malicious. The man, presumably Kimball, mumbles something in response, though you do not catch it through the wires and mechanisms that surround him. The woman quickly turns and spots you peering through the doorway. She gives you a curious look. Oh? She quickly smiles. Hello. She closes the distance. I'm Cyrene. She offers a hand. I've seen you working on the repair. She tilts her head. We appreciate the effort. Happy to help. Cyrene looks over her shoulder at Kimball and then back to you. How do you feel? She pauses, calculating about the war in the inner system. It's corporate cruelty. It's war in the belt. It's corporate cruelty. Couldn't put it better myself. Do you know that Stat has already started shipbuilding in Cinza? Cyrene watches you for your response. Cinza? One of the three sisters in orbit around Ember. She raises an eyebrow. You haven't left the belt, have you? Hear a grunt from Kimball, his head still buried in the machine's innards, and it is unclear if it is a reference to what was said or just the sound of repairs going poorly. We, Cyrene places a hand on her chest, are the Hellion Dispatches, the only pirate radio station in the starboard belt. She lifts her chin proudly. We keep the system up to date on shifts in the system's power structure and the ongoing corporate war, all through the voice of the Hellion system's own residents. Kimball grunts again. A shower of sparks burst from the machine behind Cyrene. Or at least we did, before a transmitter got fried. Cyrene looks suddenly crestfallen. What happened? Other repair work you've been giving your time to? That was all caused by a Conway autonomous munition, trained on her scent. Cyrene's eyes flash with anger. A mumble comes from Kimball as he pushes a handful of wiring out of his way. I do know that for sure, Kimball. Why else would it come so deep into the belt and hit the hollow of our broadcast site? Cyrene turns back, hands on hips. Kimball responds with a shrug. Either way, straight after that attack, we found our gear has been tampered with, sabotaged. Kimball grunts. Yes, Kimball, we're just looted. Either way, we're now quiet, and when we're quiet, the war continues unobserved. Siren folds her arms and looks away defeated. What do you need? Look, we need a new broadcast array, a better broadcast array. Siren glances over her shoulder. We don't quite have the reach we'd like. Where you get one, that's another problem. We're talking pre-collapse tech here. It's not something we can just build ourselves. Kimball mutters something from the breath of the machine. Yeah, Holmes Rock isn't a bad idea, Siren replies. It used to be a relay station for Solheim, so it stands to reason they'd have arrays. And then there's the terminal there. Kimball's been bugging me to dig out some engine components for him to crack open and use on his repairs. God knows what kind of repairs he needs those for, but that's what he says. Siren looks over his shoulder at Kimball, but receives no response. You both stare at his broad shoulders for a moment, and a thin trail of smoke begins to emerge from the machine. That's always a good sign. Now maybe we can do a little fundraising here on the Hollow. What we can get, we'll happily hand over. Siren shakes her head, but I'm telling you, it won't be a lot. I'll see what I can do. We appreciate it. Hell, the people at Helling System would appreciate it. Glances over her shoulder. I think Kimball would appreciate it too. We leave Siren and Kimball to the repairs, making note of the engine components and wide-band arrays that they'll need to get back in the air. It's hard to tell if the job will be worth your time, but then again, someone as knowledgeable as Siren might be a useful asset. Alright, we arrive. Get the ray from Holmes Rock. What else? Repair transmitter, input 2 engine components, install array. Well, we just used all our engine components, so. Okay, so we need this. That's. I'd love to get that done, but maybe we can always just stay here another cycle and just work. Or we'll eventually be back with that stuff, so I guess it's not that important. Actually, we could probably be back as we come back here from, I don't know if I can get through that, so yeah. Let's get what we can here. Well, that might be 2. Okay, so just get 1 positive or 2 neutrals. Come on. 50% chance. Okay. We'll get our way back here. Really need to find out how we get more Solheim data. Because it's going to Holmes Rock to get that array is where we need the Solheim data. Reflect signal. The signal shift must interface the Hollow's decaying solar right now. Since you can sell data here, I thought maybe you can get it. I mean, they're not going to give it to you if you do that. Okay. So let's buy stuff. And then go to, what's this place down here is called? Bartertown? No. Restaurant? Yeah. We have so much money. Okay, anything different with the cat? We have a ship, Katie. Okay. Let's go down here. So, like, the important thing to do. 5 fuel. Take a bite out of my Musubi. Take a drink here. What's everyone else got going on this week? Other than watching my stream, of course. Eugene finds you in the quiet corner of the rig. Seraphin just gave me something I think you need to see. You're just gonna pull your pants down again. Eugene has been uncharacteristically quiet since the journey to the Offlands Path resting place. Even now there is a seriousness to him you do not recognize. The produces a personal terminal, a slate. It shows you on the screen. On it is the message from the singers, from Peter. I'm pleased to report the faction drive's extraction was a success. You hear the gravelly voice in your mind as you read. Thanks to your choice to concede. Conway attempted to pursue, but singer ships are fast and quiet, and we soon lost them in the debris. You smile. Peter's arrogance is clear, even in writing. We have now begun on a project to implement and expand the faction drive, which is why I'm writing to you. Encrypted with this message is a full scan of the drive itself, its components and systems. You exchange a glance with Eugen. Ah, wow. That's nice of them. Not too much, probably gonna about the code. Yeah. Cool. Anything special with the coding or exciting about it? I hate coding. I cannot code. I can code about as well as I can draw, which is abysmal. I believe you deserve as much for your integrity in our counter. I'm glad we didn't have to kill you. What you do with the plans is up to you, but I would recommend you not attempt to sell or publish them, unless you wish to attract further attention from Conway. Singers will soon leave Hellion. In part, we have to acknowledge your role in making this possible. We wish you safe passage on your journey, Peter. At the bottom of the message, a handful of encrypted files open to reveal an insanely complex set of scans and diagrams, the faction drive. You look at Eugen, who has a sharp smile on his face. The master did it. He shakes his head. And I have you to thank for stopping me from killing him. Yeah, undo. Also a good idea. That sounds horrible, but good luck in that. But it's cool to have a project, though. I need to do some more stuff in the stream soon. I thought there was something I was working for the stream. My mind is not thinking of what that is right now. Can we build this? Eugen huffs. Or puffs. I'm no engineer, but perhaps? He squints at the diagrams. We need a lot of resources, and the kind of machines only found in places like Darkside. With time research? Who knows? Eugen grins. The point is, it's possible. We have the plans. The path is there. You see it now. Eugen's swagger returned. For better or for worse, this project fuels him. It's on the back burner for now. We have more immediate things to deal with. He slips the terminal away. I will start calling in favors, quietly investigating how real this is. Hey, Soul Lord. How you doing? Thanks again for the redeem, because I do not drink enough water. So it's always good when you do the hydrate redeem. Like, I do like drink more than I have here, but at the very least need to drink that. Let's see. There's gotta be better, something better than WordPress. Yeah, I'll help you work on. I'm just gonna be constantly working on stream stuff, so hope everyone enjoys the little improvements and dumb little videos I make. I appreciate it. Appreciate it a lot. We're almost at... We're so close to 550. Then, yeah, like 600. Probably do another marathon stream of something fun. I'd expect nothing less. Eugen frowns, something dark crossing his face. Look, I know this is exciting, but he pauses, unsure of his words. We know what people did to claim this drive. He swallows hard. What I did. Eugen taps at the terminal. Part of me wants to delete these right now. He looks down. They make me afraid of what I'll do to fulfill them. Yeah, no. It won't be like that. Perhaps you're right, he smiles weakly. I want to believe it. He slips the slate away. The way you treat me, it makes me believe something. His brow knits, his own words irritating him, but I'm not sure what it is. You believe in me, sure. I'm not much of a believer. Eugen looks down. You can see he is fighting with himself. I don't like to owe people. He pats you on the shoulder, but for you, I'll make an exception. With that, he turns away, gliding back to the ship and out of sight. Well, I do trust him more. Sure. Faction drive of your own. Fraction drive. A machine to cut a path through the stars. You shake your head. It's hard not to dream. We have seen the danger of that dream, too. What it drove Eugen and others to do. Perhaps together you can keep each other on the narrow path to the future without straying into obsession. Or perhaps thinking those impossibly complex plans will never come to pass. Are they a diagram of your future, or a labyrinth to become lost in? The only way to know is to live it together. You find Oliveira exactly where Nikita said it would be, a ragged colony nestled in a crater on one of the biggest rocks in the shoals. Seraphim gets no response to his initial broadcasts, and so you find yourself in a docking tunnel, the rig on one end, the colony on the other, with no idea what awaits you. I need you to get back on that ship and keep flying. You freeze in the dark tunnel, a figure in front of you, holding a long gun at their hip. I'm serious. Your eyes adjust to the dark, and as they do, you see a man, no, a boy, carrying a long dark shape in his hands. I don't know how you found us, but you need to leave right now, and forget this place. Glance over your shoulder and see Seraphim. His hands raised in front of him in a gesture of calm. Look, kid, we mean no harm. How about you go run and get someone? I am someone. I'm Xander. He sticks out his jaw. It's you I don't know, and I'll decide who's going to do some harm here. He reaches across his chest and thumbs out a lamp he has lashed there. He blinks in the glare of the bright light, shielding your eyes. Or you blink. And as you do, you see a flicker of confusion cross Xander's face. You meet your eye with the look of shock and opens as his mouth as if to speak, though no words emerge. Superman boy. Is he wearing a cape? We have something for Carmen. You notice the familiar name registered with Xander, adding to whatever confusion or question your appearance has provoked. You see his eyes taking us in your sleeper body, his gun dropping a little as he takes his attention off it. Is this... He looks between you and Seraphim. Are you here for Flint? He pulls his gun closer to himself. I'll be honest, kid, I have no idea who you're talking about. Seraphim himself allows himself to drift a little forward. So how about you drop the gun so we can talk like adults? And Seraphim floats past you. He gives you a look that makes you nervous. We're here to deliver something. Xander? The voice echoes along the docking bridge. Xander, what are you doing? A figure appears at the end of the bridge, behind Xander. Young woman clearly older than the boy in front of you. On these two, trying to sneak in Cadence. Xander keeps his eyes on you and Seraphim as he speaks. Saboteurs, maybe? Was about to send them on their way, Xander grins. I assure you, we are not saboteurs, miss. Seraphim smiles at Cadence. Cadence sighs and glides over to Xander. Stop messing around with that welder. She snatches the gun out of Xander's hands, and as she does, both you and Seraphim reflexively flinch. Cadence looks at the two of you with a raised eyebrow and turns the gun so you can see it better. He knows the fuel tank and the welding muzzle. It probably has an effective range of less than half a foot. Seraphim looks at Xander and rolls his eyes. Seriously? Cadence lowers the welder to his side and turns to Xander. Now's not the time. We just got an emergency broadcast from Carmen and Flint. Something's happened. Xander's attitude changes immediately. He turns to face Cadence, putting his back to you, as if he had just disappeared completely. What do you mean something's happened? I don't know. They went quiet in the shoals. All we got was a distress signal. Cadence raises her hand reassuringly. Don't get excited. They probably just had a technical fault on the ship. But we should check in anyway. We have to get them. Xander grabs the welder back and slings it over his shoulder. You know what, Xander? Cadence sighs. They took our only functioning ship. The Tender Tide's still in pieces in the hangar. Seraphim gives you a nudge and nods towards Cadence and Xander. This is your chance. We have a ship. Xander wheels around the tunnel, squinting at you in thought. Seraphim moves past you, approaching them. We need to see Carmen. It seems like Carmen needs our help. He looks between the two of you. So how about we stop messing around the dingy G tunnel and go get your friend? Xander turns back to Cadence. Them? Really? He rolls his eyes. We're not the only people on Oliveira. There must be other ships. You want to go looking? They're here now. Cadence looks at Seraphim, and they are generously offering to help. She smiles sheepishly. Fine. Xander folds his arms, but I'm coming with you. Fine by us. Seraphim shakes his head and looks at you. Come on then. You will turn and head back into the ship, Seraphim whispering as you do. What kind of Blackwater has Inkita send us to? He sighs. The kid thinks he's some kind of sheriff. Not used to visitors, I guess. Tucked away in the shoals like this, I'm not surprised. What are they doing out here? What are you talking about? Xander catches up with you and Seraphim. His mood seems buoyed by the prospect of boarding a ship. You wonder how often he gets to leave Oliveira. Oliveira. Oh, you haven't seen the half of it, Xander winks. Yeah, we've only seen that tunnel. Wait up. You turn back to see Cadence gliding up the tunnel. I changed my mind. I'm coming too. Give me a minute to grab some supplies, she glanced at Xander, just in case. Seraphim cuts in. I'll lend you a hand. That alright, sleeper? We'll be there in a sec. He looks at you. He pauses, but Seraphim doesn't seem to be waiting for confirmation as he and Cadence head back into the dock. You were slightly thrown off by his eagerness to be helpful. This is the first time you've actually seen him be welcoming to anyone coming on board the rig. Yeah, he likes Cadence. You get to the cockpit, when you get to the cockpit, you notice Xander looking wide-eyed at the consoles and switches. Cool ship, he grins. After a short wait, Cadence and Seraphim come back into the cockpit, all loaded up. Seraphim pats Xander on the shoulders. Might want to strap in there, kid. Xander and Cadence find a place to settle, and Seraphin buckles himself into the flight seat. Alright, he turns to Xander. Show us where to go. Head out of the shoals, thick field that surrounds Olivera. What's happening here, Sleeper? Bliss pokes their head into the cockpit. As Seraphin brings the ship in towards the signal coordinates Xander gave him. You look around the cockpit. Xander is tapping at the co-pilot console mounted in front of his seat in a haphazard way, while Cadence is asking Seraphim about how the rig works. Surprisingly, Seraphim is responding with patience and care. They'll help us find Carmen. You say so. Bliss looks over at Seraphim and Cadence. Seraphin's smiling? They shake their head. Something's going on. Bliss turns back to you. Junie's working on the ship's wiring. It won't respond to my messages. She's probably in the walls somewhere, hooked up to the main line. They smile a weak smile. I'm here. So, how about you tell me what we're doing in the middle of nowhere? Quiet. Seraphin's voice cuts through the chatter. Is that... He gestures up the brief field with a sparking, ragged-looking shape tucked beside a rock. Xander brushes to the cockpit glass. Carmen, a moment of tense silence grips the room. That's his ship. He and Bliss exchange concerned glances. This isn't good. I'll bring her in. Seraphin's eyes are fixed on the wreck of the crumpled ship now. We don't know anything yet, so everybody calm down. Xander is silent, his face pressed against the glass. Cadence stares out at the wreck, her cheeks pale. No one speaks until the rig is brought to a stop. Alright, now we're going out there, and we'll have to poke around. Seraphin looks between Cadence and Xander. We verify the ship, and we recover the crew. Seraphin gives you and Bliss a nod, and you both push off and glide out towards the back of the cockpit. Suddenly, Xander pushes out from the window and glides with you, out of the cockpit. I'm coming too. You need someone to identify the ship. To identify... He stops and takes a breath. You sure? I'm sure. Xander gets the words out, then pushes on ahead towards the airlock. You follow behind, ready to suit up and investigate the wreck. Search the ship. Wreck assessment. If you want to have any hope of recovering Carmen and Flint, dead or alive, you'll need to start at the wreck and work your way out. Search the ship. Simplest way to find out happened in the full search of the gutted ship, but no easy tasks. That's no easy task when part of it's been blasted to debris. Reconstruct events. A crippled ship, holes torn in the hull, and a missing crew. With some thought and careful assessment, perhaps the wreck could tell a story. 1 and 6, 5 and a 5. So, yeah, search the ship is like... I guess he has endure. Alright. I was about to say, there's like nothing to do there. Alright. Go at it, kid. We'll watch. Search reveals railgun slugs embedded in the interior structure of the ship. Who did this? And we can reconstruct events. On closer inspection, seems the ship's drive is totally burnt out. The ship was running from something. Yeah, it's got at least 3 more here. Do this, then we all go to sleep. They'll be fine. No, actually, you might be able to get this. Nice. You have a sense of what happened here. It's time for a difficult conversation. Search of Carmen's gutted ship is impacting the mood of the rig. The more and more evidence of the attack has appeared, the quieter Xander has got, and the more Cadence has retreated into the bunks. Now with the search complete, you are gathered in the cockpit to discuss what has been found. Come on, Cadence floats by the door, hugging herself against the cold. Tell us already. They just randomly exploded. Xander's perched on the back of one of the seats, flicking at some pinch container he found in the wreck. Open and closed, open and closed. Explain carefully. You start by summarizing the search. Talk around the details, speaking your language carefully. Describe the damage to the ship, but not the attack. You talk about the occupants of the ship without mentioning what might have happened to them. Seraphim quickly cuts in. What Sleeper is saying, he gives you a look, is that the ship was hit with weapon fire, badly. Then the drive was fired up and they attempted to flee. The drive burnt out, and the ship, after hitting multiple rocks and bits of debris, came to a halt here. He takes a breath. We found no bodies. The mention of the word bodies, a shudder runs through those assembled. Then they are here, somewhere. Xander is a steely look in his eyes. And we find them, whatever state they're in. He looks at Cadence. She nods back at him. Xander's right. We aren't leaving them out here. Carmen made Oliveira what it is. He saved us. He won't come back. We won't come back without him. She shivers and looks at Xander. He would do the same for us. Baseline damage on the ship, Seraphim begins. They're almost certainly dead. We get it. Xander cuts him off. But there are debris trails leading away from the ship. I've seen them. There are. Seraphim holds his hands out in a calming manner. But those could be from secondary explosions or decompressurization. Pick the wrong trail and could lead us in circles, cycle after cycle. We better pick the right one. Cadence has Xander steely look now. She stares directly at Seraphim, challenging him to answer back. He sighs. That's what we'll do. He looks at you with resignation. Whatever happened here, we won't be leaving until you see its end. Okay. So we just have to, like, find the right one? Sunward Trail. 1 of 3 possible trails. It's impossible to know which is right without exploring them further. Okay, are they all the same? Alright, which trail do you think it is? Sunward, Rimward, or Starward? Subi. What number it is? It's probably like the last one you track. Like, no matter what. Four's not bad. I'm gonna bust debris. There are tools and supplies, completely untouched. You dropped these. That's something. Yeah, let's see it again. This week should be fun. Especially excited about Wednesday. Okay, 2 more big ones. Something seems off. Is this the right trail? I don't know. You tell me. No, wait. Wait, is this one he doesn't have? What the hell? Why even bring him? Plus, you don't have anything that's relevant here. Breeze map and conclusion is clear. This is a dead end. The crew went elsewhere. This isn't leading us anywhere, Sleeper. Bliss's voice comes over the comms. I'm sorry, but we have to call it. We looked at the scared debris gleaming in the sunlight. Bliss is right. The trail is going nowhere. If Carmen and Flint did head out from the ship this way, there's no way you'll find them. And if they didn't, there are more places to look. Bliss interrupts your thoughts. We won't give up on them yet. Think of Xander and Cadence. How they must feel right now. The search must continue. I'll try Starward since it's in the game. What do you got, kid? Gonna mess this up? You can die. Maybe. Shouldn't. Alright. I mean, I guess. Or we could have waited until we had something else. Let's see what we get for this. Nice. Okay, it's the map, blah, blah, blah. New location discovered. No, we actually found it. Search the cave. Forget the trail. If the caves are searched comprehensively, then no one in here will be found. Follow the trail. The caves are dark and winding, but the sharp eye impossible spot a glinting shard of debris. The trail must lead somewhere. So they're just like hanging out in here? That seems unlikely. Tunnel vision. Bit of luck and some careful exploration means good progress. They are close. I mean, how much oxygen can they carry with them? No, it's an oxygen tunnel, you know. The kid gets a 1 and a 2, of course. Stress. What? Aw, stress. Kind of don't want more. We won't get this cycle anyway. Because this random kid can't do his job. Oh, random kid. He got the same ones, a 2 and a 1. It's like he doesn't want to find him or something. Alright, that's it. There's light in the dark, flickering, fading. When the starward trail led to the caves, little hope was kindled in the hearts of the crew. But after plumbing the depths of these dark passages, that hope seemed snuffed out. Xander has struggled on in silence, only speaking to update Cadence on the lack of news via the cockpit comms link. But he speaks now, quietly at first, and then with increasing urgency. A light, sleeper, I see a light. With that, he kicks off hard from the wall and darts down the dark tunnel with reckless speed. You follow, but the tunnels are winding, and then you quickly lose Xander around a corner. You kick off from the same wall, trying to close the gap. But when you come around that same corner, you can't find Xander anywhere. Then you see it, through a thin slit in the cave wall, a flickering, fading light. You cross over to it, and you see scratches and chunks scraped off out of the rock. Someone has dragged something through here. Contact Xander? Victor comes over to Xander's channel and call out to him. Nothing but static and sounds greet you. Flashing red light in your comms panel suggests the signal isn't getting through. Push away some of the floating rock and squeeze yourself into the gap. As you do, you watch the light pulsing inside the cave, studying the cracks and shapes of the rock in sharp relief. You search those shadows for something recognizable, but the light source remains out of sight. Yeah, I'm gonna drink more water here. My voice shouldn't be going already. I forgot to take my pills too. Let's do that. Everybody take your estrogen.
Estrogen does some really good things.
You already taking your estrogen? Well, I'll take some more.
But don't you want to feel different? It can be a secret that only you know. God, this is right. You feel the familiar tremble of excitement and adrenaline that precedes every victory. Time has frozen.
Yeah, so I'm excited about Wednesday because I might be able to go out and actually go out in public dressed in a certain way. I'm gonna go thrift shop tomorrow and look for stuff, but I got this blouse, but I think it's a little too low cut to wear without a bra, which I don't have. I still don't have a bra that fits. Like the blouse, I like the blouse a lot, but it also seems like an accident waiting to happen. Hold on a second to the pills to dissolve, but yeah. You get some nipple tape. I mean, I'm not going to a fancy place or anything, so I would like to dress up more, you know. A skirt and stuff would be nice, but I don't know if I'll find one. Actually try putting on makeup, which I haven't done since I tried out at my friend's house. I'm still afraid I'm gonna put it on wrong and look down, you know? Like, viewed in a different light, just, you know, look like it's all caked on and stuff.
I drink your milkshake. I drink it up.
Thanks, Ernest. Let me let the pills dissolve real quick. They're almost done. But yeah, if I could, I don't know. I don't think I could find a bra in time, but I don't know. Like, what's a? You can get a skirt or something, but no. I guess it depends on what's there. Like, I've been to the thrift store before a couple times looking for stuff, but I'm always really nervous about it. I definitely shouldn't be, but like, you know. Oh, accessories, yes. We talked about that before. Where the hell can I go for accessories? That's a great idea. Yeah, I'm gonna take my drink now. I'd like to ask my friend. She might have some stuff. Yeah, what did we talk about? I don't have my ears pierced or anything, so... like, bracelets, necklace... stuff. And then you were through. You stood yourself against the wall and looked towards the light. There beside a fading emergency lamp floats a body. It's it, instantly striking you as strange and misshapen. Oh, he's fine. You know immediately this must be Carmen. His head is shrouded in an emergency helmet. Inflated around him like a balloon, while an oxygen canister floats nearby, attached to his tube. His eyes are closed, his body still. You try to slow your gaze on his chest, you see the telltale rise and fall. This should not be possible. Bracelets, necklace, possibly a purse or a handbag. I got this like little, I don't even know what you call it. I don't think I need a bag, I'm not really... It's true. Don't like catches something else, something broken and skeletal in the bra. A face with bright eyes watching you. Oh, a sleeper, another sleeper. They watch you with lit irises, one's just like yours. Their torn face reveals no emotion. Their pose crouched, coiled even, like a spring ready to strike. You're both frozen, unsure, afraid. Nothing moves. Your eyes trace the damage to their suit, to their body. They look broken, worn down, and you wonder if this is how you look to others. If they flinch when they see you... They flinch when they see you as you feel the need to now. Carmen! Xander's panicked voice cuts through the silence. He rushes towards the floating body, and as he does, the other sleeper pulls away from the wall, like a statue coming to life. For a moment, you go to intervene, to save Xander from the skeletal figure. But the sleeper falls on Xander to embrace him, and Xander returns the hug. You float, stunned, watching as Xander begins to carry Carmen's body from the cave with Flint, the sleeper, to guide him. Oh, nice. You're ahead of me on that. I do want to get my ears pierced, just, I don't know, I've just never been to an ear piercing place. Carmen's stable. Cadence comes out of the room. That's become a makeshift med bay. She looks between you and Seraphim. Thanks to you. Glad to hear it. Cadence smiles a bright smile. We should head back to Oliveira. Seraphim cuts in. He places a hand on her shoulder and steers you away towards the cockpit. I should have asked about the other sleeper. Once you're out of earshot, Seraphim turns to you. Did you know Flint was a sleeper? No. Seraphim nods. He pauses. I don't want to be suspicious. I was just surprised, that is all. Seraphim glances back towards the mid bay. They look different. What do you mean? I don't know, he sighs. Just something I wish they'd mentioned. I'll go get her started up. He pats you on the shoulder and heads to the cockpit. Let's just keep an eye on them, okay? Up on your end, yeah. Yeah, those definitely exist. I mean, at the thrift store they probably have. I'm almost sure they have stuff. Like accessories, but like... I don't know what they have. Ideally, I'd find some like fox earrings or something. Just be absolutely covered in like fox accessories. I mean, I kind of already am with the tattoos. He leaves you floating in the corridor, unsure what to think. Flynn is the first sleeper you have met since you escaped the program. And at this point, those memories are a little more than fragments and fictions. As the rumble of the drive runs through the ship, you can't help but feel a little concerned for what this might mean. Can't follow the other trail for zero reason. Almost certainly something to talk about for hobby shops, the walls, yeah. Hey, even just some beach, alright. I'll see what they have. Eventually I should probably get new shoes too, but I still have some tennis shoes, that's whatever. I mean, I think those are things, but you're left alone with Xander and Seraphim and Doc's wall. Carmen carefully cared from the rig by Flint, guided away into one of the Olivera's many tunnels and passages. Okay, I believe you, Xander shrugs his shoulders. Seraphim raises an eyebrow. Believe us how? That you aren't saboteurs. He shoots you a sheepish grin, although you never know. I appreciate that. No problem. He nods to you with the kind of seriousness that only children possess. Tell me, kid, Seraphim folds his arms. Why are you so protective of this place? I mean, no offense, but if you don't want to sabotage a tin pot colony in the middle of the shoals. Xander bristles at the comment, but controls his anger. You don't get it. Olivera is a refuge. Why do you think we're hiding all the way out here? Glance at you and then back to Seraphim. I would have thought you'd understand what's at stake here. You've seen Flint. Seraphim pauses, unsure how to respond. He looks embarrassed in the silence. Look, Xander says, playing the peacemaker. Brought Carmen back to us. Everyone in Olivera will thank you for that. How about you stick around for a bit, get a feel of the place. If you need your resupply, we can help. We haven't got much, but if you chip in, we'll get your share. You'll get your share. He bows his head a little. We're more welcome than we appear. Don't expect to buy anything with those chits of yours. Xander puts his hands on his hips. Olivera is not for sale. Alright, Kid Eye, he glances at you. We appreciate it. We need to hang around till Carmen's back up and awake anyway. I think we'll be glad of the rest. I'll see you around then. Xander touches his brow and salute and then kicks away, floating out of the docks. Seraphim turns. A little shore leave doesn't sound so bad. I agree. Seraphim smiles. Alright then. He stretches. I'm gonna head into town and see what's happening. He winks and glides away into Olivera proper. You're left floating in the docks, unsure of what comes next. It doesn't seem like Lane is going to find you out here. So maybe this is the perfect time to take a breather. At least until you can bring Nikita's drive to Carmen. Return that little thumb drive over in your pocket. Time to see what Olivera has to offer. Turns out nothing. Carmen's in recovery, but Olivera will have to navigate a coming crisis without his steady hand. Okay. To leave the rig, you find a figure walking for you in the docking tunnel. You think of Xander's hostile greeting when you first arrived. Is that him again? Where are you headed? Flint leans away from the wall. Now out of the battered suit you first saw them in. Damage to their frame is concealed beneath their overalls, but you're still aware of it, just beneath the surface. I don't know. I haven't actually seen what the other places are yet. Scrap sorting. Same. Flint joins in the direction of the colony. I'll join you. You look together through the docks in silence. Flint makes you nervous. Their insistence on intercepting the cycle hasn't exactly calmed that sensation. Breaking the silence eventually becomes unavoidable. How are you doing? Flint stares ahead, continuing their glide. Better than Carmen. The mention of Carmen's name recalls the image of him floating unconscious in the light of the work lamps in those deep and winding caves. You suppress a shudder. Flint gives you a sideways look. Their mask-like face betraying no emotion. It's good you found us. They pause as you both moved close. You both moved through the doorway. Could have been sooner, they blink, but better than nothing. Well, sorry, I was told to go sunward, so... Looking at Flint gives you an unsettling feeling, like catching your own reflection in a polished hull plate. Is this what others feel like when they speak with you? Watching the crooked mask, the lit irises for signs of human emotion? Interpreting the stuttering emotions or emulations of facial expressions as they cross your doll-like face? Flint turns away again, and you realize that they might feel the same looking at you. Each other's mirror, each reminding the other of the gap between being and being seen. What happened out there? Flint pauses. I made a mistake, one I won't make again. He frowns and stare forward, offering nothing more. You arrive together at the cavernous hall containing the scrap silos, the cacophonous echoing of sorting already filling the air. So, Sleeper, I got forced into this, huh? Flint's face curls in amusement as he used the monotone everyone refers to you by. Libra asks all those who harbor it, all those it harbors to contribute to the colony. Show me what you can do. I can do, whatever. You and Flint guide into the sorting bay. What's scrapped from the silos is delivered to the waiting workers ready to be checked, cleaned, and cast in different nets at the fringes of the space. You find a sorting station and begin picking up chunks of ship and machine, turning them over in your hands. At first, the scrap looks like nothing, chaotic chunks of destruction and decay. But you force yourself to focus, to pay attention. You remember the ships and systems you have seen, and their anatomies. You burn away corrosion with the torch, crack open rusted casings, to release the components inside like seeds. You find new life in the broken, discarded pieces. Something makes you look to one side, a glint that catches your eye. There's Flint, taking a rest of their own. You see a glint again, Flint turning something over in their fingers, watching it spin, a vial of stabilizer. My last vial. Flint speaks without taking their eyes off the drug. Even though they haze your lost memories, you can recall the fizzing, sickening pulse of that injection. The pins your reboot freed you from. See, in the first game you had like constantly have that. Saving it for a special occasion. Flint pockets the vial and meets your eye. You don't need a stabilizer, do you? Flint moves away from the wall they were resting against. Notice you're different from the first moment we met, but I didn't realize what it was until now. The way you work, the way you move, without dependence. I see it now. Flint folds her arms. Tell him about the reboot. Tell him about the process you and Seraphin attempt on Dark Side, the one that Lane interrupted. They listen absent-mindedly, watching the workers instead of you. That's not all, though, is it? Flint meets your eyes. There's something wrong with you, more than just your decaying frame. Your signal, your presence, it smells different. Lane did something to me. I've come to know that feeling that I am an object, told to be molded, to be shaped for someone else's use. Here in Oliveira, people are different. Flint looks out at the workers, but I still know who I am, what I bring to this place. All these people are at risk because of me. That means you, too, are at risk. A risk. A risk to your crew, to me, and more importantly, to this place. That is what is worrying me. Oliveira will welcome you, just as it welcomed me, Flint stretches. And it will do so in spite of itself and its own safety. I want you to know that, because they will pay the cost, those close to you. You must know that they will pay it for you. With that, Flint turns and glides away, leaving no space for a response. You watch them leave, their billowing cloak revealing and concealing the glinting, ragged parts of their exposed skeleton as they go. Canteen visit. You tend to get served based on how well you were liked. Component hunt. Scrappers happy with search scrap. That's what it did. Supply gathering. Allow you to gather supplies at the harvest pack and process them yourself, which will be exhausting. I mean, maybe. Fuel extraction. I mean, we need 3 supplies, so yeah. Like, do we actually get scrap from that, or? I guess something's gonna happen next cycle here. Okay. 2. Okay. Supplies only gives you 1. 3 supplies though. I'm kind of curious what this is gonna give me though. It's just danger. Scrap components, that makes sense. I wonder if we could turn the components into rare ones. Yeah, I said before. See what happens. Neutral. Let's still just get 1 supply. How much fuel do we get? Actually, you know what? Let me give the cat some. Just pounds and pounds of food. Although I'm not sure if it does anything still. I can even do odd jobs here because people don't use chits, so. Sleep time. Sunray's voices echoes through the tunnel. Following them, you find yourself at the entrance to the clinic, where Flint and Xander are locked in a bitter argument. I'm gonna take you out there, Flint. Xander is pleading with the sleeper. Look what happened to Carmen. They'll kill you. What happened to Carmen is exactly where I have to go. They will find me here. And when that happens, the whole colony can hear you too. Seraphim comes out of the clinic with Cadence. You trying to wake up Carmen? See Seraphim block you, standing in the passageway. Her eyes meet and Seraphim looks away. Neither of you seen each other since you brought Carmen back to the Olivera. I'm trying to make sure that what happened to Carmen doesn't happen to anyone else. Flint folds her arms. I'm the reason he's like he is, and that means it's on me to fix it. What are you talking about? You catch Flint off guard. They haven't seen you wait in the passageway. SNARP came for me. That's what happens out in the debris field. They look down. You know what that means. SNARP, the company that created you. The company you escaped. The idea of them bearing down this place sets your nerves on edge. You have long since slipped their grasp. Lane disabled your tracker in exchange for unwavering service. A gift that became a trap. But Flint is still on the run, and if FNR attack Carmen's ship, they can't be far away. You look at Flint to see the fear in their eyes. Your tracker is still active. Olivera is shrouded. Flint looks towards the center of the colony. Carmen managed to get hold of a signal shroud and set it up here. If you want to keep everyone safe, there's no way SNR can track me here. Am I missing something? Seraphim interrupts. If they can't find you here, what's the problem? It's not just about the tracker. The hunter found me in the debris field. They know I escaped. It's only a matter of time before their search brings me here. Well, when was your tracker active in the debris field? So if they set it up here, then just don't leave. Silence falls in the group. This inevitability of the problem sets in. Xander looks distraught. You can't, Flint, Xander says in a quiet voice. They'll kill you. Seraphim glances at you and Flint in return. You see his mind working on a solution. He looks away, frowning. I'm sorry, Xander. This is just how it is. Flint looks dejected. Unless we get them first. Seraphim smiles an impish smile. Seraphim, what are you thinking? Keen speaks up for the first time. We know there's a hunter out there scouring the shoals. And if we know they're looking for you, Flint, Seraphim shrugs, that means we have an upper hand. We don't need to bring them here. We can bring them anywhere we want. Seraphim looks around the group. So, we get set, we prepare a little surprise, and then we wait. Flint's already shaking their head. The hunter could arrive here at any moment. We don't have time for this. If I had a ship, I would have left already. Then we move you now. We take you somewhere we can prepare, and we work hard and fast to get an ambush set. When the hunter comes, Seraphim grins, we spring the trap. What kind of trap? That we still have to figure out. I'm hoping it's just a net. Maybe like 100 treats around a circle of rope. You have to admit, it beats going out there to die without a plan. He shoots Flint a look. Hey, if we fail, the outcomes will be the same anyway. Flint doesn't respond immediately. You can see them thinking it through, considering their options. Yeah, you're making a scarf? You should show that on the Discord. That's a cool way to spend watching a stream, honestly. Now we just have the image of you knitting while you're watching. I'm coming. Xander has a determined look on his face. We're doing this, and I'm coming. Look, kid, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but this is the real thing. Bounty Hunter's not going to... Stop patronizing me, Xander cuts him off. I know the shoals. You need me out there. Conversation suddenly devolves into many small arguments. Location, who should go, how to approach the ambush, the noise grows. Old Solheim Manufactory. Caden's voice rises clear and precise through the noise. That is where you do it. It's on the rock far enough from here, and it's a real labyrinth. You can leave the hunter there and get them lost inside. Caden's eyes are bright and determined. The place is full of old machines, ordnance. We've been afraid to scavenge any of it. It's so unstable. You know Seraphim watching Caden speak. They're impressed by the sudden shift towards decisive action. We could bring the whole place down in their head. Xander picks up Caden's thread. I know the manufactory. It's a good idea. Look between those gathered. Seraphim's stubborn, protective, Cadence's sharp eyes, Xander's relentless desire to get involved. And Flint, a sleeper like you, a sleeper in need of an escape. Seraphim eager to impress Cadence. Carmen was building something here. A shrouded haven, a place that needs protecting. He may be unconscious behind those doors, floating amongst the wires and tubes of the clinic, but something of him is here, in this group, making a plan of resistance. Since eyes meet ears, and you know what has to be done. Tariq will leave Oliveira this cycle. You have a hunter to trap. Right. This be interesting. Yeah. She just butts her head against the chair. Yeah. Give the cat more food. I hope this does something, but I have no idea what it could possibly do. At this point, the cat's already part of the crew. Maybe I should stop doing that. But use these up before we go. Oh, plus energy. Okay, cool. Try and get a little fuel. Okay, maybe we'll get components. Kinda nothing else to do, so. Oh, fuck. I mean, that would be awesome. Might be dangerous though for Mr. Katie. I had a negative canteen visit. Negative outcome plus energy. Okay. Abandoned debris field facility. Please that the place. This is the place to trap Flint's pursuer. You only have a few cycles to prepare, so the faster you head out, the better. Let's go. Alright, who are we taking? Probably Eugene. He's like the one that can fight. Plus only one with engage. Then... no, Cadet seems like she can handle herself. I haven't actually taken Fia out, though. I want someone else with the engineer. That looks good. Bliss is still my favorite, though. But they worked hard enough. Converted plates, twisted struts, scatter scrap. The main factory makes for a familiar sight. Just one more ragged artifact from the corporation that once owned this system. Yes. Despite that, something about it sets you on edge. Perhaps because it will also form the crucible for your attempt to take on an SNR puncher. Companions' entire job is to bring in escaped sleepers like you, dead or alive. Thurg is tucked behind a rock, running on low power with this transponder off. Hope that's enough to not draw attention. So talk us through it. Seraphim turns back to Flint, Cadence, and Xander, all of whom are cramped into a cockpit along with your crew. We have to make this place look like a colony. That's what the hunter will expect. Cadence suggests first. Her voice quavering a little with anxiety. We can seal up some of the holes, maybe install some lighting, fake it up. Okay, Seraphim nods reassuringly. That's good. What then? We force them to go deep. Xander cuts in, and everyone looks at him. He pauses, a little intimidated by the attention, but Flint nods at him to continue. I've been out here before, on a Salvatron. There's an assembly line that runs through the whole place, filled with old manufacturing machines. We seal doors, activate machines, make it a maze of malfunctioning construction arms and dead ends. Alright then, control the route. I like it. Seraphim smiles at Xander, and if we get lucky, maybe one of those old machines will do the job for us. I doubt it. Flint joins in. We'll need the ordnance from the silos, mining charges, fuel. Whatever's left from this place was churning out Solheim goods. They furrow their brows. We blow the place to make sure. The silence passes through the cockpit. The danger of what you're about to attempt dawning everyone present. Okay, Seraphim has a dark look. That's the plan. We can detonate the ordnance with a command from the rig. A simple wideband comm signal. We'll get them. Seraphim pats Flint on the shoulder. Once they go in, that hunter isn't coming back out. He turns to you. Anything else we missed? Well, if they don't take the bait. Will the trap be obvious? I don't think it matters, Keynes cuts in. If they know Flynn is in here, the hunter will take the risk, right? Right, let's hear from confirms grimly. How long do you think we have? There's a lot of factory down there. Hunter got to me and Carmen fast. Flint looks out of the cockpit. No more than 3 cycles. So if his tracker has been obscured, as he said it was, and they blew up his ship, wouldn't the hunter just assume he was dead? When the hunter came for us, Flint grimaces, remembering the attack on Carmen's ship. They came out of nowhere, hit us hard and fast. No, if it wasn't for Carmen, we need to be ready for anything. Flint looks at you. There won't be a warning. Seraphim sighs. Nice pep talk. Flint, you better find somewhere deep in that place, down in the bedrock. But make sure it has a back door, okay? He nods at the sleeper. The rest of us will get to work. Alright, you heard Flint. We do this and we do it right. We'll make our stand on this rock. Let's not waste moments here more. It's interesting. Hunter's arrival. The hunter is surely homing on Flint's signal. In a few cycles, they'll be here. It must be ready to face them. Yeah, like, but he went back to the colony. They said they had the thing there. Goddamn Eugene with a 1 and a 2. This is why no one likes you, Eugene. 3-part plan. Make sure they face the hunter. All 3 parts of the plan must be ready by the time they arrive. What do we got? Eugene. So the main factory is full of holes. Make it look like a colony. It needs to up fast. To be sure the hunter will enter the facility, we need to make it look like the site of an operational colony. Once my main factory is in ruin, to convince the hunter, you'll need to add lights, paint, signs, all signatures of a working colony. And of course she can't do that either. I always pick the wrong people. I can all do that. Hack machines. When we drive the hunter deep into the factory, it'll be to activate the old factory machines. Close enough routes and presenting a deadly threat. Massive bulkhead doors in the main factory require a direct approach as you want to funnel the hunter into the trap. I hope there's something for you to do. There's this, but come on, give me these 2 things. Prop the hunter, you need to prepare and reactivate machines and seal the doors once they're inside. God damn it. She literally has 1 thing she can do. Wait, wasn't there an engineering? There's no engineer. I assume there'd be like an engineering thing here, because, you know, machines and whatnot. I also wish they would tell you what is in here before you send people out. Like any idea. We should have brought Bliss. Yeah, just having intuition would have been great. And there's like 0 engaged ones. Yeah, we did kind of double up on engage. I shouldn't have done that. God damn it. Alright, I guess you sabotage doors. That'll be an easy one. Oof. What's the hardest one gonna be? Potentially that one, although if we get engaged, you can do it. Pretty much the same with this one. Machines. Alright, we'll leave that one, since both of them can actually do something on it. That's a risky one. Is the other one risky? Oh, other one's danger. So we use the best ones on that. Two and 2. And 4. Could reroll, but that might be enough. Okay, neutral. Yeah, it's only risky, so neutral's not going to do stress. Is there any non-dangerous ones you can do? I've only got 1 and 2, so I can just put them on the just risky one. 50-50. Yeah. I actually got it. Alright. Not bad. Two and a 6, 1 to 5. Grab and grab. Let's save his 6 until we plus stress. Damn it. So now it's not worth pushing because we might do damage. Let's look what else we can do first. That way we can do, but that's kind of like where we just dump the 1s and 2s at. Actually way into that one. Halfway there. Let's do this one. Yes, I mean it's mostly done. Yeah. We could do a 5 on that and potentially complete it. Get your danger. Hey Cupid, what are you doing? Multifox. Wait, I have that one. Ah. Where is it? I haven't used that one in a while. Hey, where is that one? It should be right here. I love that one. What's one I haven't used in a while?
Hello, this is Jerry Rice and my dog Leonidas. We're here to talk about our video game, Jerry Rice Leonidas Dog Football.
Alright. It's such a good one.
Thank you. Hello.
Well, negative would get me my 1, which I don't want to get. Fuck! Damn it. I mean, if we get rid of this one and we can repair it, there's some benefit there, but... We're also ahead of the game here. I should just wait it. Ooh, no 1s. We avoided. I feel like I always have a 1 too. 3 and a 5, 4 and a 2. Yeah, taking Fia would actually be great. And when we can finish here, just stop worrying about it. 5 here. Might be able to get a 5 there. I mean, we just do both these for him. If he gets a 5, if he doesn't get a 5, or if he gets neutral, then we can. No, it's still +2. Okay, excellent. Go easy with that. Flint's voice rumbles over local comms as you secure the final piece of the ordnance. You turn to see them floating, backlit, in the entrance of the bay, one of many that have raked the ordnance deep in the main factory. Down here, dust and flakes of rust float through the beams of your lights, and the walls are bent and buckled. So to catch you up, this guy is being tracked by a hunter, so we went to this like abandoned facility, and we're setting up a trap for the hunter. It's gonna be sweet. You've sent the past cycles here, picking out a spot to draw the hunter down to. One they should be able to slip out when the hunter finds their way in. It's a long time to be down in these dark tunnels waiting. Looks like we're just about done. Their voice is flat. Their tone pragmatic. You okay? Flint nods, eager to be done with this. They look over their shoulders. However it plays out. Flint glides into the bay slowly. There's something I need to tell you. Something I think you'll understand. What we are doing out here is not about saving me. It's about Oliveira. You struggle to see Flint's face with the light behind them. I spy on the ship out of there, leading this hunter away, but they won't let me do that. They shook their head in frustration, and even if they could, they can't spare the ship, not after Carmen's got shot up. That was my mistake. I never should have let him persuade me to come with them on that supply run. Flint looks down. What's done is done. Don't blame yourself for that, man. What matters now, what I need from you is a promise. Flint's bright, ours is flash. That you'll bring this place down with me in it if it means I'll stopping the hunter. I ain't doing that, dude. You will. Flint drifts a little closer. You know as well as I that those who get close to us are at risk. That we, as sleepers, have to recognize what we open the door to. Carmen is my fault. I won't be Oliveira's downfall too. With that, they turn and leave you in the dark. Nope, not happening. Everybody makes it out. Except maybe Yushin. Okay, so that's halfway, and that is... Wait, is this actually our last one? Or do we get one more? If this is our last one, that's... It's that 2. If one gets a 3, which would be next cycle... That might be bad. I feel like we've been doing pretty good though. Like, how's that possible? Okay. And they're only a little over half. Well, this is kind of the only one she's gonna be good at. Nice. Come on. Fuck. Nice. Getting it. I can only do the risky ones there. Let's use the 6. Here, because we get the +2 here too, right? But only on the risky one. Okay, that one's basically done. Yeah, I can push if I need to here to change those 2s, but we're really close. It's done. You float for a moment, observing the chaos at the old assembly line. The scale of the structure, the numbers of machines, the arms and fabricators, the welders and bolters suggest industry on a scale you have never witnessed. The Hellion system, a system that now subsists on the leftovers of its failed corporate owners, was once filled with manufactories like this, churning out components and technologies, machines, and resources for extracting the valuable materials that... yeah. Materials and minerals the soul might exist en masse. Hey, Myth. Thanks so much for the raid. Welcome, everyone. I am Shaxon Kitsune, transgender Kitsune VTuber, and we're playing Citizen Sleeper 2, in which we are setting up a trap to kill a hunter who's after our robot friend. That was Guild Wars 2. And again, welcome, everyone. Hope you enjoy your time here. Someone is about to rebuild one of the places, put it back into operation. Imagine what could be fed into the belt, what changes could come for its people. Yet no one will undertake such a task because this place is haunted by the specter of Solheim, an entity that every being in the system can trace their origins back to, an entity that turns entire systems into manufactory, machine for accumulation, and that did not distinguish between humans and machines as it did. You look at the broken machines, worn down and rusted, crippled and bent. Some of them have been put to use this past cycle as part of your plan, but those jerk or turn, randomly blinding, groping for components that will never feed to them. None of them are sentient machines like you, and so they cannot feel or think, and yet you cannot decide if for them to persist is a kind of cruelty that radiates from the system that created them, or the indication of a new life, one that granted them new function, new meaning, and the possibility of something more. Ooh, nice. I mean, I feel like it's only Musha, so I'll probably end up playing it. Creepy, right? Xander floats beside you, his voice hissing through the close-range comms. Maybe the hunter will get spooked by his twitching arms. He imitates the scattered movement of the factor machines. More sad than creepy. Xander shrugs. If you say so. So, Xander gives you a look. How come this hunter isn't chasing you? My tracker is deactivated. Huh? Xander shoots you a look. Look at you. Who did that? My captor. Xander goes quiet. I see. I can't deactivate Flints. Sure. Xander looks down. But, you know, maybe once we're done here, he meets your eye. They need your help. Xander looks out of the assembly line and sighs. I like Flint. I'm happy to do this for them. He turns back to you, and I want to like you too. So don't mess this up, alright? Xander gives you a hard look. Don't let Flint down. Xander kicks off and glides towards the exit without waiting for a response. You watch him go for a moment before turning away. There's still so much to do. Well, I mean, actually, it's only a little bit much to do. No, we're only one away. Oh yeah, we got this. Or, no. I pushed and got the exact same one. Okay, thank God. There's a 25% chance I just absolutely screwed this entire thing up. Oh God, we're done. That was close. Like, this was a hard one. You know, Kitten's voice comes over the comms, shivering with interference. From here, it doesn't look half bad. Look across the shell of the manufactory, now studded with lights and dotted with markings. The fresh welds and plates giving the whole place a fragile patchwork feeling. I mean, the big problem was bringing the wrong people. Yeah, like, pretty much as close as they can get. If I was a piece of shit hunter, this is what I think is an old person settlement would look like, right? Right. Keynes goes quiet for a moment. Her attempt at humor only served to remind you both of their desperate circumstances. You spoken to Flint? Keynes pauses. I mean, really spoken? Why? Oh, Keynes stumbles over her words. I just thought you two might want to speak about... She trails off. Flint is very loyal. I know they are quiet and, well, intense, but... She sighs. I just hope you two can find some common ground. We get on just fine. Of course, sorry. Cadence stops again. Oliveira is a refuge. Cadence takes a breath. For all of us, I was in trouble when I met Carmen. We all were, in one way or another. Seraphin has told me a lot about you. Cadence hesitates. And I can see what you are trying to do for Flint, for Oliveira. Let her finish. I appreciate it. I know Xander does. And Carmen will do as well. Hey, Flint. Cadence pauses. Well, we'll see. The comms click off. Return you to the silence of the manufactory. You look out across the false colony of glittering lights. They're poor imitation of Oliveira's real lights, those that indicate the colony's fragile, delicate state. You shake it off and move on. This isn't over yet. Okay, let's find out what happens. I mean, we got everything, so I assume it's going to be fine. Yep. Lost that one, but that's actually better. Wake up, sleeper. Seraphine's in the bunks. We've got incoming. You shake off the haze of forgotten dreams and get up. In moments, you are in the cockpit. Xander, Cadence, and Seraphine all gather around the console. On it, the local view shows nothing. Not a single ship signal and few objects beyond a scattering of debris. Wait, when he goes in there, isn't he going to be, like, very suspicious because there's, like, no one there? It was right here, I swear it. Seraphine jams at the screen. A ship. Small, but definitely a ship. Seraphine. In size. We've all been up a while. Get some rest. I know what I saw. He catches her eye. Look at the screen. It's gridded to you showing the scattered signature of debris. Like schools of fish drifting in a soft current. The manufacturer is a noisy blob at the center of the circle. One that dissolves into the background at its edges. Nothing. And then there it is, a flicker, a flash, a spark of movement and light among one of the debris clouds. It flares, and then it's gone again. You look up at Seraphine. You look up and Seraphine meets your eye. You read your expression immediately. Seraphine slams a hand down on the console, opening up the comms channel. Look alive, Flint. They're coming. Go deep, and be ready to run. He pulls his hand off the switch. We better hope they heard that. Also, Flint wants us to just take the place down with him. Then you see it through the cockpit glass, the flare of an engine, faint in mass, but driving a squat, dark ship out of the debris, the Hunter. The ship seemed to idle near the manufacturer's asteroid, drifting past the dressed-up shell of an old facility. Time to see if our fake colony is convincing enough. Cadence nervously clasps her hands together. Will they buy it? They better. Seraphine looks concerned. Because if they think this place looks abandoned, the Hunter might just strafe the whole facility. Oh, we didn't really consider that, did we? Seraphine swallows hard. We need them to dock, to come inside. Look out at the ship, and as you do, it jumps forward, towards the docking tower. You watch for a few tense moments as it hesitates, and then slides into position onto the one the docking bruises. Gain sighs in relief. They went for it. Seraphine pats you on the shoulder. Good job. Bratton's in the maze. We can track them now. He exhales. At least that's the theory. I hooked up some basic monitoring devices in the assembly line, Xander calls over the another console. A few shady cameras repurposed from the factory monitoring systems. Not much, but hopefully enough to tell where they're at. Cadence, Seraphine, and the crowd around the screen. A new crowd around the screen. Xander flicks between noisy black and white images and feeds of static. You squint into a fizzing dark, trying to pick out any detail. Then suddenly, you see them. Wait, is he Sleeper too? A shadow drifting beneath the flickering light, dark-clad military gear, a long gun held ready at their shoulders, deathly pale skin, and in their eyes, gleaming through the faceplate, glowing irises. What the hell is that? Seraphine pulls back from the screen. They look like a sleeper. Xander finishes Seraphine's sentence. The figure disappears outside the margins of the frame, and Xander flicks through the feeds. Where did they go? Jerk back from the screen, trying to think straight. There's a sleeper or something else. You replay the image of the figure in your mind. It has already shifted in your memory. It is your face staring back. It is Flint's. It is the sleeper's mask of death. Sleeper. Seraphine grabs you by both shoulders and looks you in the eye. We need to focus. We should get down there. Xander's eyes are wide. This changes things, does it? This changes nothing. Seraphine nods. We wait for Flint's signal. We hold here. The ordinance is in place. Seraphine looks to you for reassurance. The moment we get the signal, we blow it. I feel like this makes it more likely that we blow it with Flint inside. You think of the mining charges rigged in the daisy chains, the fuel barrels lashed in detonators, the command code ready to transmit from the rig. Which you probably notice. Seraphine sees the determination in your eyes. We hold. So you wait. Cadence's eyes on the manufactory below. Xander tapping at the glass. Seraphim perched by the console, listening for the signal. Then you hear it. This has been open comms channel. You look to Seraphim and he hears it too. A static haze that fills the cockpit. You all go still. Seraphim nods towards the indicator of the console. It's Flint's channel. A click, a scrape, and silence. Seraphim frowns, tapping at the controls. What? He scrolls. Flint's transceiver is gone. It's dead. Panic hits the cockpit. Xander gliding over the console. Kane's going pale. Sleeper. Seraphim turns and looks back over his shoulder towards you. You need to go in. Go. Cadence looks between you, Seraphim, and Xander with a steely expression. I'll stay here. She glances nervously at the console. Give me the signal, I'll send the detonation signal. She swallows hard, if it works. Wait, so what are we going to accomplish by going down there? Seraphim looks torn for the moment and then nods. Let's go. You rush down to the airlock and shoot up with the others, and then you're out, descending through the rock-strewn void in intense silence. You enter the manufactory through a gap in the frame, passing through layers of twisted facility into the deep parts, where you know Flint waits in the dark. You say nothing to each other, afraid the comms will be intercepted. You lead Xander and Seraphim on, seeking the deep bays under the silos, where you begin setting up the ordnance. Though unfinished, perhaps there's enough down here for this to work. If not... Oh, right. Seraphim's hands fall on your shoulder, pulling you back. You go to speak, and then you see it, torch beam lancing through the dark. The Hunter, as you saw them on the grainy footage of Xander's cameras, but real now. Just below, a long gun held ready at their shoulder, pushing through the dark and broken layers of the facility, seeking Flint. Seraphim, Xander, and you exchange wide-eyed glances in silence. The Hunter passes below, disappearing into the dark passage. Leave Xander and Seraphim on. How could you? Your hearts are delicate after this. Their hearts are delicate after this. You wait together, the moment stretching out, then descend into the same passage. The silence is absolute. Suddenly, there's a flash of light ahead, bright and forceful, and a rumble that shakes rust flakes from the walls. Xander pushes off hard, launches past you into the dark. Seraphim goes too, and you instinctually glide forward, and another rumble shakes the foundation of the facility. You come into a low base gathered with glowing embers. Torch holes in the walls spew drops of red-hot metal, where a weapon has been discharged. The Hunter floats at the center, taking aim again. You see a flicker of movement on the far side, Flint retreating. Before you can act, a slight figure in a suit slams into the back of the Hunter, Xander. As he hits, the Hunter's gun spins out of the hand. Fuck. 100% positive. Grab the gun. You kick off, away from Xander and the Hunter as they grapple together, spinning in the dark towards a deep shaft at the far end of the bay. You spot the shape of the long gun as it spins ahead of you. As you reach it, your hands locking around the sculpted grip, you spin and raise it. You take a moment and steady your aim. If it doesn't have a gun. It has a sidearm. A scorching shot grazes the side of the Hunter's suit in a flurry of sparks. They are thrown away from Xander, unable to find anything to slow their glide. The Hunter disappears into the dark of the shaft, leaving a trail of embers in the dark. You see fear in Xander's eyes as they turn back to you. The muzzle of the gun smokes, glowing red. It is spent. I've got Flint. Seraphim calls over local comms. We ascend now. You look across to the two of them, kicking off from the floor of the bay towards a ragged hole in the ceiling. You and Xander exchange a single glance, then follow. Spuskets. Cadence? Seraphim is on the wideband. Detonate this place now. Send the command. Are we out yet? Clear silence. You ascend through it, through layers of the manufactory, seeking the open void of the space beyond. We really should get out of here first. You clear the manufactory, glide into open space. A silent shockwave, like a gust of wind, runs through the void. The silent rumble spits out a scatter of debris. You turn back, still gliding towards the ship. You see the shattered manufactory. Whole sections are bending outwards. The framework shredding, plating tumbling away in shards. Look across at Seraphim and Flim, their eyes set on the ship, trying only to stay ahead of the debris. You do the same, fixing your attention on the rig and nothing else. He's gonna be like right behind us, isn't he? The Hunter is dead. And then zoom in on the Hunter's head. Eyes open. But, oh, I see. Now you get a 5 and a 5 and a 5. We gotta go in there and check. kind of feel like there's a chance the hunter actually didn't die and just gonna come back here. We went back to Oliveira, the mood in the rig one of deep exhaustion. As the colony appears, visible from the cockpit, the satisfaction of having to run into a terrifying gauntlet and come back in one piece shifts the mood. Welcome back, Arias. Crew's improved mood only becomes more obvious as you draw closer to Oliveira. As you come into dock with the colony, you feel a wave of relief. Seraphin pats you on the shoulder as you both wait for the airlock to open. That hunter, he sighs. The Seraph is crueler than I could have imagined. It doesn't surprise me. What matters is that we dealt with them. Seraphin nods. We certainly did. The airlock hisses open, revealing the docking bridge where Xander first confronted you. This time, another, more substantial figure waits in the passage. You're the one I should be thanking for saving my life. Carmen leans against the side of the tunnel, one arm clamped against his waist, so thank you. He nods at the two of you. Good to see you up. Just about, although I'm told I shouldn't be. He smiles slightly. Carmen. Aiden rushes past the two of you, gliding to Carmen with embrace strong enough to leave the instrument off balance. Alright, careful. You don't want to put me back in the medbay now, do you? Carmen pushes Cadence back into a gentle grip of her shoulders. He flinches as he does, his joke clearly holding some truth. Sorry. Cadence smiles. Just glad to see you up. Frown crosses Carmen's face. Where's Xander? You losing your vision, old man? You look back to see Xander and Flint behind you in the tunnel. Xander smiles widely at Carmen, betraying his happiness to see him. I'll be just fine, Xan. Carmen's words are confident, but his tone suggests he isn't convinced. You notice his hands are tightly balled into fist, as if resisting pain, and wonder if he should really be up at all. Curried sausage, that sounds really good. We had Mitsubi today. Carmen turns to look at you and Seraphin. I think we need to talk. How about you two and Flint accompany to the medbay? Carmen winks. Flint pushes past you both and goes to Carmen, helping him out of the tunnel. As he does, they exchange a few words. But you're too far away to make them out. You and Seraphin exchange glances and follow behind them into Oliveira. Minor drive complete. Carmen leads you to a small recovery chamber in the mid-bay, where his bed is set up. A handful of tubes and wires float gently beside him, attached to a box of devices. Flynn has already left the group, leaving just you and Seraphin and Oliveira's injured founder. Carmen meets your eye with a hard look. So, how'd you two end up stumbling onto our colony out in the shoals? Raises an eyebrow, because we're not usually open to visitors. Nikita sent us to you. You see a flicker of recognition in Carmen's eyes when you mention Nikita. Yeah. Thanks for hanging, and enjoy your lurk. You produce the thumbnail drive, holding it out for Carmen to inspect. She told Sleeper to deliver this to you. And you alone. Seraphin folds his arms. Carmen pauses thoughtfully. That's a name I have not heard for a while. He takes a drive. It seems I should thank you again, he sighs. And perhaps I owe you some explanation myself. Nikita and I used to work together a lifetime ago. Carmen shakes his head. We went our separate ways, but then she turned back up in Oliveira. I established this colony as a refuge, a way of starting again. Carmen clasps hands together. The world is changing. I'm afraid of what is coming. Nikita took refuge here for a short while, and then one cycle she was gone. Carmen shrugs. That's not unusual for her. Each of us has our own demons. He holds up the drive. I'll take a look at what's on here when I'm able. He looks at the drive with concern. Now I will let you know what I find. Yep, talk to you later. You and Seraphin thank him and leave the chamber as he settles back in his recovery bed. As you leave, Flint catches your attention. Can we speak? Seraphin pauses. I'll catch you back on the rig. He looks between the two of you, and then glides away. Flint hovers, a look of concern on their mask-like face. What do you need? Flint gives you a curious look. You don't remember any of it, do you? Any of what? Of how you got here, of your history. Flint screws up their face in a pained expression. At first, I thought you were hiding something. Or you were intentionally avoiding the subject, so I waited. But I understand it now. You don't remember me at all. Oh, damn. Take a moment to think, to try to recall Flint, before your brow in frustration, sifting through hazy memories of Darkside. And further back, of your arrival to the belt. And close your eyes, you see the faces of other sleepers, panicked, desperate, in darkness. I don't remember. We were together in the same SNR mining installation, along with the other sleepers. He searches your eyes for a spark of recognition. We weren't close. I'm not sure we really spoke. Very few of us did. But I was there when we planned the escape together, the run to the freighter, collapse in the mine shaft. Flint stops, struggling to continue in the face of the blank look you were giving them. You feel an unpleasant itch, as if something is crawling around inside your skull. You can see that Flint wants you to recall them, to recall the escape, the insulation, but you find only hazy sensations, and beneath them, pain. I'm sorry, I don't mean to. Flint looks down. I know you can't help it. I just need to say something. To know if you really don't remember. Thank you for everything you've done for me, and for Oliveira. Flint turns and drifts away, dejectedly, unable to continue. As you watch Flint go, you scratch at the side of your head, trying to find something in the way they move, the way they speak, their mask-like face. A face that was identical to yours when it was first cast, but that, where cycle after cycle of wear and damage, has been transformed. Two machines, so close in form and function, estranged by experience. Alright. Yeah, what's up? Terminus still recovering, so we'll take a tile, take a drive, okay. Just one more turn in that. Let's get our supplies up. Wait. Oh, never mind. Let's also get our die back here. Only have 3 of the rare ones. I wonder if we just use some of the crappy ones, but... because we don't know what's coming up next, so... Then again, I don't want to get a situation where I have to use nothing but scrap components. But then again, there could be an achievement for only using components. God, can we... if we can... I really want to know if we can do rare components into... or scrap components into rare components, but... we'll see. I'm gonna get 2 fuel, but that hardly seems worth it. Let's get one more scrap so we can have them even them out. And then rest so we can see what this thing is. Just 20 terabytes of furry porn. Thanks for coming up, Sleeper. Carmen is waiting for you and Seraphine when you arrive at the medbay, looking a lot fresher. He leads you into a small alcove set up like an office, with an ancient terminal on the simple welded desk and a small window looking out across the dusty rock of Oliveira. Got some news for us? Seraphine asked impatiently. Since you arrived back at the manufactory, he has been restless, though you aren't sure why. Not to worry, Carmen grinned slyly. I think you'll want to hear this. He hits a key on the terminal and a file browser appears on the screen, showing hundreds of Angel pieces of data. Nikita has been busy. Carmen gestures to the screen. She's been escaping Tsubo communications cycle after cycle. Got access to ciphers and encryptions that only the gang's leadership should be able to see. He smiles. It seems she's learned some tricks since we were together. But that's not what matters. What matters is the contents of these messages. He taps a few keys and loads up some of the data, which scrolls down the screen. Some parts of the Tsubo leadership have been getting ideas about taking Greenbelt and controlling pure production in the belt, about exerting power over Wellspring. Big ideas for a gang. But these Tsubo members aren't alone. They found themselves a powerful ally. Carmen shakes his head. Senate Stat, one of the 2 corporations fighting a bitter battle for control of the inner system. A pernicious force, one that Tsubo are opening a door for in the belt. You can't be serious, Seraphine gets in. It can't be that stupid. I don't know what to tell you. At least someone inside Tsubo is trying to broker a partnership. Who? Seraphine leans over to look at the screen. You don't see Carmen's answer, and neither does Seraphine. Lane. Seraphine looks at you, shaking his head. It has to be Lane. Carmen looks between you two. Seems like you already know something I don't. Lane's a piece of shit. Stupid leader who thinks he owns us. Seraphine shakes his head. Exactly the kind of piece of shit arrogant enough to try to manipulate Senate stat. Carmen nods thoughtfully. My condolences. I'm starting to see how you cross paths with Ankita. Why is Ankita telling you this? Like I said, Ankita and I work together. To put it simply, we ran the same mercenary outfit. Carmen looks away. A lot has happened since then, but this message, this data, it's her calling in a favor. And I owe her, that's for sure. Carmen shakes his head and pushes himself off from the desk, pushing across the room and looking out the window of Olivera's pure and airless surface. Hell, after what went down, I owe you both too. Look at Carmen staring out at the surface of the hostile rock and wonder what he sees out there. He established the colony as a fallback, a retreat, not just for him, for others too. We get the feeling that Carmen knows in your retreat is only ever temporary. He turns back to look at you. And you, Sleeper, what will you do? We'll escape Lane. We'll take on Itsubo. Take on a gang? Carmen smiles. Are you sure about that? We're going to end Lane, whatever it takes. Seraphine stares down Carmen, fist balled. Carmen looks at you. It's going to get you into trouble. He turns to Seraphine. But I like that energy. He looks back out the window. This is not something we're going to take head on. He shakes his head. And Kita sent us our weapon. Carmen turns and gestures at the console screen with the reams of incriminating data. Itsubo don't control all of Darkseid. They only aspire to. They also claim to offer protection from the war between Sentenstat and Conway. That presents us with an opportunity. Itsubo is full of members who'd rather die than concede Darkseid to a corporate interest. If we play this right, Itsubo will end Lane for us. He smiles at Seraphine, to use your phrase. We leak the data? Not leak, Carmen frowns. This is delicate, tricky. There's a lot of ways this can play out badly for us. We can handle it. We've cracked Darkseid once. We can do it again. Seraphine's confidence is infectious. Is that right? Carmen seems to be thinking something through. Progresses to the console, back to the window, and then to the console once more. Alright, we need some time, but I can put this together. Carmen nods at Seraphine. We'll need that energy, but we also need to be ready. We watch this, it's not ending well, so I can wait. Carmen turns his attention to you. We'll go from Greenbelt when you're ready. I have friends who can help get that ship of yours into Darkseid. Seraphine looks at you. We have our own preparations to make, but we'll be ready. Alright. Carmen unplugs Ankita's drive and hands it to you. Take this, and get out of here. I don't want anyone finding this thing in my possession. You take the tiny drive, somehow heavier now that you know it contains the key to exposing Lane. Thank you. I'll see you in Wheatsheaf. Carmen smiles to himself. They know me there. Just understand something. Carmen's expression turns serious. You want my help on this? There's no we can let it get back to the colony. Once you leave here, you're not coming back to Olivera. Not until we're done. He meets your eye. He gets confirmation you recognize the importance of this. I understand. Carmen nods. Then can go. He returns to the window to stare at whatever he sees out there among the dusty rocks. When you come back to the rig, Flynn is waiting for you. Leaning by the docking tunnel with bag over their shoulder, they look up as you approach. Hey, Flint nods a greeting, appearing a little unsure. He's joined us, isn't he? Hey, I know you've already done a lot for me, so I'm not going to push you or ask for your pity. They pause. You feel like they have been preparing the speech. Firstly, I owe you, and I want to pay you back. I can work, and I can fight, and I can protect the ship and the crew with everything I have. Secondly, we come from the same place, and whether you remember it or not, that means something. It must. I know I'm not the easiest to get on with. I know you might have reservations about having another sleep on your ship, but... Let them finish. I'm eager. I'm ready. I want to move on. I want to show my value. They pause, and, well, yeah, I think that's about it. You look at Flint. Their frame's so much more damaged than yours, but with the fire burning in their eyes, that makes them seem bigger than they are. Welcome aboard. A smile spreads across Flint's face, and they look down to hide it. Thank you, they say to the floor. This'll work out. You'll see. Flint nods to you once more, then turns and glides down the docking tunnel towards the ship. As they do, two figures at the edge of the docking concourse catch your eye. You pause to look, shifting a little, and as you do, you recognize Cadence leaned in. Some words are exchanged, ones you can only guess at, and then the other figure embraces Cadence and turns back to the ship. As Seraphine approaches, he ducks his head, passing quietly past you into the docking tunnel without a word. You take one last look at the docks, but Cadence is gone. You waddle a moment longer, feel that there's some presence, even in these empty bays, something rare in all of the belt that Olivera has captured. But as with all things, she must learn to leave it behind. Recruit Flint to your crew. Flint is engineering. Alright, sure. Well, we'll do all this before we leave. It's not much. It's mostly just getting components, which we're not using. Let's feed Mr. Kitty. Mrs. Kitty. Well, it's always Mr. Kitty. Did that change anything? I don't think it's gonna do anything, but like, what if it does? I need to know. Right? I mean... One fuel. Ugh. %20 chance to get that? Got it. Minus... Let's see. Get out of here. How many points do we have? Oh, we got 5 points. Push better or... I don't know. Like, what do we have for a crew? 2 people who have engaged, or whatever that is. I always forget the names. Let's see that. I'm gonna get engineering. I wonder if we can max all those out. Oh yeah, then we're going back here and doing that one thing. But yeah, once we leave there, nothing... Yeah, we don't need anything here. Let's go. We just need this picture thing here. Alright, this gets done. Buy fuel. I mean, yeah, I guess. Then do that and see if by chance it gives us data. Just need fuel. Oh yeah, we have no engine parts for that one guy. I think you can buy them in that one place we're going to anyway, for like 100. Get to the other place where we can process the scrap, we'll do that too. Okay. So still need that. Let's see what happens. No, I think it just... seems just be money, but there's nothing else to do. There we go again. Get the right... Still need to go to Greenbelt. We also gotta get a Greenbelt with that guy. Wait for Carmen's message. Wait, where was Carmen's message at? Think power and dark side clue if you're realistic. Oh no. This one. Oh, it's just there, okay. Oh yeah, we can get the green belt from here. 8. Yeah, we can get these seeds. We haven't... It's like the one place we haven't been in this entire game. Eventually I want to do those other ones, but... Rock facility. Supplies, fuel. I'll do that before we leave. Retrieve spores. Depot workers aren't very helpful about keeping the spores here for cycles. They won't release them until they pay a handling fee. Luckily, hand over to chits, and the workers bring 4 crates, none of which look in great condition. Fabricate permission. Greenbeak doesn't like visitors, and raise tensions and belts have made even less welcoming. You won't let you in without a reason. Talk away. Greenbelt's locked down thanks to fears about Ubzu's influence, but perhaps you can convince them that you are a reason to head inside. You don't have permission to get inside Greenbelt, but it won't stop you from putting together a fake pass or documents asking to get let in. You put together a pretty convincing facsimile of a letter of invitation from a Greenbelt administrator. Just need a few more details. The security reluctantly waves you through. You have access to Greenbelt now. Greenbelt buzzes with focused activity. The passages full of shift change that empty once the work begins. It's a place that runs on its own schedule, but comfortably so. The comfort brought by being one of the largest food producers in the belt. There's always work in these fields, protected by a thick skin of transparent layers. And you can see why the humble life it offers has captured more than a few of the belt's itinerant workers. Sleeper? The voice, soft but forceful, takes you by surprise. As you turn, you remember the delicate face wearing a confused expression. Apologies, I mistook you for someone else. She covers her embarrassment with a smile. I'm Aki. What brings you to Greenbelt, friend? Were they from the first game? Looking for work. Aki nods gently. Let me show you around then. Aki leads you through a series of doors, gliding down each into passages cut into the rock, then up, following pipes into metal passages that cross the fields themselves. She stops on a bridge overlooking the soft curve of farmland that make up one of the asteroid's 2 biospheres. Below, leaving flat in 0G, spreading waves spreading across the sea of green. I spilled water on myself. The varieties we farm here are specially selected and customized for microgravity. She puts her hands on the railing at the edge of the bridge. We feed them from beneath, irrigating and nourishing them through the very medium they grow within. Yeah, I feel like harvesting and planting and growing plants in 0G must be really hard. Light of Helen Cube helps us with this, of course. Aki squints through the transparent roof at the distant pale sun. Where are these plants from? Solheim left us many things, including a few seed vaults filled with their own endangered or engineered microgravity crops. She turns to face you. Then there are stacks found across the belt, self-contained microfarms. We have been able to propagate crops from them in some cases. How about you? Aki's sharp eyes take on your expression. Can you contribute to such a place? A green and growing strip into the gray belt? Tails actually handles your gear very well. Is that like an astronaut thing? I'd like to. Aki smiles. Feel free to take a shift below anytime you wish. I can tell the others to expect you. The plants, they have a kind of peace, an eternal quality that makes them seem less fragile than they are. Aki sighs. This place, like any other in the belt, has its pressures. It is for me to navigate them. She looks away, frowning at someone in the distance. I must attend to these pressures. Excuse me. I'm glad our paths cross. She bows a shallow bow. I hope they do again. Neat. Didn't know that. With that, Aki leaves you to look over the sea of gently waving green. An impossibly beautiful, impossibly fragile glass case of growing things. that would be me. I've done that. Underneath the sink, then opened up. It's like, oh god. trying to take it over. Greenbelt view, look at that. It's among the green. Greenbelt is a close-knit community. You have to prove your reliability before Aki will open up. Greenbelt rewards its workers with food and board, seem happy to exchange their work for a simple life. Farms are as much machine as plant. Most machines need the same careful tending. Got ++ for any of those. Then we'll do the one with this. This is getting paint jobs. Fuel. You find yourself in the cockpit, alone with Flint. They have a habit of entering the room so silently that you didn't notice them arrive, or the reverse. They leave it so silently that you turn around and find them gone. Right now they hover expectantly at the corner of your vision, preparing to speak. You ever think about your original? The way they ask the question, you can tell they have been eager to ask it for a while. The person you are emulated from, I mean, the person who sold themselves, sold you to SN Art. Flint's expression doesn't betray any emotion, but you feel like you can detect some unknowable feeling brewing behind their eyes. Sometimes I can't stop thinking about them, about who they were, and if who I was has anything to do with them. Flint looks away. Is my personality a product of being a sleeper or simply a copy of theirs? Have I changed or am I still identical to them? Does the emulation process, the loss of memory, the insertion into a frame actually make us totally different people? I thought OBS was glitching out. Told me, no plant, I need to protect temperature and humanity of the potato. Where is the fucking soil? It'll make its own soil. We came through the process of emulation, and what was blocked? Flint is looking around the cockpit rapidly now, their eyes flicking from object to object as they speak. Are the memories still inside me, but cut off, concealed? And if I admit it, I wonder if I even know what it feels like to be a person. Do the humans around me feel the things I feel, or do they feel less, feel somehow different? Do they feel the creeping claustrophobia of being trapped inside a body with no escape? I mean, I felt that. One's eyes flick back to you, or do they only know how they truly feel? You should ask a human. Do they only... I believe they do. I don't know if it is enough to just believe. Flint meets your eye. I want to know. I'm gonna cut up any human and crawl inside. You're the first sleeper I've met since my escape. We can find out together. Share your experiences. Here's the wall on you, one that has been built for yourself, one that separates the kind of questions Flint is asking from the parts of you that you need to live. You feel it now, like a weight in your chest, and behind there is a reaching torrent pressed against it. You cannot take down the wall. You would drown. But in this moment, for Flint, and for yourself, you take out a single brick. You make a gap in the wall. You share what comes bursting forth. You talk about what it feels like to wake up in a dying body, to catch a glance of yourself in a mirror, to be seen, a reminder of your false and fractured face. You share the pain of lost memories, of fleeting deja vu, of dreams that slip beneath your waking life and replace it. You find in your broken bodies and unstated minds a kind of solidarity. One shared between connected strangers who might one cycle and understand each other as friends. As you put the brick back in and shore up the defenses, you know that cycle will not be this one, but in distant possibility, distant possibility is a reassuring one. Pretty fascinating, just like thought though, what the whole idea. And it's something we're also kind of sort of doing in Zero Escape, or Zero Parades. Day 7. Thanks so much for the raid. Welcome everyone. I am Shaxton Kitsune, transgender Kitsune VTuber, and we are playing Citizen Sleeper 2. How was video game Star Fox Zero? How'd that go? Yeah, to catch you up here, we are a robot who's an imprint of a human who sold their mind a copy of their mind to a corporation. We escaped the corporation, and now we're going to take down capitalism. Right now we're doing it through this green planet, this farming planet. This game is all about dice rolls and trying to do well in those dice rolls. This one is safe. We can do low ones on it, it's fine. Yeah, I happened to see that clip of yours where like some glass broke. I usually don't check out the little stories thing, but that was kind of funny. Okay, farm shift. So yeah, like 1 to 6. Since I have the skill up high, I get +2, so that turns into a 100% positive. We need to get this up so we gain the trust of the farmers here. It was loud. I'm surprised like the mic picked it up. One time I had lightning so loud here and so close that actually got picked up by the mic. That was crazy. Yeah, remember that when we were playing Mina? Yeah, right now we're just kind of pushing through this. Fuel. Yeah, okay, fuel. We've got a message, Sleeper. Seraphim comes to the bunch to get you, his mood unusually serious. He brings you to the cockpit, his keepsake coiling in his hand the whole time, spinning between his fingers. Seraphim is worried. Once you're in the cockpit, you recognize Carmen's voice immediately, playing over the rig speakers. Sleeper, hope this message finds you and your crew safely. You'll forgive me if I'm a little tight on the details. Yeah, like me too. Like, I'm like a humming tower right here that doesn't get picked up, but I didn't even know it was like thundering at the time. That stuff's great though, except for all the glass you had to probably clean up. My message is as follows. We are ready. We'll be waiting. We're at grade. Godspeed, you, Black Emperor. Message ends with a click. So, Seraphim takes a deep breath. They're waiting Greenbelt, the wheat sheaf, he said. Whatever that is, you ready for this? I mean, we're here, but we need to prepare. Seraphim nods. No rush, no point rushing into this. We'll have one shot. Quiet falls into the cockpit. Doesn't seem to be much more you can say. Carmen will be waiting, you know, he'll want you to be prepared. I'll be ready when you are, Sleeper. Seraphim nods to you. You nod back. You know where you need to go to end this. We might be getting near the end. I want to do all the quests in this game, though. Oof. Like, these might be the last ones. Our Spindle, Holmdrock. I still don't know how to get the Solheim data, though. Maybe it's here. It's like the one planet we haven't been on before. So close. Can this 2 make it? No, no, it cannot. Nice. You have a natural ability with the plants. Aki's voice makes you look up from your work. It is rare. Yeah, if you like what you see, join the Discord and hang out. Let me know what games you want to see me play. Post pictures of your pets. Show pictures of the scarves you're knitting. You expect Aki's typical warm smile, but she looks pale, distracted. I have something I want to discuss with you. She leads you out of the biome into the damp rock tunnels that run just under the surface, all across Greenbelt. I'm sure you've noticed the section of our fields that has been lying fallow. Aki says as she glides through the low tunnel. It's been like this since I took over as administrator here. My predecessor was the one to fail it. And confidence was lost in this vision. She shakes her head. But we have been prepared to recover it. No matter the crop, the preparations, nothing will take. I can lead you through a set of double doors and then up a second biosphere. Immediately you feel a difference. The air is dry and a thin choking dust fills the space. Aki puts out a hand and rubs the dust between your fingers. With its output halved, Greenbelt is under threat, she sighs. Those who wish to control this place are circling. We cannot lose our independence. But I wasn't always in the belt. Aki stares out the dry landscape. I was born on a moon, Ember Step, a failed experiment in terraforming from before the collapse. We survived by cultivating the dust. So lived on a dust farm? I came here, like many in the shadow of the war. My ship lost. Aki pauses and takes a moment. The loss still fresh in your mind. But he holds the key. Aki looks to you. Perhaps holds it still. So I want you to go to it and recover something, right? She wipes the dust from her fingers. Step silk, a plant that thrives in the dry and the dust. A plant that might thrive here. I've seen your ship, and you have shown me you are to be trusted. I want you to go to the remains of my own, the Wind's Long Shadow, and try to recover anything we might use. A plant, a husk, a seed, anything. It is a desperate step. She frowns, looks away. Where is the ship? The Wind's Long Shadow lies right beyond the sunward edge of the belt, beyond Hellion Gate. Aki pauses. Do not know what remains. My crew and I were lucky to escape. Greenbelt has reserves of cryo for moments like these. We'll pay you for your retrieval, of course, depending on what you're able to retrieve. Aki sighs. This is our final recourse. I hope I will not be judged as harshly as my predecessor. I can offer you fuel for the trip from our reserve. She bows slightly. The journey to Hellion Gate and the wreck beyond will require it. Come, Aki turns. Let's go back to where the green things grow. She smiles. It is a better place to consider the future together. Aki leads you away from the barren biosphere, the door sizzling shut behind you. New contracts, new drive. Help Aki. Go to the Longswind Shadow. Is there no other places here? A small place. Oh, meet Carmen. Huh. Oh yeah, we don't want to do that yet. I think that probably singles the end game, right? We'll need to do sketches everywhere. Nice. And they actually gave me fuel. Spores. What did I say it was? The new administrator of the Greenbelt wants you to protect the future of the Greenbelt's farming cooperative. To do so, you must at Hellion Gate. Okay. And then we'll go and drop those off. You much stuff up there. I don't know what I could do about the Solheim data. Like, I've never seen it except for like one place. Wind's Long Shadow. 100 cryo per husk. I can administer your build. Okay. 5 supplies. Let's do it. I guess technically we can do stuff here first, but I don't know if there's anything really to do. Because you can use up your stuff. And then you just get more when you go to the place. Cutaway scrap. Data scrapping. Oh, wait, here. Oh, this is probably where you get it. Yes! Okay, we found it. Hell yeah. I don't know how much we need, but... let's get a bunch. We don't actually need scrap, really. Oof. Maybe I shouldn't do this one again. 6 of them, that should be enough. I don't think this is going to matter since we're going to a thing, though. Yeah, now we can go up there and, like, finish that stuff up there. Who should we take? really wish you would evaluate me. Flint's new. Jin has engaged, which you're missing, but god, he kind of sucks. This is my favorite. Trans representation. We have engineering now up a bit, so how's the Yujin? What kind of stuff we're doing? We're like salvaging, right? What would be good for that? Maybe Flint. Where's the interface? We're also really good at this. Yeah, let's try Flint. We haven't used him. We haven't actually used Fia either, but yeah, for, you know, people have suggestions here. Who do you want to see interact? I hate that Eugen's like the only one with engage. Because of my class, it's like the one skill I can't get. But he just kind of sucks. He's got that skill, which I always feel like we don't need interface, but we also have the diamond one. And it's got a lot of stress. She only has 4. Yeah, we'll try Flint. Fusion. And then it's going to have everything that they don't have. The wind's long shadow floats, broken open at the sunward edge of the belt. When the refugee ships that made the fraught journey out of the belt into the inner system before the war took hold. The wind's long shadow is a monument now, and a warning to any of the vessels that might stray sunward. You, John? You're telling me that's where we're going seed hunting? Eugen shakes his head. Because it's more troubling than we thought. It's hard to imagine that this cold dead place might hold some key to the future of the settlement as verdant as Greenbelt. This is why you're here. Steppe silk husks, that's what Aki said. The crop she brought from her home, carried out with the refugees. If there's anything left, it'll be your job to continue its journey from this place. This is no salvage job, Sleeper. Seraphim gets up from his cockpit. You need to be delicate. The more of these things we can get out, the more Aki will pay. Not to be totally mercenary. Seraphim winks at you. I'm sure Engage will be a great skill for it then. Look out to wreck, shred, and debris. Delicate. Right. Time to put that to the test. 6, 4, 4, 5. Not bad. Ruined crop bays. Crop processing. Okay, find substitute costs, look behind the processing bays will take care, patience, and a little luck. The bays are leaking atmosphere and your search is making it worse. If they lose it, any husks will be destroyed. Okay, cut open doors, break open bays. Storage vault. There has to be a container in the storage vault that has some Steppe silk inside. The trick is finding it. Scan, search. Have we seen any that are... Wait, was this an engineering? Yeah, one engineering. Have we seen any of the... Okay. So they should be able to do some stuff, at least. Sector search, sifting through, digging through the remains, blah blah blah. Fragile husks are easily exposed. Okay. Digging through the remains of the old dust house is an act of hope. Can anything survive this? So, we want to use the big ones on the danger ones. The risky ones... Wait, are there any risky ones? There aren't risky ones. So yeah, any negatives, it's probably going to throw that up. This house is full of dust and shrapnel. Clearing it might unearth some husks, but it might as well destroy them. Nice. Identifying which parts of the dust house can be safely cleared means avoiding losing husks. let's... I'm assuming as long as we don't get that all the way up. I mean, maybe any of those up actually gets it wrong. Probably all of it, though. And you can do... Scan for husks. Okay, neutral, so we get some stress. Yeah, all these... we pretty much do any of them. Yeah, it doesn't matter. And then kind of divide the other ones. This will be fine. It's kind of a big deal if we get our stress up because it can destroy our dice. I hate just wasting these. Okay, nice. Hey, we only need 2 more. Come on. Ah, you bastard. Eugene, why do you always have to fail me? It's all the time you fail me. Oh, this one I guess doesn't have... Oof. That sucks, though. Man, maybe I just don't use these. Exactly. Oof. Yeah, even in neutral. Okay, I'm not even gonna use the last one. We could have re-rolled him. Yeah, exactly. I try to rush it too much, and like I don't need to do that because I know I have more money than I need for like the rest of the game. Man, we don't need this job. We're just doing it for the good of humanity. Okay, we can do all of ours easy. Probably won't do the 2. Alright. Yeah, we're so fit for this. Like, really don't need to be worrying. The only thing is, like, a 5 could get us a neutral, which would put us up 1 more, and I think we get through this without losing any dice health. So, yeah, guaranteed 6. Yeah, blue can't do anything with this one, so maybe we should... Yeah, let's not risk any health. Let's just take it nice and slow. Okay. 1 and a 1. God damn it, Eugene. Just because he has that 1 damn skill. Otherwise, I would never take him. He's probably been on like more missions than anyone because of that. No, actually, this one I can only really do if I have a 5. Plus search. It doesn't matter which one. Is there plus on both of them? It would be nice to get this one. Is that gonna be 3? 2. I mean, if we're finishing, we don't stay here. It doesn't matter. The stress. We got it anyway. Retrieve all steppe silk husks from the wreck. That was easy. Burk isn't dead now. Before it now scoured of the final husk's life, it surely must be. As Seraphim starts up the drive, you give Wind's Long Shadow a final look in its resting place. That might be like the easiest one to be done. It's hard to feel sad about another chunk of scrap orbiting in a system that is made of nothing but of past regimes. But the people who live on and built this ship, those people are worth the moment of memory. You think of them as you prepare to leave and hope that they, like Aki, have been carried on to new lives beyond the desperation of escape. Of those that didn't get out, you hope your passing through the place did not disturb them. Get out of here. Yeah, if you haven't posted that scarf, I would still love to see it. Like so. Up to you. Okay, here we can... Oh shit, here we actually need fuel. Only 4 to 15. Oh, and it's a Dur. Of course it is. 25, 50, 25. Empty, that's fine. How much fuel do we need to get up there? Yeah, we'll get her seeds back, whatever. Oh, we have exactly enough. So we just have to buy some up there. Just, I mean, then again, if all we're gonna lose is energy, if we get one more scrap, we could. It doesn't matter. We have. We could get data just. I'm gonna get 2 of these just in case we need them. I don't think we do. 8 seems like a lot. Wait, 1 scrap so we get an even amount so we can transfer in. Or not. God damn. Okay. Yeah, we could have got supplies. Nope. Damn, everything here's Endure. I like it. Nope, not that one. Fuel. I think we go to...
You have time for just one drink, haven't
Starving,
you?
we have to... Can't do it. Alright, good night, Luxo. I'll see you again soon. We'll be doing Tales of Vesperia tomorrow. We're in a part where it's kind of really hard. Yeah, let's just do this. Kind of getting our ass kicked at Linda. And the last stream we did that. It was 2 weeks ago since we played some Nextfest demos last Monday. Alright, good night, Breward. Yeah, see you night. Holmes Rock. I think fuel might be cheap there. Or I might be thinking the place after that. Wait, there's a second one? Pulling clean relay from the Solheim oh yeah, right, the relay. Solheim relay is a tricky job, especially given the state of the facility. Disengage systems, raising the relay or hooked up to old terminal. Safely disengaging these will allow clean extraction. Cut connections. Within the relay, there are multiple arrays that Kimball could use. You need to find and cut out the best ones. We'll fill everything before we leave. Do you need to buy meal though? Oh, we need to buy 2 engine components, which... Oh, that might be the place way out of the way. That's like the other thing we need for this. But whatever, I mean... Having to spend money for fuel, Could sell 1 raw scrap since we have extra. How much you actually get for that? 13, I'm gonna get like 30 for processed ones. But yeah, before this is where we came up to. We only need 2 of them. There's a fatal Neo-Ven printer in the bay. Feed it daily should authorize the component vending process. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Wait, do I actually need 12? Teens reaches life, prints out a pristine-looking component. You're amazed as to it works. Wait, this isn't the... Where's Junie's bunker? I thought this was it. Oh, it's out here. Okay. This isn't even irrelevant then. Is this giving the crappy components? Oh no, it's giving the good ones. Okay, awesome. That's what we use to repair dice. Well, we pay these. Yeah, too bad we didn't get more, but 6 should be enough to last us the rest of the game, I would hope. But yeah, we gotta get this, so we need to be here anyway. You managed to find a network controller for the terminal, allowing you to shut off multiple units at a time. This one probably just puts our energy down, which only costs money to get back. Yeah, first game, like, the entire game, I was just on edge with, like, money and, like, different things I needed. I feel like it was a lot more thrilling that way. Should we give the cat a... You can feed the cat here, but, like, I don't know if there's any benefit to doing it since the cat already likes us now. I keep doing it. Yeah, I don't... I mean, it's nice to feed the cat. Nice, we got some supplies for free. Buy me. Maybe I like the end. There's like a reason to like spend a whole bunch of money. So I'm not gonna be like throwing it away or anything. Free's been extracted. Now you just need to get back to Kimball in the Hollow. Then we also need the 2... Alright, actually we do need to get to every place and like draw it. Does it show all of them? No, only 2 other places. Wait, this one too? No, I don't see the sketch. Option. Yeah, we got 3 more things to use. Debug raise. $90 for fuel? Damn. It's actually a lot. Oh yeah, it is a little more expensive here. Maybe I shouldn't have borrowed that. And supplies. There's one more. Supplies are more expensive here, but there's a mission here we gotta do anyway, so we need it. Damn, they're charging us. Let's see about some systems. Get like the tiniest bit of money. And then we'll go look for this bunker. Okay, got pull open everything. Solheim bunker. We shut it down a long time ago. I didn't know it was here though. You need to find the location of the bunker facility, a potential treasure vault of data, and Solheim tech. You'll be the first people to set foot here since the collapse. Alright, got it. It's her. I'm not doing Yuzhen. I'm sorry, Yuzhen. Actually, I'm not sorry, but just Yuzhen. I mean, there might be like an achievement to use everyone. We haven't used Fia. She's like the only one. But we have that one all the way up. Ask her. What's the worst that can happen? I should check my skills. Do I have enough to level something up? That's it. Seraphin Onslaught, a featureless asteroid. Those are the coordinates Junie gave me. You look out at the rock. It's like thousands, hundreds of thousands of other rocks in the Starward Belt. All these objects, much the same, spread across the huge circumference of space. A good place to hide something. That's it? Junie speaks up from the back of the cockpit. That's it, Seraphin confirms. She dips forward, her eyes tracing the shape of the rock. There, she points. That hexagonal crater, she turns to you. That's the entry. Look at the dark spot of the already dark rock. It's a start. P.D. Crow says the place is all collapsed tunnels and corroded rails. Nia has come in the back of the cockpit unnoticed. Looks like a palladium mine that they never bothered to finish building to me. Look out the unassuming rock and wonder what it might contain. A few dusty tunnels or something more. Time to go find out. Ooh, good rolls. I mean, pretty good rolls. Sealed entry, corroded hatch. Of course. I was going to take the engineer, but I didn't. I'm an idiot. The bunker entrance looks unassuming, but Junie insists there are important secrets inside. Well, luckily we got ours up like 1 extra. Because if they're like not trained in it, they get like -2. And I'm the only one who's trained in it at all. Cut the seal and force the hatch. We did take Yuzhen, who could have done that one. 1, 2, 6. Don't want to spend an extra day doing this one. And we don't want to get our stress up already. Okay, 1. If we get 25% positive, we got it. We didn't. 50-50. Oh, I picked the 2 people who have like 0 stress tolerance. Alright, lucky. You have access to the bunker, but the question remains, what awaits inside? Okay, one final airlock stands between you and the interior of the bunker. It is in pristine condition. The spiral leads into a vast space. What is this place? The only way to find out is to hack the final doorway. Risky. No. It sucks for her not to use anything, but... Yeah, with only 4 stress. I'm gonna go down to 2. Let's just end it. Well, I got some bad ones. Real bad ones. I can push to make better, but it'll give me 1 stress. Let's see what they can do. Well, Nia can't do anything. She might be able to get both of them. Alright, squawk from the control system and the door clunks. You can get inside now. When you entered the access spire, the crew suddenly went very quiet. The images of a vast space seen through the viewing windows, the pristine wall paneling, pulled one to quiet. There's this sacred mood to this place, a feeling of hallowed ground. Now as the facility's final entry lock words, flooding the passage with stale, dusty, 10,000 cycle old air, Junie speaks. It's impossible. She drifts down the spire and out into the cavernous interior. A constellation of red specks marks the vast extent of the space, and within it, a ring of monolithic buildings curves away, running along the circumference of a massive chamber. You follow her slowly, out of the doorway and into the bunker. With a name like that, you had imagined low sloped ceilings, dark tunnels, a basement cut into rock, but this place is a cathedral, a cocoon the size of a city. I guess I'm down 50 cryo. Nia follows you out into the cavern. How many of these places did Junie say there were out here? You could have landed on a rock like this, never knowing there was a dead city inside. She shakes her head. Wild. Descending to the ring takes a while. Despite the empty space, no one wants to rush through it. The feeling of entering a sacred territory remains. Though the deeper you go inside, the more obvious it becomes that this place is more tomb than temple. You touch down amongst grey metal units, most of them featureless and dark. They tower above you now, their plan frontages revealing little about their function and interior. Stay close. Junie moves ahead into the gap between the structures. This place is a labyrinth. And there's the Minotaur. Welcome, visitors. A pale flicker appears near one of the units, at the top of a square pedestal. I am the Warden. The Warden. These provide access credentials. The flicker stabilizes into a figure, a statue of pulsing light. It pauses for a moment before repeating its request. Junie freezes and holds a calming hand out to you. She retrieves her deck, sliding it carefully from her backpack, and turns it on. You look over at the Warden, who waits patiently, wide-eyed and absent, restating its security request with regular rhythm. You guess that this avatar just exists to make human interaction comfortable. Its true body is the facility itself, this vast interior ring, speckled with sensors and systems. Suddenly, the Warden stops speaking, then a flash of red passes along the corridor. Credentials not provided. Lockdown activated in 10, 9, fuck. You look over at Junie, whose eyes are rapidly scanning through a screen full of data. Bestning. Junie stumbles through a pronunciation of the passphrase, litter, Ildstead. Looks up at the words avatar expectantly. The Warden flickers again, distorts and then stabilizes. Oversight connection not active. Reattempting. It repeats itself again, then again, intoning the words in a regular rhythm. You look over at Junie, holding still as if it countered a wild animal. She meets your eye, but gives no indication of any action you might take. Loop bypass engaged. Welcome, officer. The synthetic voice shifts to a different tone. Leonard Dahl. The avatar's white eyes stay blank and blind. And guests. How old is that protocol? Nia hisses. I've never seen anybody dressed like that. Junie looks back at you, and then at the Warden. The figure flickers, staring out over your heads into the dark. We good, Junie? She looks at the Warden. Warden, are we approved to access all facilities? Yes, Officer Dahl. The Warden replies, please remember, you're responsible for the conduct of your guests while visiting our facility. I think it's creeping me out. Nia glanced at the dead-eyed avatar. Let's get on with it. You move forward, pushing between the structures towards a large building in the hope that holds the facility's central data core. As you do, you pass benches, barren gardens with desiccated grass. Drinking bottle floats in the air among the dust motes. This place is dead. Be aware, officer. The Warden reappears in the dark, shimmering around pedestal. Due to the facility's extended run cycle and the activation of the hibernation protocol, access to the central data stores will be strictly limited. However, if you wish to show your guests the habitation facilities, I'm sure they will enjoy the tour. The avatar remains expressionless, disconnected from the voice that accompanies it. On a personal note, I'm glad to see you return to the facility. The figure flickers. I'm happy to report that I'm ready for program reactivation at any time. Junie stares at the avatar. Thank you, Warden, she pauses. Can I ask how long the hibernation protocol was activated? Hey, City. How you doing? Certainly, 11,473 Helmingen Standard cycles go, the Warden distorts. If I am in error, I apologize. Some subsystems have not been properly maintained. You look at the blind avatar, standing on its pedestal, waiting for an order that will never come. So many cycles in the dark, patiently holding this place together as it fell apart, resistant entropy in its bubble of the past. Thank you, Warden. That'll be all. Junie nods to the avatar, which promptly blinks out of existence, leaving only dust in the dark. Oh, absolutely. Reminds me I need to get another... I mean, I don't need to get another commission to go on, but... There was this, like, one artist on Scab that I wanted to eventually commission whenever they, like, rarely opened. I checked my email in the morning and got a notification of it, and by the time I checked, it was already... they'd already stopped. It sucks. What'd you think of that last one? That was pretty big. I know. I always like the anticipation of something that's eventually coming too. Thanks.
Fox!
You artist? Get my...
Fox!
Yeah, I like the artist a lot. I don't know, eventually I will. There's like a bunch of artists I want to mission, but you know, money. She turns to you and speaks quietly, though none of you know what sensors the Warden's fast body might have. My access. It won't last long, she sighs. We need to make the most of this. We should search facility? The Warden will likely allow that, but our presence probably won't be tolerated for very long, Junie nods. Let's get on with it. New location discovered. This is the place to say it. Warden stress, your nervous host. Ring facility, abandoned station. Let's see. Explore HAB units. Hunters lived and worked in this facility, and evidence is everywhere, but you can help us search through it. HAB units are like a museum, preserved perfectly in the sealed bunker. What can you find? Okay, that's something she can do. Maybe the only thing she can do. Oh my god, there's so many... Oh, we have to... It has to be engaged for that one. Oh, that's so rough. I didn't take Yuzhen because... It sucks. Facility storage depot is in incredible condition. There has to be useful components here among the tools. We'll do that one last. There's a chance we might not be able to get it. Yeah, there's literally only one that Nia can do. She was a horrible pick to take with us here. I just thought that maybe there would be like an achievement for like using every character, and she was the only one who hadn't used. Negative. Okay. Oof. Alright, something. Oh, she's already gone. I wonder if we stress here. Push. Okay, a little better. Let's do the sure thing. One that won't give us... Also, let's get... Kitty cam. There's a cat. Getting to the multiple ports and scraping together data sources turns out to be faster. Yeah, how much time do we have here? So I might not use those two. I guess each cycle they'll go up one, so we're kind of okay. Nope, maybe not. Might only go up when I... Oh, crisis active. What? Okay, so now it's gonna start going up. Never do her one thing she can do. God damn. Arena 1 or 2. I mean, there might be more after this, too. Guess you can use a 4. God damn. We're getting a lot of negatives. Definitely too many. Let's look at this. The Warden Shimmer is in the corner of the room. That is all you'll get for now. Done. Junior removes her cables from the data port. She looks up from the boxy piece of hardware, one that wouldn't fit inside any ship short of a freighter, and stares at the dome ceiling above, an Oculus at its apex, letting a shaft of light into the hall. It's a grand piece of architecture for what amounts to a massive piece of data storage. But then Solheim always did have a sense of grandeur when it came to its projects. Why should a secret signal monitoring facility be any less opulent than any other buildings? Find anything good? Hard to tell. She squints at the vast data core. There's too much in there. I barely scratched the surface. We'll only know what's really in there when I have time to process it. We should go, Jeannie sighs. Not sure how the warden will react. She looks back over her shoulder at the vast core. I don't think we'll be let back in to get more. As if listening for its name, the warden suddenly apparates on one of the pedestals. His stare, statuesque across the hall, its eye line way above your head. Officer Dahl, the voice sounds strange now. Stretched, drawn out. I've detected inconsistencies in the central data core. I believe there may have been unauthorized access. Junie looks at you nervously. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. I'll investigate when I can, but for now, my guest and I, she looks at you, have to depart. The warden flickers. The warden bends and warps. The warden screeches a pulse of digital noise. Of course, the warden's voice is still broken, still slowed. Hope you enjoyed your visit to the facility. Junie looks up at the blind statue. Something is moving inside it, making its skin, if it has skin, bend away from its body. Wait. You wait, floating there in the dust. Junie approaches the pedestal. Officer Dahl, can I ask when you will return? The warden blinks its white eyes. The facility has been idle for many cycles, and without reactivation, we may suffer further difficulties in its maintenance. The warden pulses, has been so long. Watch. Watch as Junie approaches the pedestal. I don't think I will be able to return. I'm sorry, Warden. The Warden flashes red for a moment so small they could almost believe you imagined it. This is as I expected, Officer Dahl. The Warden is still now, its lips no longer moving as they speak. Its chest no longer moves to emulate breath. It is a statue. Thank you for your honesty. It has been an honor to serve you. I recommend you leave swiftly. With that, the Warden blinks out. You and Junie kick off from the rig outside the core and rise up towards the spire you enter through. As you do, you watch a few of the red lights embedded into the framework of the cavern flicker. Can we look at those things? Junie turns to you as you send through the dark. Do you think the warden is sentient? I mean, as a sleeper, maybe she goes quiet. I thought you might know. I don't know. Yeah, Junie nods. Me neither. She looks up at the approaching spire. Mia's ready for you in the access spire. Ready to go, she shivers in her suit. Let's lock that creepy computer back in. Junie cycles the airlock as you go through, now in your suits and helmets ascending the sealed spire. As you do, you look out the viewing windows and something catches your eye. The ring's red lights and those few left on the inside of the cavern are turning off layer by layer. You turn to Junie, but she is already looking out of the opposite side. The warden is shutting it all down. Junie pauses. She's ending it. You have to force the hatch back open at the top, but as you do, the spire is dark inside. The pristine wall is no longer lit. You come out to a canvas of stars, an impossible number of them, spread out in every direction. You take a moment to look at them. After being tucked away in the bunker, they seem possibly bright and impossibly beautiful. You glance across at Junie, and she sees she is looking up at the stars too, absorbing their light, as if doing so might lift her out of this time and into another one, where things were different. Wait, can I still... Oh, I can still do this. Okay, cool. I was like, come on, let me do this. want to search storage too, which is going to be really hard. But we're going to stay here another cycle. And I guess you could do the one. It only takes 4, 50%. What did we get? There are more high units to search, but it seems you found all you can. Wait, what did we even find? So I wasn't paying enough attention. Money? No? Or maybe I have to get both of these? I don't know. 50. Yeah, it's all gonna be 50-50. Okay, 2 more. Fuck. Kinda wanna get the top just because. Oh, that didn't put the warden up though. Okay. Plus Solheim tech. Data. I think I got scrap components. Here's on something quiet to the happy units of the facility. A soft silence that blankets every room and hallway. Which is very funny because this whole thing's been like shut off. Oh yeah, I'll turn that off. It's kitty boy. And a little bear on the cats there, but I like the idea. You like it. It's obvious from the number of rooms, desk for desk, the scale of the place. It was built to house hundreds, maybe thousands of people. Perhaps it did. Perhaps at the height of the Solheim's control of the system, these rooms were filled with life. What kind of life would that be, though? Maintaining and running a secret installation inside distant rock? No sun to speak of? No outside beyond the vast caverns that surround you? Internal dark, punctuated by the flash of artificial light. And yet, even in such places, lives grow. You know that yourself from being a sleeper. From work among other sleepers in the most wretched and distant corners of the surrogate systems. Even in the endless dark, people find ways to live. Come, take a look at this. Junie is searching on her own a few rooms away. You light through the open doorway into the living room of couches meant for zero-G use, a magnetic table, and the window that looks out the regular constellations of red lights that describe the limits of this world. Junie's holding an object that makes you stop still and stare, blinking at what seems like an unusual reversal of scale. It is a model, you realize, of the rig. Not your rig, obviously, but a rig, or an MEV Riker class, as the plaque on the base tells you. Mobile extraction vehicle. Junie follows your eyes to the plaque. Riker class? She frowns. Seriously? That's why they call them rigs? She laughs, the noise bouncing back hard and cruel in the empty room. What does Riker mean anyway? She sighs. Another Solheim mystery. Look at the model, still fascinated by seeing your ship rendered in such careful detail. I'm trying to imagine what this model meant to those who lived here. A child's toy? Meaningless corporate knickknack? The model's purpose remains opaque. Take it. There's so many of these flying around the system before the collapse, you know? Junie turns the model over in her hand. Solheim used to rent them out to colonists. I've seen the records. That was what they did here. They claimed the system. Then, rather than exploit it themselves, they provided goods and services to those who would. Workers paid for transit to the system, then accommodations, equipment, and access to mining claims. Other corps like XPR and Neovend paid Solheim to access this closed market to provide other services. Meanwhile, Sybil paid even more to test terraforming tech in the system. They built massive projects here, rich from work they only facilitated but never undertook. Why did they collapse? Yeah, that's what happens when you are built on other people's work. A few high-profile accidents, malfunctions, and the exodus begins. Once it starts, the shareholders lose trust, and Junie turns to squint out the window. Here we are at the far end of it. Here, Junie turns to hand you the rig model, a gift. Nice. You take it and turn it over in your hands. You see something on the base, some words scratched in that you can't read. You run your fingers over them, touching the past. It's the closest thing to a treasure I think will turn up here. Junie sighs. The people who did work this place didn't have much to their names, it seems. And what little they did have, well, Solheim owned that too. She leads you out of the hab units, passing countless doors, some sealed, some open, that lead to countless rooms where countless employees lived lives, or tried to, in the shadow of Solheim. Like it or not, this is what made the Hellion system. What built the decaying structures that you cling to as they orbit their star. What that legacy means now is a decision every resident of the Starward Belt has to make. Okay. Solheim settles the rig at Holmes Rock, the old Solheim rig glinting in the sun. Looking out the station, you suddenly remember the model Junie gave you. You take it out of your pocket. Seeing it in full light, you notice it's made from cast metal, surprisingly detailed and robust looking. Look at that, Seraphim glides over. It's a mini rig. You let him take it. He turns it over in his hand, looking at it. What a find, he gazes at the model ship. What are you gonna do with it? Not on your console. Really? Seraphim grins. Well, we can do that for sure. He looks at the model for another moment, then pats you on the shoulder. Good call. Everyone can enjoy it then. He takes the model and glides over to his console. I'll get it sorted. He turns back, smiling. Gonna look great. So excited about it. Saber? Junie puts a hand gently on his shoulder. You turn to see her smiling a rare smile. Thank you for going on a limb for me. I know there wasn't the most profitable job, but what we found, I'll be thinking about it for, well, ever. I managed to extract some data that I can use, and I'm going to search through everything we pulled out from the bunker. Junie looks down. I want to show you it was worthwhile. It was worthwhile. She nods. I'm glad you think so. I'll also start seeing where to find the kind of tools I need to work with data like this. Your smile is fading already, replaced by a familiar, determined stare. We can't let it go to waste, but my deck is going to be enough. Not going to be enough. Darkseid might be the only option. It's the biggest Rain Solheim facility in the belt, she sighs. I'll look into it. Either way, thanks for bringing me with you. I'm glad to be a part of this. The smile returns. For as long as you'll have me. She looks away nervously, and then, before you can respond, she's gone, off to find a corner of the ship where she can dig through the days she pulled from the past, in order to build a better future. One more point. Okay. And yeah, there's... Okay, yeah, just show them where we are. Okay, so we need to go back to... Right, because we can just go through here. We could go there and grab 2 engines. Like, we didn't find any, did we? Yeah, I don't want to buy supplies here because it's, like, super expensive. But we should also use our dice here while we can. Oh, wait, we did find Solheim data. Shit. Oh, that's what some of that stuff was. Cool. We definitely have enough of these to last us the rest of the game. The machine screeches into life and prints out a... It's corroded and collapsing. If only a few prints left before it, just a pile of scrap. Or... Yeah, so we got 10 dice repairs. Like, no way we're gonna need that many. But let's do these jobs. All positive. Map. Built. So yeah, there, then down. I'm pretty sure they sell engines there, and we need to. What does it say here? Get engine components, yep. So a bit of a detour, and it's also going to cost us 100, which is a bit much. We can also do some jobs here. Buy engine components. I hope it's just 2 we need. Wait, it's 6 here too? Or it was like 90 at the other place. I think it cost like 9. Man, we're starting to like not have money. That's pretty standard. Okay, I'll fill it up with everything now. Let's either of those is fine. I want to get raw scrap for that. Did you get that for this? Yeah. That's worth like more than the other place. Only if you get positive, though. Okay, then we process that into the process scrap and then sell it wherever that was. I can't remember which place, but I know we're gonna have to go back there. Let's see here. And that is last sketch place. I think it's the shipyards. Yeah, that was shipyards where the paint guy was. But we need to go... what was in the hollow? Eventually we have to get over to this green belt, like at the very end. Green belt... like right, the hollow. Or spindle. Dark side at the end. Okay, so we can go here, here, and yeah, and then just end in green belt down there. And then that'll be like the sequence of the game going forward. View location. Yeah, people are usually suspicious of sleepers. They get especially suspicious when you're purely winning games a chance. It seemed like I could only do it like so many times. I might try that once, see how much money I get. Oh yeah, Nimba. I need to give him this thing. He won these spores. Spores delivered. You remembered us. Nimba appears at the loading dock, slate in hand, as you load the crates into the back of the kitchen. I'm a little surprised. Me too. You look at the chef. He looks tired, though his sharp eyes haven't dulled in the time between your meetings. Happy to surprise you. Well, I'm not that surprised, he smiles, but it's still a pleasant feeling. Nimba glides over to the crate to take a look. He squints at the crumpled corners and bent lids. Not in great condition, though. How long have these been bounced around your hold? They were like that already. Now that I can believe, they didn't bother to bring them to the right station after all. I have a place picked out in one of the bays to cultivate these. Warm, damp, near the air recyclers. He pushes one of the crates gently into the kitchen. Shouldn't take long before I have mushrooms to cook. You follow Nimba into the kitchen, remembering your shift working here. They were long, but the company was good, and as with all things, the difficulties have faded with time, leaving a golden sheen behind. Nimba seemed to catch the way you were looking at the kitchen. Much the same as before, I'm sure you noticed, but twice as oversubscribed. Each cycle, more FGs come out of the inner systems. The war isn't going anywhere. Nimba pushes the crate into the storage rack and pulls netting across it. They disperse across the belt, of course, but many don't make it much further than the overhang, especially if they can't work. It's not just food either. We need blankets, housing. Nimba suddenly pauses and shoots. You look over his glasses. Tell me, how's Greenbelt? Green? Helpful. Nimba raises an eyebrow. Here is organized as a cooperative, all the workers sharing in the trade of their goods. But no chit exchange, only resources for the colony. Nimba watches you closely. I had to buy a crowd for the spores. Well, they can't all be saints, he smiles. I'm sorry about that. I mentioned because, well, it might be the kind of place to offer aid to the people here. And besides, I regret being mercenary, but waiting for benevolent helpers doesn't work. Apart from the present exceptions, of course. I can speak to them. And it's worth a shot. Nimba looks you in the eyes, but you need their trust first. Earn that, then talk. You have a feeling Nimba was waiting for your suggestion. Here, take one of the crates of spores. I'm sure they could use these. Take them as a gift. He pushes it to you. But don't begin with the spores. Begin by understanding what they need from you. Trust me. You have a feeling Nimba is good at getting what he wants. Meanwhile, I have meal prep to begin. He takes a deep breath. Thank you for the spores, really. I'll keep asking for help. You have to forgive me for that, he smiles. It doesn't mean I don't understand what you're giving. Now get out of here. Nimba waves you away from your creative pack spores, the expression somehow both withering and encouraging at the same time. Hey. So, engage up or... max engineer. At some point I should probably do these, but I feel like the skills are more important. I mean, doing all those should give us a bunch. Help us with the last push. But yeah, this is what we came here for. Well, other than that quest. We can do it. This should get it. Okay. Fuel. I thought that guy was gonna like reimburse us for what we had to spend to get his things. Nope. It certainly seems like we got all the sketches, like, I don't see any more things here. Wait, really? Oh, I think I didn't do it because I was like, oh, we're gonna come back there. Oh, man. That kind of messes up my plan to like go around and then end up there. Oh yeah, we still need the thing to get past that, but I think that one guy's gonna give it to us. Oh, I can't go over there. I guess we can just go the long way around here. Ah, whatever. Maybe they'll make us go back there anyway. Yeah, money actually could be better here. It's like the worst place for us to do anything. Fuel. Okay, the rest let's get, wait a minute. Where do we process scrap? That wasn't the last place we're at, was it? No. We don't need supplies. Soul data we can sell at this other place. I mean, it's our best chance of actually getting to succeed. And we will be coming up upon the place that is buying it. Now, -2 if I... Oh, fuck. Alright, let's do a dumb sketch, which I forgot. You bring the step silk husks you gather. Oh yeah, that. From the wind's long shadow to Aki, and she is as pleased as you would expect. To meet her on the bridge overlooking green fields, the Greenbelt workers quietly toiling below, while the air recycler's wind gently rustles the leaves of the crops. Sleeper, Aki holds husks in her chest, to her chest. Thank you, these are a new beginning for us. Aki pauses, knitting her brow. How was she, the wind's long shadow? She must have been beautiful once. Aki smiles. She truly was. She looks down until they killed her. Aki sighs and looks out at the green belt fields. Everyone must die in the end. The belt makes wrecks of us all. She looks back to you. But what you have brought me, this is new life. Give us time. We will need to clear and reseed the other biospheres. Aki bows. I hope you will return to us when the work is done. She presses a handful of chips into your hand. Thank you. She meets your eye. You watch her carry the husk gently away, glowing with the promise of fresh growth. Weaver's Fields. Aki is working to integrate the stuffed silk into the biome, shoring up Greenbelt. You should come back when she's done. Okay, so I guess we have to wait anyway. Well, if we want to see that. We only had 2 more left here. Which I'm gonna fail. God damn. Alright, yep, return to scouting yards. How much is fuel here? Oh, fuel's actually pretty cheap. We did get like 300. So, we're good on money. Nevertheless, we'll keep looking at ways to get more. Wait, is there no... There's this buy meal. Can you not work anywhere here? Huh. Yeah, well, whatever. So, yeah. Go there. What was that, the hollow? Repair the transmitter, right? Oh, collect the spores, Naki's trust. Oh, that must be after that then. Huh. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing else to do, so... Okay, we'll come back. Okay. Good, so 2. He buys all the components he needs to repair the transmitters. And the white beam array. And provide the array. Kibble just needs to get it running. You wait in the makeshift Hellion Dispatches studio as Kibble tinkers with the array somewhere in the back, far behind the far wall. It's a humble setup, a stool for Cyrene, a microphone, a transmitter, and mixer terminals, and a hardline snaking away towards the array, but there's something pleasing about it all the same. The crackling sound of fresh welds echoes through the bay from Kimball's concealed position. You hope the array you struggle to extract isn't getting fried as you wait. You're here, good. Cyrene rushes in, holding the small dark rectangle in her hand. You will not believe what we have on here. She looks around the bay. Where's Kimball? Installing the array? You mean, Cyrene smiles. We're going back on air? Before you can answer, she leaps forward, grabbing you in a surprisingly firm hug. Cyrene lets you go. Sorry, she smiles. Just excited to finally be back. Kimball, she shouts towards the back of the bay. How long for that new array? A muffled shout comes from behind the rear wall. Okay, Cyrene takes a steadying breath. We have a little time. What have you got there? This broadcast is from Erlin's Eye. Cyrene's eyes flash. We haven't heard anything out of them since the start of the war. Some people said they even fall into the flux. But something is happening there. Something is growing. The report says some protocol has taken over the station, become its protector. Economy drones can't get close. Sentenstat is giving it a wide berth. They're right in the middle of the war. Conway on the starboard side, Sentenstat on the sunward, and they are resisting. Cyrene smiles. We have to tell them everyone in the belt about this. We have to get the word out. If the eye can be held, well, maybe we can hold out too. Siren looks at the drive in her hand. Either way, people need to know. There's a sudden clunk, a few percussive shouts from Kimball, and then a flickering of lights all across the bay as the transmitter and array begin powering up. You and Siren watch as the Helene Dispatches studio comes to life, rating the broadcast once more. Not bad. Siren leans on your shoulder. Not bad at all. Shout comes from Kimball, and you know he is calling for Siren to get ready. That's my signal, she grins. Oh, I almost forgot. Siren produces a handful of chits. Turns out we have some avid listeners in the radius markets. She deposits them into your hands. Alright. Siren takes a breath. I need to go live. She flashes you a final smile. Thank you. I'll make sure we make good use of the array. This will mean something. He will bellow something from the back of the room, something you can only assume is a thank you. You leave the Belt's most unusual double act to their broadcast, and as you do, you hear Siren's voice echoed through the bay. This is Siren Sabir, back on the air, to wish you all a free Hellion now and forever. Oh, we got 200. Okay, what can we process here? Nothing. We saw the Solheim data. I'm pretty sure we don't need that. Then again, I could be completely wrong. Maybe I shouldn't sell it. Yeah, we can hold on to it. It's only worth 8 too. It's like nothing. This is where you sell the process scrap. I think we buy it from the other place. List 5 here. I don't know how much it is in the other place. Yeah, sell the process scrap. How much do we need? 6, so we'll definitely have to buy some. Down here, we can't even go anymore. So, wait for that one. Wait for Aki. Dark Side. Or Thrill Lane. Yeah, just repaint the rig. Sleeper, Surya booms as he meets you inside this yard. Can be happy to see you. Tell me, how'd you find inspiration out there in our belt? Or did you find inspiration? I did. Let me see your work. He holds out a hand as you pass him the color slate. Lovely. He scrolls through the sketches. I'll pass your designs on to my crews, where they will build on them. Surya gestures to the yard. These are my best ship figures in all of the belt, as you know. If you come to the yard and speak with them, you may choose whichever design you desire. Surya squints at the slate. This hollow drawing is really quite interesting. He reaches into his tool belt, produces a stack of chits. The remainder of your fee. Our business is concluded. He nods, adding a little bow to the moment. I'm a busy man, must get to my business, but thank you again for helping to build a legacy for my yard. Surya folds his arms across his chest. I believe you have work to see to. But imagine, if you will, flying out on your next contract in a fresh livery. A beautiful reinvention of the Surya yard. He gestures wildly. When your clients ask why your rig is so beautiful, feel free to send them to me. Surya smiles, bows, and turns to leave. As you watch Surya go, still unsure of his entire attitude, is an act meant to confuse you into consent. He's a hard man to dislike, but there is something about him you can't quite put your finger on. Either way, it's hard not to feel a little bit thankful for the chance he gave you to look at the belt with new eyes, even if it was while flying one of the most scarce ships in the belt's ever seen. Unlock all the possible rig paint jobs, which I guess if you unlock any of them, it's all of them. Ramshackle, a mix of colors and textures, the Farspinal tribute blends in with the belt. Greens, of course, but also simple natural forms make the green belt design strong graphic look. Surya doesn't like to do it, but you'll like a turn ship. Reflective colors and pale colors means a bright and elegant look. A little too clean for Surya's taste. I wish I could see what they look like before, but man, we have like infinite money here. Wait, your rig's already in the hollow colors. Oh, that's from before. It's fine. Yep, slightly cheaper. Supplies up. I think I want to do here's Fabricator Bay. Not that we need these, but it just a scrap component? Nah, it's lots of crappier ones, but it's because we've got an error. So we get a positive, we get a rare one. Ah. We have way too much anyway. Yeah. We just have the dark side stuff, which seems like it's going to be a whole bunch. Oh wait, can we do the... I can't remember where the process scrap was. I think it was in the first place, but it doesn't matter. We have enough money. But... put it in there. I can't remember how much is fuel in the green place. It was kind of expensive. So let's do these quick. Oh. Is there any... I don't think there's any harder ones. Yep, he was quick, then yeah, we could hang out there. I wonder if it'd actually tell me here if it's done. Because if we wait there, we can't actually do anything. Eh. Let's buy, fuel. We can get the green side, and that might be it. The next Sunday, we'll do all the dark side stuff and finish this game. This has been really cool. Let's see, what do we got going on this week? Tomorrow, I guess later today, technically. It is 4:08 a.m. Ah, 2 more. Come on. Come on. I don't want to stay here for these turns. It'd be weird. Oh, it's super cheap here. Man, I just have to stay here for 2 turns. But, yeah, tomorrow. Tales of Vesperia. On, like, a super hard part, so... it'll be a lot of fun watching me struggle. Tuesday, we're going to start Blue Stinger, which is a very bad survival horror game for the Sega Dreamcast, which I've been holding off playing, but we're trying to play every survival horror game ever, and it's one of them, so... yay. Wednesday, we're going to start Master Key, which is a Zelda-like game starring a cute little fox. Thursday, play more of Valkyria Chronicles 4. Friday, we'll do some multiplayer stuff, game to be determined. Saturday, 0 Parades for Dead Spies, and Sunday we will come back to this. But thanks so much everyone for watching. I hope you had fun. I did. Oh wow, my asking me always have fun here. But yeah, I'm on every night, so yeah, if you're ever looking for some entertainment, stop on by again. If you like what you see, shoot follow, join the Discord, hang out with some cool people. We'll do it right here, and hey Sarge, how you doing? Ooh, Space Wolves, that's relevant. You like wolves. I live with a wolf. Let's look at who to raid here. But yeah, you just joined, we're about to raid out. Who about... Thanks, Evan. Thanks for the raid. Oh, I remember Red vs. Blue. Oh, a while ago. Let's raid. Shadow Pen, they're cool. Yeah, a lot of really good energy. And some Dragon Age 2. Yeah, tune in tomorrow for Tales of Vesperia. Yeah, this next week should be a lot of fun. I got a lot of cool stuff happening. And I'm always improving the stream and looking for some more stuff to improve. This is my full-time thing. And yeah, things are only going to get better. Thank you again for watching. Hope to see you all again soon. Until next time, have a good one. See ya.